Summary.
This series is divided into 6 books. Please listen in order. Time is growing short. We must unite all magical folk and others who will listen. He is the best hope we have of doing that. More will follow if he is king. He fulfills the prophecy. The diviner has said the time is right. She says he is the one. Why do we need a specific boy to unite the folk? There are plenty amongst us who have the blood of Adalwen in their lineage. Find someone who wants to do this. Who is ready, said Griffa passionately. His line runs pure. He has the blood of Adalwen on both his mother's and father's side. The diviner has stated he is the one. The ring is behind him. He is our best chance. You won't convince me otherwise, said Ansel. No, and you won't convince me either, but I'm not your problem. Can you convince the boy? The kingdom of Regventus is moving towards a time of uncertainty and darkness. A teenage boy named Max has been prophesied as the magical king and savior of the kingdom. His protector has been tasked to collect Max and help him become who he needs to be. Max is not sure of his new role or what he really wants. As he learns more about magic and what it means to truly be the king, he is thrust into a new world of magic with those who have their own agendas.
Prologue. A young woman sat on a throne with her head in her hands. How did it come to this? Everything was right, and as it should be. The kingdom had existed in its current form for over 1,000 years. Why had it all gone wrong on her watch? She had done everything she was taught to do. She had done everything asked of her, but it hadn't been enough. Now she was surrounded by anger, destruction, and utter chaos. "My queen, I think it's time," said a low voice quietly. The young queen looked up. She had been so distracted that she had not even heard or sensed her protector come into the room. "My son," she choked out. "Alistair. The young prince is ready to go, and the king is in his chambers. The king might take some convincing." Queen Agatha still couldn't wrap her mind around the reality the kingdom was facing. Surely something else could be done. Things couldn't be as bad as they seemed. "You are sure, Alicio? There really is no hope?" Alicio took a deep breath and moved closer to his queen. Taking her hand kindly, he said, "The people are too far gone. They believe these supposed ancient ones are the way. The people of the kingdom have already been worked up into believing they need to revolt. The followers of the ancient ones will come into the castle to take what they believe is theirs, and they cannot be stopped by our forces. Half of our forces are already believing this new way, whatever it is. I cannot protect you by myself. You aren't safe here, and you need to leave." Queen Agatha gave out a cry of despair. "Is there any use? Where can we go? Should we not just accept our fate? What good am I if I am not doing what I was born and trained to do? What good am I if I am not the queen to my people? One day this will be made right. One day the world will make sense again. I don't know when. It could be a long time, but one day it will be as it should. Your family line must go on. You must leave and protect Prince Vaughn. If you can get the king to go with you, do. But if not, you will have to make a hard choice, my queen." "Leave Alistair? I can't, Alicio. You know that. Convince him then or trick him. Do what you need to do, but you must leave with the prince and get somewhere safe." Alicio got down on one knee, looking at Queen Agatha, his eyes locked on hers. "I have watched over you since you were born. You have grown into a strong young woman. The blood of every ruler over the past 1,000 years runs in your veins. You are strong and you are brave. You will do what you must do to survive. Not just for yourself, not just for your son, but for the kingdom. Do you understand me?" The queen nodded. "I will go to Alistair first. I will convince him there is no hope. If it takes enchantment, then so be it. I vowed I would never do it, but whoever thought it would come to a time like this? We will leave tonight, and you will come with us, Alicio, you and Elma." "But, your majesty, you must go undetected. You must not draw attention to yourself." Queen Agatha smiled gently, squeezing Alicio's hand. "You forget that your line is important as well. How can anything be made right without the line of protectors? Our magic can shield us enough to get us out. Your protections will help us get far from the city. We might have to split up eventually, but all of us must leave tonight." Queen Agatha stood and brushed out her skirts. "Be ready in an hour, Alicio. Meet me at the back door of the kitchens. You and Elma must be dressed discreetly. That is a command, and you will obey me. I will take no arguments. Give whatever orders you need. Disband your forces if you must, but you will leave with us." Alicio nodded. "Yes, my queen." The queen rushed from the room. No more than an hour later, under the cover of the approaching darkness, 4 figures holding a small bundle disappeared off the cliff behind the palace. No one was around to see if even one of them looked back. Chapter 1. 500 years later, as the sun came up, its rays reached the top window of the large stables. The boy Max stirred in his bed as he felt the sun's warmth. Groaning, he wished he could pull his cover over his head and return to sleep, but he knew that would be foolish. There was work to do, and he needed to do it. It did not matter that he was up well past nightfall helping to foal a mare. The new day did not wait for him to catch up on his rest. Dannon, his guardian, had taught him that well. Max sat up in bed and tried to blink away his weariness. He looked around his small room and noticed someone had put water in his wash basin. The room was slightly cool as it was late in the year, almost harvest time, and he was not able to have a fire in the stables. Soon it would be unbearably cold, and he would need to spend some nights in Dannon and Nora's cottage. Although his life wasn't easy, he knew he had it rather good for a foundling. He had heard tales of those who were born with no real parents being taken to the other side of the kingdom of Regventus to serve those who didn't find the value in human life that the people in the great surrounding did. They may not have the same conveniences of those who lived in the great city of Oromist, but in the village of Clarton people's lives meant something. Max stood and readied himself for the day by pulling on a tunic, cleaning his teeth, washing his face, and running his fingers through his hair. He quickly descended the stairs to see his guardian Dannon standing with a cup of hot tea and a biscuit. "Thought you might be a little later coming down, but here you are. Didn't you want to rest a bit more?" "Work doesn't wait for what we want." Dannon smiled. "True, my boy, but it doesn't mean that you are not tired. The missus left some tea and biscuits on the table. Work can wait a moment for that." Max nodded and made his way to the table, pouring a cup of tea and shoving a biscuit into his mouth. "How is the mare and her foal?" he asked with a mouthful of food. "Seems to be well. You can see for yourself in a moment. I imagine the straw will need changing this morning." Thus began another normal morning for Max, cleaning out stalls, feeding horse after horse, brushing manes, polishing saddles, and exercising horses that would not get any work for a while. Their stable was large, and it served the principal village in the great surrounding. Many of the townsfolk kept horses there. By midday, Max was dirty and tired. He sat down at the small table in the corner of the stable to see a few sandwiches had been put out by Dannon's wife, Nora. Nora came in carrying a fresh jug of water and put it down on the table. "Max, you better eat quick and wash up a bit before lessons. You're a mess." "Nora, no one cares what I look like at lessons. Most don't even notice that I'm there," said Max with a full mouth of food. "I doubt that, and no matter what, they'll notice what you smell like. I'm sure Issa notices you wherever you are," replied Nora with a small smile. Max felt his face grow a little warm, and he tried to suppress a smile. "Fine," said Max as he stood up. "I suppose a quick change of clothes wouldn't hurt. There's a good boy. I put a fresh tunic out and some warm water in your wash basin." Max hurried up the stairs. At 16 he was in his last year of required lessons. Lessons were required to be taught to all from ages 5 to 16. After that you were free to quit lessons, or if you qualified, you could go on to advanced lessons. Max supposed an education was a good thing. He liked being able to read books, do simple figures, and understand maps, but mostly their lessons just seemed to revolve around the ancients and kingdom leaders. They had heard countless lectures on how to best serve the kingdom and its leaders. All the ancient ways seemed pointless to Max and the others who lived in the great surrounding. Even though he was required to learn all about the ancient council full of viceroys who helped oversee their kingdom, Max doubted any of them had ever set foot in his village or land, except for the viceroy of the great surrounding. As far as the ancient gods, Max knew no one who was overly faithful to them. There was an ancient temple in the second ring of the village, but Max had only been there on special occasions or holidays. Whatever happened in Oromist or around it was really none of his concern. He knew a few of the local merchants went to the great city or one of the smaller towns around it, sometimes to get new wares to sell, but no one talked about it much to him. Max dressed and cleaned himself as quick as he could. His tunic was a little big for his lean form, as he knew it was one of Dannon's old ones. Fortunately, both he and Dannon were tall, so length wasn't an issue. He looked at himself in his small mirror. His dark hair was a shaggy mess over his pale face, and he used his fingers and water to tame it a bit. His dark brown eyes investigated his reflection, and he spotted a small smudge on his nose. Using a damp rag, he scrubbed his face, causing a little redness to mix in with his pale skin. Oh well, he thought, about as good as it gets. Max hurried down the stairs and out the door. He walked swiftly towards a modest community building that served the third ring of the village. Even though Clarton was the largest village in the great surrounding, it still was modest in size, made up of the usual rings like other villages and cities in the kingdom. Most villages and cities in the kingdom of Regventus were made up of rings. The number of rings depended on the size of the town. The rings usually varied by class and use. There were 3 rings in Max's home village of Clarton. The inner ring was the home to the viceroy and other very rich families. The middle ring was made up of shops, workhouses, and some poor folk living spaces. The outer ring, where the main stables resided, and thus where Max lived, was mostly those who worked at the edge of the forest. These people were farmers, apothecaries, and those who preferred to live outside the main hub of the town. While decent housing and ample space was available in the third ring, most would not live there because of fear of the open forest at night. Max wasn't sure why people in Clarton feared the forest. He had spent many days happily exercising horses in the trees and many summer nights at the edge of the forest. He liked to listen to its sounds and watch the fireflies blink as the sun set. Magic folk were rumored to live in the forest, but Max didn't believe it. If magic once existed, it was long gone by now. He had never seen magic. Witches, warlocks, and all sorts of magical beings were rumored to haunt the forest, bewitching, robbing, and even murdering those who happened to come across them. Max thought it was all foolishness and folklore. Dannon always said it was stupid superstition and tradition that kept most people away from a life in the third ring. Max liked living in the third ring. The people found there were easygoing, friendly, and hard workers. As Max walked towards the community building, he saw Jeremiah and Luce working in their garden. He saw Mick outside his small store smoking his pipe. He walked by others he knew doing ordinary things. Life in the third ring was simple, but Max liked it well enough. Max was passing by the big tree, close to the community building, when someone he didn't know caught his eye. A tall man with shoulder-length dark hair and a wide-brimmed hat was leaning against a small tree a few yards away. His head was cocked to one side, and he seemed to be studying Max. It wasn't exactly unusual for strangers to be seen in the third ring. Max didn't know many folk from the other rings in town, and strangers coming through town to rest were common, but something about this man just felt different, especially his apparent interest in Max. Max felt the hairs on his arm rise as he stopped walking and looked at the man. The man raised his head, and Max could see his dark brown eyes. The stranger gave a crooked smile, and Max could swear the air around him had changed. A second later there was a loud noise behind Max, as though someone had slammed a door very close by him. He turned to look, and a flock of birds that were feeding on the ground took off. Max quickly looked back to the small tree, but the man was gone, leaving Max to wonder if he had just imagined the man. Max thought about walking towards the small tree to see where the man had gone, but realized he had no reason to further investigate. Why did it matter if someone he didn't know was stopping in town? Why did Max feel so unsettled? Max decided it was best brushed it off. Lessons were starting soon, and he didn't want to be too late again. He wanted to get a seat by Issa, and maybe have a few moments to talk to her before lessons started. Max walked into the community building to look around the one large room it held. This simple wooden building was used for many things. Once a month, a large table was put at one end where a council of townsfolk from the third ring would gather to go over the third ring's business, hear complaints, and judge those who were accused of breaking laws. A few times a year, the building would be filled with tables, food, and dancing for a holiday or festival. Harvestide was a few weeks away, and soon the building would be full of pumpkins, wheat, mead, and merriment. Today, like most days, it was set up for lessons for the third ring's young. There were 4 areas that had tables set up, each for different age groups. Max went to the right-hand corner and saw Issa sitting in a chair at a table by herself. Max smiled, nervously ruffled his hair, and walked towards her. He had known Isolde Finn forever, and as long as he had known her, she had been called Issa. They had met even before they were old enough to take lessons. Issa's father was the blacksmith, and he was constantly at the stables. Issa was her father's joy as her mother died in childbirth, and it was just the 2 of them. He took Issa to see the horses many times, and, being around the same age, Max had formed a fast friendship with her. Lately the friendship had changed, and Max found sometimes he was even nervous around Issa, which was stupid. They were both the same as always, weren't they? Issa had her blonde hair tied up with a ribbon, and her light blue eyes were looking down at a book on the table. Issa loved to read, and she usually spent any free time she had devouring books. She wasn't too engrossed in her book to notice Max come and sit down next to her. "Well, hello. Look who is actually on time today," Issa said, putting a small bookmark in her book and closing it. "I'm not late that often. What are you reading?" "A new book Father picked up for me at the market the other day. I really don't want to argue, but in the past month, I think this is the first time you have actually not had to sneak in quietly due to lessons already starting." "Well, it is a busy time of year, and I'm almost done with lessons as it is." "You don't plan on to advanced lessons?" asked Issa sharply. "I thought Dannon said you should. The Rings Council is sure to recommend you for advanced lessons. You have decent marks in the class and have never caused trouble." "I don't really see a point to it, and I know what my lot in life is. I can probably spend my time better learning more about running the stables." "But Dannon isn't an old man. He could be running the stables for many years to come." "Will you be a stable boy your whole life?" asked Issa as she lightly touched her hair. "Dannons aren't the only stables in the kingdom. I'm sure with Dannon's recommendation I could find something at a small stable in the second ring, or at a great house in the inner rings, or even in the next town over." "You're thinking of leaving Clarton soon?" asked Issa with a frown. "You hadn't mentioned it before." "Just trying to keep my options open." "Exactly. So why not stay where you are and take advanced lessons? Who knows, you might find something else you want to do. You could be an apothecary or even a healer. You're pretty smart, Max. It seems a pity to waste it at the stables." Max opened his mouth to argue. "Don't get me wrong," said Issa, raising her hands in a placating way. "There is nothing unworthy of running the stables. My father is a blacksmith, and I can think of no better man on earth. Dannon and Nora are good and worthy people, but Max, you are so clever and so young. Why are you in such a rush to decide your future? Why not see what else you might do? Those in advanced lessons can eventually get apprentices in the second and even first ring. Some say a few even get to go study in Oromist." Max gave a little snort. "I have no desire to ever step foot in Oromist." "You really don't have an interest in seeing the largest city in our kingdom, Max? You don't want to visit the great kingdom library or get a glimpse of the palace?" asked Issa with much doubt in her voice. "Oromist sounds like nothing but trouble and a bunch of people who think too much of themselves. The library might be interesting, but do you really think they would let someone like you or me even come close to it? I am sure most of Oromist is nothing but a dirty, crowded place. Come on, Issa, you can't want to go there." "Well, maybe not," sighed Issa as her shoulders sagged, "but there are other places to go and other things to do besides the stables and being a blacksmith." "I doubt anyone thinks you will be a blacksmith, Issa," said Max with a laugh. "I don't know. I like working in the stables. It makes sense, and Dannon has been so good to me. Picking something else would seem like an insult." "But he wants you to do the advanced lessons," said Issa, preparing her quill and paper for lessons. "That's probably Nora's doing." "Maybe, but Max, promise me you will think about it. Even if you just try it after midwinter, you could just see if you like it until seed time this spring." Max sighed. He didn't want to disappoint Issa, especially not when she had that pretty little pout on her face. "All right, I'll think about it." Issa smiled and gave a little smug movement with her shoulders like she had won a small battle. "Walk home with me?" Max asked as today's lecturers and teachers walked in the room. Issa winked and replied, "Of course." Max smiled in return. Any uneasiness he felt earlier had completely slipped his mind, and he settled in for an afternoon of lessons. Chapter 2. Ansel had seen the boy, though that seemed a strange word for him, as he was almost a man. He might have been a little lanky and fresh-faced, but his height and build were already almost formed. Ansel wondered how formed the boy's mind was. Had they waited too long? It didn't matter. They had agreed to wait until at least his 16th year. He was to have a childhood, a chance to grow up quietly in safety. They could wait no longer, as the ways of the ancients were said be spreading faster than ever in the kingdom. The time to prepare was now, and the time to strike, to fight back, was coming fast. The boy was necessary, and he would need to start learning who he really was. Ansel sat by a tree on the edge of the forest and took a swig from his canteen, feeling the liquid warm him. Was it usually this cool this time of year? The cold season seemed to come earlier and earlier each year, unnoticed by non-magical folk, but magic folk could feel it in their bones. Ansel had the small notion to summon a small fire, but he was too close to the town. The last thing he needed was to draw attention to himself. He had seen the boy. He knew what he had to do, knew what he had to say, but how would it go over? Would the boy cooperate? Would he try to understand? Ansel didn't want to take the boy by force. He wanted this boy to come willingly, to grow into whom he needed to be. Ansel stood up and dusted off his pants. The best course of action, he decided, would be to talk to the boy's caregivers first. For all they had done, they deserved to hear what was going to happen. He had met them many nights ago. Ansel had just reached his own age of maturity at that time. He was young, but due to his skill, his connections, and mostly because of his own bloodline, Ansel had been chosen for the task. Almost 16 years ago, Ansel had gone to the small cottage by the stable and talked with the young man and woman. They were barely adults themselves, but Ansel was told they would be willing. The diviner had been certain. Ansel explained things the best he could, and fortunately the woman was a believer. She had been told the tales growing up, so she knew. She convinced her husband, though Ansel could tell it wasn't that hard. Perhaps the man was very smitten with his wife. Perhaps the man was just kind. Maybe the gods stepped in and helped, or maybe the woman had a touch of enchantress blood in her. Whatever the reason, the couple took the boy and agreed to raise him and not let him know who he was. Well, better get on with it, Ansel said to himself. He pushed down his hat lower on his head and walked towards the cottage. Ansel was greeted at the door by a pretty, plump woman with a pleasant smile. When Ansel looked at her, her smile disappeared. "You," she whispered. "Is it time? I didn't think. Come in, come in." The woman seemed dazed, and Ansel wondered if she understood what he truly was. She may have known the stories and believed some of it, but did she actually understand why he looked like he had barely aged from all those years ago? Did she know why he had been chosen for this task? Ansel bowed his head and walked into the small doorway. "Please sit. Is there anything I can get for you?" "Would you like a drink or some food?" asked the woman, fidgeting with her hands. "No, no. A place to sit is enough. We haven't much time. Is the boy expected back soon?" "Yes," replied Nora, not taking her eyes off of Ansel. "Lessons should be just about over, though if he walks with Issa, he might take a little longer than usual getting back to the stable." "And your husband, is he near?" "It is better if we talk first." "Of course. Let me go fetch him." Nora seemed hesitant to leave the strange man in her small home. Ansel gave her a small, reassuring smile, and she nodded before darting out her front door. Ansel looked around the small cottage to find it was tidy, clean, and modest. What a strange place for a boy like him to grow up, Ansel thought. It was so different than the places Ansel had grown up. His own family lived in a rather small house. It wasn't cramped like this one, but it certainly wasn't as big as Keen Manor. Ansel had spent most of his adolescence residing in Keen Manor. Its kitchen was probably bigger than this whole cottage. To think a boy as important as this one grew up here was hard for Ansel to comprehend. At least the boy was safe and cared for in this tiny home. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for many people throughout Regventus. Life in this part of the great surrounding seemed quiet and safe enough, but throughout the kingdom things were changing. Eventually chaos and destruction would find their way even to this sleepy town. Children in other parts of the kingdom were being taken from their homes to be re-educated in the city, and no one was certain what really happened to them. Ansel had wondered many times if this was the right thing to do. He wondered if this boy was really the answer, but he knew he had to trust the Ring of Nine. The diviner had foreseen many things, and she hadn't been wrong. She said this boy was the one, and he had to trust. He couldn't back out now. He had no doubt that something had to be done soon. If they didn't move ahead within the next season, it was easy to see that things would be too far gone. The way of the ancients would spread too far. Life in the kingdom would be drastically altered, and not for the better. He didn't need any divination skills to see that for himself. Ansel had seen and heard too much on his travels lately. Amongst the magic folk it was said that magical people had been known to disappear, and there had been rumors of strange questions being asked. Something was happening, and soon the kingdom would only grow more dangerous for all. The door to the cottage opened, and Danon walked in, followed by Nora. "I was hoping it would be a few more years before we had the honor of your visit," said Danon as soon as he was in the door. "The boy is barely 16, hardly a man." "We said we would wait 16 years. It's been 16 years, insisted Ansel. "You said at least 16 years. There has to be more time." Give him until he has reached the age of maturity. It's only 2 more years." "I'm afraid that's impossible. We don't have 2 years," said Ansel, gesturing at the 2 other seats in the room, inviting the couple to sit down as if he was the one who owned the home. They took the other 2 seats, sitting on the very edge. "But why?" questioned Nora. "Why are you in such a rush? If what you say about the boy is true, there is plenty of time." "The kingdom cannot wait. Things aren't." Ansel hesitated, going well. He didn't know how much to reveal. He didn't want to scare the couple, and he didn't want to start rumors on this side of Regventus. Rumors rarely did any good. In fact, they seemed to accelerate the ways of the ancients. "Things are different outside of the great surrounding," cautioned Ansel. "How so?" asked Dannon. "The merchants from our second ring have said nothing of any trouble. They see what they want to believe. Look, we had an agreement, 16 years, and it is time." "The boy will come with me today," ordered Ansel. "Today? Surely not. You will have to give him time. He will want to prepare. He has friends and a life here. Have mercy," said Nora pleadingly. "I wish there were time for that mercy, but we cannot wait. He will leave with me tonight," said Ansel. He felt the magic within him swell. He had been in such an awful mood lately. He took a deep, calming breath, willing the magic to stay within him. This couple did not deserve his wrath. They were attached to the boy, and that is what he had wanted, wasn't it? For the boy to be loved, valued. I understand this is difficult, but the boy must start understanding who he is. There are things he needs to learn. Other folk he needs to meet and be around for this to work. "I thought you understood this," he said, looking at Nora. She closed her eyes and seemed to take a breath to steady herself. She opened her eyes and looked at Ansel. He felt the familiar spark of meeting one with a gift. So she did have some kind of magic in her blood. Did she have control over it? Did she know herself? Some people had magic in their blood and never knew of its existence. Sometimes it just manifested itself in small ways, like being able to make lucky guesses. Sometimes items would disappear around them to appear in other places. Some had the gift of being able to command a room or calm others down. Some were good apothecaries with that special healing touch. These people were good at attributing these things to happenstance, ordinary skill, and forgetful minds. The non-gifted folk were always good at explaining things away, of finding a way to make all things fit into their normal order of the world. "All right, but we want to be there with you. We want to be in the room when you talk with Max. We want to help him to understand and be able to say goodbye," said Nora. Ansel hesitated. He wasn't sure how much he would have to reveal to the boy to get him to come. He knew that this woman knew some things if she had really grown up with the stories. To hear the stories was one thing, but to actually hear them confirmed was another thing entirely. "Let me meet with the boy first. I give you my promise we will not leave until he can meet with both of you." "What if he won't listen to you? What if he won't go? What if he runs?" asked Dannon with a slightly angry tone. "He will come with me tonight one way or another," demanded Ansel, his eyes narrowing. "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Dannon, leaping from his chair. "You may think you own the boy, but we have been the closest thing he has to parents all his life. You will not hurt him." Ansel willed himself to stay calm again. "I would never hurt that boy. He is necessary. His life is much more important than my own life, and I will treat him as such." Dannon walked around the small room and settled by the fireplace. "Nora has told me some of the story, as you call it, and it doesn't sound like you can guarantee his safety. What kind of life will he have? Here he has stability, and he can have a future. What you are offering is a life, probably a short life, full of danger. Why don't you talk to him, let him stay here a few more years, and he can decide for himself when he reaches the age of maturity. At least he will be safe here a few more years." Ansel saw he would have to tell them a little more of the big picture and what was to come. "I'm afraid no matter where the boy is, at this point he is no longer safe by any means. The way of the ancients is spreading, and it will start to reach here before long. You may not know what that means or what that looks like, but it is coming. If the boy remains here unprotected, he will not survive once they realize who he is. This boy needs to be amongst those who can hide him, train him, and help him become who he was meant to be," Ansel said with what he hoped was a tone of finality in his voice. "I will not argue over this any longer. The boy will listen to what I have to say, and he will leave with me tonight." Ansel was not comfortable using magic against those who had no defense. He had no qualms with non-gifted folk, but he had a task, and he would do it with any means necessary. Ansel sat straight in his chair, adjusting his hat. Something at the corner of the room caught his eyes. It was a shadow. He glanced at the shadow, wondering if it was just a trick of the light or perhaps something more sinister. Ansel blinked, and the shadow seemed to lighten. Whether it was just a shadow or something more, it made Ansel even more anxious to get the boy and leave. Ansel rubbed his face and then rested his head on his folded hands. After a moment, he looked up over his hands at the man and woman. The man had moved over to stand behind his wife. "I promise I will do everything in my power to make sure you see the boy again. I will keep you informed on his well-being to the best of my ability. I have already sworn to protect this boy with my life, but I will do so again in front of you. I know this boy is important to you. It is not my intention to downplay what you mean to him or him to you, but what is going to happen will affect the whole kingdom. The boy must come with me." Dannon looked like he wanted to say something, but Nora put her hand on his and gave a light squeeze. Dannon took a deep breath, and his head sagged. "You better come with me to the stable. That's where Max will be soon," muttered Dannon. Ansel nodded and rose from his chair. "I know this is difficult, and it seems harsh, but I'm afraid we will all be in for even more difficult times soon." Dannon half nodded and left out the door. Ansel followed behind him. In a dark room of the high tower in the palace of Oromist, a small man in a dark robe and pure white hair looked out the window. He had sent his shadow spies out to all areas of Regventus. Some had already come back with whispers of plans from those who lived in the forest. They were only whispers at this point, but whispers could become so much more very quickly. He hoped soon more of his shadows would come back with news. He had invested too much time and too much effort for things to fail now. What he wanted most was almost in his grasp, and no one would stop him. He would make sure of it. The door in the room opened slowly. "Golnar, dinner will be soon, and Kedden will expect you." "Do you have news for him?" asked Turin as she flipped her long, light red hair. "He is growing anxious as he has waited long." Golnar turned from the window to face the young woman. "I will have news for the young lord when it arrives. He must be patient. He doesn't even begin to know what it means to wait." "Perhaps you can come to dinner and explain that to him?" Turin asked with a smirk. "I have no plans to come to dinner. If Lord Kedden wants to speak with me, he can find me here," replied Golnar, turning again to the window. Turin left without another word. Golnar knew he would have to endure a visit with the young lord eventually, but right now he had much bigger worries. Chapter 3. Max walked slowly by Issa's side back towards the stable. The late afternoon sun was starting to set, signaling that the days were getting shorter and shorter as they headed towards harvestide and then into the cold winter season. A wind blew around them, making them both shiver as Issa pulled her cloak tighter around her, and she moved a little closer to Max. "We will have an examination coming up in a week. Lessons are almost over, so I imagine we will be examined quite a bit over the next few weeks. Do you want to find a time to look over all the material together?" asked Issa. Max thought this was rather strange, as neither of them had any trouble passing exams in the past. Maybe she suspected it would get harder as they got to the end. "I might be able to in a few days. As the nights get colder, fewer people travel and need their horses, less so besides normal feedings and exercise. I should have some time." Issa looked pleased. "Harvestide will be soon. Are you looking forward to the celebration?" "Oh, I suppose. Food is usually good." "And the decorations are nice, and the music?" "And dancing can be fun," faltered Issa, turning red. "Max, would you? Would I what?" asked Max as they both came to a stop. "Well, maybe we could go together to Harvestide," asked Issa as she looked at the ground. She paused a few moments and gave Max a sheepish grin. It could be fun, and people our age usually go with someone. "Oh," said Max as he kicked a stick on the ground. "Oh, it's no big deal or anything. I just thought since we were friends and most people were going with someone, it would just be an easy thing to do." "I didn't mean," Issa said quickly as she waved her hands around. Max smiled at her as he caught one of her hands to stop her. "Issa, I would love to go to Harvestide with you if you really want to go. I was just going to say if someone else asked you, or you want to ask someone else, I understand." Issa smiled back. "I'd really like to go with you." Max didn't let go of her hand as they walked on towards the stables. They didn't speak again, but neither seemed to be uncomfortable with the silence. As they got close to the stables, Max felt a weird sort of energy in the air. Something was different. "Issa, perhaps you better go on home. I have some chores to do before dinner, and I know your father is probably expecting you home soon." Issa looked hurt. "Oh, I thought I might say hello to Dannon and Nora. Father wanted to thank Nora for the bread she sent over the other night." For some reason Max really wanted Issa to go somewhere else. He wanted her to be safe, and there was definitely something going on at the stables. "Maybe stop by the cottage, then, and see Nora first." "Max, what is wrong?" asked Issa. Before Max could respond, Dannon stepped out of the stables. He had a grim look on his face, and he wasn't alone. Max was shocked to see the man he had seen earlier. He was taller than he remembered. His hat was tight on his head, almost shielding his eyes, making his face unreadable. "Hello, Max. Someone is here to speak with you." "Issa, you probably need to go on home," said Dannon as his eyes shifted from Max to Ansel. "Who is that?" Issa whispered to Max. Max was too stunned to speak. "Hello," said the man, raising his head to where Max could see his face. "My name is Ansel, and I need to speak with you." "Why do you need to talk to Max?" asked Issa, stepping in front of Max. "What do you want with him?" Ansel gave a half-smile. "And you are?" "My name is Isolde Finn, and I am Max's friend. What do you want to talk to Max about?" "It's a private matter, but I can assure you I mean him no harm. Why don't you go to the cottage? Once we are done, you can see for yourself that the young man is well," said Ansel, gesturing towards the house. Dannon stepped towards Issa. "Why don't you go visit Nora with me, Issa? I'm sure she could use your company. Max will be along in a bit." Max stared at the stranger called Ansel for a moment until he found his voice. "Go on, Issa. It's okay." Issa looked doubtful, but she let Dannon lead her away towards the cottage. "Is there somewhere we could talk privately around here?" asked Ansel. "I promise you will be safe with me." Max didn't know why, but he didn't doubt the strange man's intentions, even with the strange air that seemed to surround him. "I have a small room at the top of the stairs I stay in to be close to the horses. We can go there." Ansel nodded his head and stepped to the side to let Max lead the way. When they got to the small room, Ansel shut the door and made himself comfortable in a small chair in the corner of the room. "Would you like to sit?" asked Ansel, gesturing towards the bed. Max shrugged and plopped down on his mattress. Ansel studied Max for a moment, and then took off his hat and laid it on the small table by the chair. He shook his head, and his shoulder-length dark brown hair fell in waves around his face. Max saw that the man had large brown eyes that were sharp but not unkind. His nose was straight and long, and his lips full. Max supposed most would call the man handsome. After what seemed like an eternity, the man asked, "What do you know about the history of our kingdom?" Max thought it was a strange question. "Mostly just what I have heard in lessons. We were founded by the ancients after a time of chaos. The war was fought to take the land away from those who would abuse it. Once we were brought into peace, the Council of Ancients selected a ruler to watch over us and guide our laws. Since then, they have selected a lord of the kingdom from the high class each generation." "And you believe all that is the truth?" Max looked at the man, puzzled. Of course he believed it was the truth. Isn't that why he took lessons, to understand the history of Regventus? Suddenly Max had a memory of Nora telling him stories when he was young. The stories were filled with kings and queen, protectors, and people who used magic. Ansel seemed to sense a change in Max's expression. "So you have heard other things about the kingdom besides your lessons?" "I mean, Nora told me stories, but I didn't actually believe they were true. I thought it was just a way to entertain children." "How much do you remember of the stories you heard?" "Not much, honestly. I remember a little of people who used magic, and something about a queen who gave up everything to save her people, but that's it." Ansel rubbed his face with his hands. "Do you follow the way of the ancients?" Max looked perplexed, as he had no idea what that meant really. In lessons he learned a little about the way of the ancients, rules that had to be followed, how people had to behave, how everyone had their place, and they needed to learn to be satisfied with it. He also had heard a little about what happens to people who don't fit into the way. "No, I don't think so. We learn about the in lessons, but they aren't really followed much here in Clarton. I have heard things about people, children like me without proper parents, and what happens to them. I don't think it's really something I want to be involved with." Ansel seemed to relax a bit in his chair. "Max, I'm going to try to tell you the true history of our kingdom. At least enough to help you understand. There isn't much time, but you have to know the truth." Ansel took a breath and looked at Max. Over 1,300 years ago, magical and non-magical folk lived all around our land apart from one another. They lived in small villages, in forests, in mountains and valleys, all in the same land but not united. Then the sickness came, and it infected the non-magical folk, the non-gifted. Many caught the disease, and at least half of the time it was deadly. The non-gifted folk were desperate, so they, for the first time, started reaching out to magical folk asking for help. Some magical folk were resistant to helping the non-gifted. They saw the sickness as a curse brought to the non-gifted to eradicate them from the kingdom. Another group led by the great family of Adalwen believed they should help the non-gifted. They saw this as an opportunity to join the people of this land together. They started working on potions and spells to alleviate the disease. The non-magical folk started getting better, and they started flourishing again. The magical group who opposed the magical assistance was angry. They saw this working with the non-gifted as against the will of their gods. They started referring to their gods as the ancients. They built up an army of magical folk and enslaved all the non-magical people they could. A great war was fought. Many people on both sides died, but in the end, the family Adalwen and their allies were victorious. The kingdom of Regventus was formed with King Nathan from the family of Adalwen on the throne. A peace of almost 1,000 years lasted, with kings and queens coming from the line of Adalwen ruling over the kingdom. But in the shadows, always lurking, were those who followed the ways of the ancients, believing that they would one day be able to truly purge the kingdom of all those unworthy. They grew in power through sowing mistrust and discontent all over Regventus. They pitted magical and non-magical people against each other. Somewhere in their devious ways, they convinced many with magical powers to hide their powers, to bury them deep to gain the trust of the non-magical people. They were able to befriend non-gifted people and pit them against magical folk and the family of Adalwen. The unrest grew until a force was formed to storm the castle to kill the line of Adalwen and take over the whole kingdom. The family of Adalwen had a great ally in the family of Rhea. A man of the line of Rhea was always the great protector of the kingdom and the king or queen of Regventus. The protector is bound by magic to his king or queen. Before the forces came to kill the family of Adalwen, the protector warned the queen to leave. She took her husband, young son, her protector, and his wife away from the castle. Using their magic, the small group managed to hide away in the kingdom. Over the years, the line of Rhea has been unbroken. A new protector born each generation, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the diviner to say the time is right. Here Ansel paused. Max was caught up in the story. Waiting for the time is right for what? Ansel rose from this chair. He walked around the room, rubbing his hands to warm them. Max thought he looked like he was in great thought. Ansel looked like he was deliberating what to say next, and Max waited patiently, wondering what all this could be leading to. He wondered where he fit into all of this. Eventually Ansel stopped pacing and returned to his chair. He fixed his deep brown eyes on Max. Waiting for the time of the line of Adalwen to return. The line has never been unbroken. There are still those out there with the blood of King Nathan running through their veins. There always has been. When the time was right, the true heir would be revealed, ready to take his or her place back on the throne of Ormus to be the ruler of Regventus, said Ansel, still staring at Max. Why are you telling me this? What have you or I to do with this? Asked Max. We all have a part to play in this. I am Ansel of the line of Rhea. I am this generation's great protector of the kingdom. I have always known this, and I have studied, trained, and lived this my whole life. If all this is true, what can I have to do with this? I don't even know who my parents truly are. I am a stable boy who lives the furthest from Ormus as one can. What part can I have in all of this? Ansel looked at Max, and Max couldn't quite make out the look. Was it annoyance, pity, anger, or something else? You are all of this, Max. You are the reason I was born. You are the reason I was trained. You are Maxwell of the line of Adalwen. Your parents were both descendants of the line of Adalwen, and your blood runs true with the line of kings and queens. You were born for this time. Max stared at the man, sure someone was playing a joke on him. This man couldn't be serious. What? Exclaimed Max. What are you talking about? I am nobody. My own parents didn't even want me. I was abandoned in this village and taken in by Dannon and Nora. I am no one. No, you are someone. Your parents didn't abandon you. They knew they were hunted and in danger. They gave you up to save you before it was too late. They gave you to me to protect you, and then they were hunted down and killed by soldiers from Ormus. Max made a disbelieving noise and exclaimed, "They gave me to you? What were you, 9? You can't have seen more than 25 years?" "I was young. I was barely of the age of majority. Magical folk don't age the same as non-magical, not when you claim your magic and know who you are." Max jumped off the bed. There were so many questions in his mind. He didn't know if he even believed what was being said, yet there was something in him that told him to believe it. "Wait, if they gave me to you to protect me, how did I end up here?" asked Max, looking at Ansel. "The Ring of 9, the leaders of our people, told me to go get you. The great diviner in the ring said you should grow up somewhere safe and foresaw Nora and Dannon raising you. I was instructed to bring you here." Max circled the room and sat back down on the bed. He played with a hole in his heavy blanket. "Dannon and Nora have kept you safe. You don't seem unhappy or mistreated. They did as they should, but now it is time to become who you really are. We need to leave tonight." Max's head shot up. "Leave? Leave Clarton tonight? Where would we go?" "To be amongst your true people. We will go to the village of Abscon Deep in the forest. You will stay with me, and you will meet with the Ring of 9. The village is hidden from all except those who know it. We will have to travel by foot or on horseback if we can find horses. I won't be able to take you there by magic." Max was very confused, and Ansel seemed to pick up on it. "Oh, sorry, I can't take you by magical travel. You have to trust and know where you are going for me to take you somewhere by magic. You have never seen or heard of Abscon before, and you don't know me. It will be too risky to travel by magic." "But I don't want to leave. I don't even know if I believe what you are saying. Who says I even want to be a king, if that is really who I am? I can't just leave everything. I have work, Dannon and Nora, and lessons and Issa. I can't just leave." Ansel sighed. "Lessons don't matter to you any more. You won't need the poisonous things. I know it will be hard to leave those you care about, but it doesn't have to be forever. Once you understand more of who you are and you are trained, you can come visit. We will need everyone we can to join the cause. It is good you have non-magical allies." Max put his head in his hands. He wondered what this could all really mean, and if Dannon and Nora knew about this. It seems like they did. Dannon was speaking with this man before Max got to the stables. "I want to talk to Dannon and Nora. I need to see them," said Max, standing up. "Of course, you will want to say goodbye, and you will need to gather some things. Maybe Dannon can loan us a horse to two." "I didn't say I was going with you. I just need to talk to them." Max didn't wait for Ansel's reaction. He bolted down the stairs, out of the stable, and into the cottage. Nora quickly stood up with her sewing in her hand at the sound of the door opening. Issa was sitting in a chair next to her, tears in her eyes. Dannon was by the fireplace, and he looked at Max with sadness in his eyes. "You did know. All along you knew, didn't you? You believe him. You believe that I'm really this king. You've been lying all along to me." "Why?" shouted Max. "Oh, Max, it's not that simple. Sit down, and we will talk about it," said Nora with tears in her eyes. Max looked at Issa, who was openly weeping now. "Issa, it's not true. There is no way all this can be true. I'm just Max. I've always been Max. We will straighten all this out." "Don't worry," insisted Max, going over to Issa. "It is all true. You are the true king of this kingdom," said Ansel as he came into the door. He came and stood next to Max, grabbing Max lightly by the arm, and Max felt a bolt of something hit him. He could almost feel his blood flow through him, creating a song within his mind. Ansel seemed to feel it too. He said, "I think you know it's true, Max. I think you really know who you are, my king." Max wrenched his arm away. "I don't know, and don't call me that. I haven't asked for any of this. I am fine just working in the stables. I like my life now. I don't want this." Dannon came over and led Max to the small table in the kitchen area of the room. "Sit down, my boy," said Dannon. Max sat down as Dannon drew the other chair out for Ansel, and Ansel sat as well. Dannon pulled out 3 tankards and filled them with mead, putting them on the table. "Drink, Max. It will help you calm down." Max didn't really want to follow Dannon's command, but he took a swig out of the cup. Dannon sat down between Max and Ansel. "If this is all true, I don't know, but I think you need to go with him for a bit. You aren't a child any longer. You are almost a man, and you are too clever to work in a stable. You need to figure out who you are, Max. This man brought you to us when you were a babe. He has sworn to keep you safe, and he has promised we will see you again." It was all too much for Max. Dannon wanted him to go. Nora did too. He turned to Issa, who was still crying. "Issa, what should I do?" He knew it wasn't fair to ask her that, but she was his oldest and best friend. She was even more than that. He trusted her completely. "Oh, Max, I don't want you to go." "I don't, but Nora told me. She told me who she believes you are. You can't stay here, Max. It isn't safe for you." Max slumped down in his chair, deflated. "My king," started Ansel, but Max gave him a dirty look. "Don't call me that," ordered Max through gritted teeth. "My name is Max." "Fine, Max. You aren't safe here, but what's more, if you stay here, no one in this town will be safe, especially the people in this room. There are those out there who could be looking for you. Now that you have been declared as ready by the ring, the secret will get out eventually. Getting you away from here is the best way to ensure everyone you care about is safe." Max looked up at this. Dannon, Nora, and Issa weren't safe because of him. If there was even a chance that they would be harmed because he stayed here, shouldn't he go? "But I promised Issa I would go to Harvestide with her." It seemed a stupid thing to bring up, but Max was looking for any kind of control at the moment. "It's only 4 weeks away. Can't I stay here and go after 4 weeks?" "No, we must leave tonight." "But I promised her, and I can't break that promise. I must be here for Harvestide." "Oh, Max, don't," started Issa. "No, I promised, and I will go with you to Harvestide," insisted Max as he turned to Ansel. "If I go with you tonight, you will promise to bring me back here in 4 weeks for Harvestide." Ansel narrowed his eyes. "We don't have time to travel for silly festivals. You will only have time to train and to learn." "I will only leave here tonight if you promise me I can come back for Harvestide." Ansel paused and seemed to weigh this statement. "Fine, if I can find a way to bring you back here safely, we will come back for Harvestide, but your safety and the safety of this town will come first." Max closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He couldn't believe this was actually happening. "I will need to pack," sighed Max. Nora jumped up and helped Max find things to pack for his journey. She included a few clothes, a knife, and a second pair of boots. She also packed some food and drink in a neat little basket, enough for Ansel and Max to share for a few days. Dannon asked to see Ansel out in the stables, and Nora left to go to the small room where Max slept in the stable to get his usual blanket to take. Issa and Max were alone in the small cottage. Issa had stopped crying, but her eyes were still wet. "I can't believe you are leaving," she said sadly. "I don't know what I will do without you around." "It won't be forever, Issa. I'll be back soon." "But you'll leave again. Max, you must realize that everything is changing. If you really are who they say you are, you will become someone else." "No, I will still be Max. Issa, you will always be a part of my life as long as you want. I will be back, and next time I will find a way to stay or take you with me or something. I will figure it out." "Oh, Max," said Issa, throwing her arms around him. "Just be careful. Promise me you'll be safe. All I want is for you to be safe. If you have to be gone forever, I could bear it if I knew you were safe." "Of course I'll be safe, but I promise, Issa, I will be back." Issa smiled, and she quickly stood on her tiptoes and placed a quick kiss on his cheek and let go of Max. "I have to go. My father will be wondering where I am." "I will see you soon, Issa. I promise." Issa wiped a few tears from her eyes and smiled one last time at Max before she opened the door and left. Chapter 4. Young Lord Kedden slouched in his tall chair at the end of the long table of the Council of Ancients. The 12 chairs around the table, 6 on each side, were filled with those who ruled the 12 lands of the kingdom. Kedden adjusted the chain and clasp that held the long robe that sat on his shoulders. He shook his golden hair, and the curls bounced against his scalp. His piercing blue eyes looked up and down the council, a grimace on his full pink lips. He felt his cheeks grow hot as he listened to the chatter of those on the council. He was getting angry. Kedden was being ignored as usual. The council was whispering amongst themselves, and he heard the word shadows and new king. He didn't like the sound of any of it. Kedden slammed his hand down hard on the table. "What are all of you whispering about? Am I not the Lord of Kingdom? Talk to me, and tell me what is going on." The leader of the council, Till, the Viceroy of Oromist, bowed his head and smiled at the young lord. "We were merely getting all the stories together so we could give you the news all at once. We know your time is valuable, my lord." "I don't like the idea of any of you deciding what I should and shouldn't hear. Now, what is this I hear about shadows and some sort of king? Why would anyone talk about a king?" "Oh, your majesty," said a middle-aged woman named Alice. She was the viceroy of the grasslands just north of Ormust. "There is still so much superstition amongst those who aren't quite as polished as those who live around Ormust, such as those in the great surrounding. They are a primitive people who stick to their old stories, and that is what all these are, just stories. There is nothing to them." "What do you say, Bernat? Is all this coming from the great surrounding?" asked the young lord. Bernat seemed flustered at the far end of the table. He may have been in charge of the largest part of the kingdom, but it was a part no one took seriously. The land was not heavily populated. The villages were small, and the people were simple. "Well, I'm sure each land has its own folk tales and lore, my lord. My land is peaceful and loyal to our lord, loyal to the ancients. If there are tales going around about some new king, then it is nothing but harmless stories told to children." Most of the other leaders nodded their head, but Kedden could see that the old woman at the other end across from Bernat did not. She was named Daracha, and she was the viceroy of the forest of the lowlands. She always seemed a mystery to Kedden. He could even admit to himself he was a little scared of her. He sat a little higher and addressed the old woman. "Do you agree with them, Daracha? Do you think these are just harmless stories?" Daracha looked at the young lord with her dark green eyes. "Harmless? I don't know if I would say harmless. If these stories came to fruition, none of us would be here, including you, my young lord. No, they are not harmless." Daracha said in a quiet voice, "So we must act in some way, then. What can we do?" "How can we stop these stories?" asked Kedden loudly. "Ah, my young lord, acting on them would be confirming we find them dangerous. It would be admitting they could be true. Patience is what is needed here, patience and watching. We need to find out more of what is going on," said Daracha. "Excellent advice, Daracha," approved Bernat as he smiled. "Where is your lead adviser, my lord? What does Golnar have to say? Has he heard any news from his spies?" Kedden gave a snort. "Golnar barely shows himself below his tower. He hasn't come to me in 2 weeks. He insists that I go see him, but he should come to me. I am the Lord of Kingdom." "Yes, of course you are, but Golnar has been lead adviser to the Lord and this council longer than any of us have been alive. He is due some respect," said Till. "Respect? I am the Lord of Regventus. I was chosen by the Ancient Ones. You all serve me, including Golnar." Kedden paused and turned. "Turin," he called angrily. "Yes, my lord," answered the pretty woman who stood along the wall. She was learning to serve the future lady, a woman who would be married to Lord Kedden. Her green eyes surveyed the council quickly, and then her gaze settled on Kedden. "Where is Golnar right now?" inquired Kedden. "In his tower as usual, my lord. Would you like me to call him down for counsel?" Turin asked. "If it is as you say, it won't do any good. Poor Golnar may not be able to use the stairs any more. Leave it for another day. We have much to discuss," said Bernat, clearly wanting some peace in the chamber. Kedden didn't like being told what to do, but the other council members were nodding their heads. He wanted to be done with this for the rest of the moon cycle. He knew if he could get through this meeting, they would all go back to lord over their own lands until the next cycle began. Kedden could work on putting Golnar in his place when they all left. "Fine, let's get on with it. What else is there to report?" asked Kedden. Kedden walked the halls after the meeting. It had been dreadfully dull after the beginning. It was just the usual talk of the status of the harvest, some land boundary squabbles, and the needs of the people. Kedden tried to listen. He really did. He knew he was in the position he was in because of years of hard work by his parents. It was stated that the Lord of Kingdom was chosen by the ancients. It was told the Lord was destined to be over all since his birth. There was talk of a ceremony where the priest of the ancients would be told by their gods where to find this child. It was all very mysterious. It gave a sense of awe to the Lord for the subjects throughout the kingdom. The reality was much less mysterious. Families of the high class who had children born after the Lord had died bartered for their child to be chosen. They had elaborate parties for the priests of the ancients and the council. Spies ran through the palace and land, finding out what bribe it would take to earn a lord in the family. People were often killed, much money was exchanged, and in the end one family would curry enough favor with those in charge. Kedden supposed even those in charge could delude themselves enough to really think they were doing the work of the ancients. Maybe they thought those who worked the hardest and would go the furthest was the family who was ordained to have the Lord in its midst. Kedden wondered what his parents were doing now. Since he had been brought into the palace as a 12-year-old, he had only seen them at festivals thrown in the palace. He saw them dancing at midwinter last year. They gave him a curtsy and bow as his other subjects did. His mother briefly took his hand, and then they were gone. He supposed they were living the good life as parents of the Lord of Regventus. They were probably hosting lavish parties and receiving bribes and favors from those in the high circle. He thought maybe one day his parents would come with a request, but that day had not come. Did Kedden miss his parents? He wasn't sure. He hadn't seen them much in his life. Even as a child living in the same house as them, he was barely around either parent. He was raised, as most were in the higher class, by nannies and instructors. He was sometimes brought out during dinners and parties and fussed over by his mother. He was looked at, cooed at, and pinched by different ladies of the first ring. Men would examine him and shake his small hand. It wouldn't last long. As soon his mother would send him up to bed with the nannies, giving him an affectionate kiss on the cheek. His parents would leave for weeks on trips together. His father was often in meetings with his stewards about his vast land holdings. When Kedden was taken by the palace staff at 12, his father shook his hand, and his mother hugged him and dabbed at her eyes. Yet Kedden wondered if there really were tears in them. His parents always seemed to be actors to him, always on stage, always giving a great performance. Kedden stopped as he reached his chambers, and the soldiers on either side of the door bowed to him. Kedden nodded his head, and the soldiers opened the double doors and shut them behind him as he walked into the large sitting room that was at the front of his suite of rooms. Kedden tugged off his robe and threw it one of the wing-back chairs by the fireplace. He then flopped down on the other chair and leaned his head back, giving a loud sign. "Rough day, my lord," said a female voice from the shadows. Kedden didn't even flinch. He had expected this. A small smile came to his face. "I don't remember summoning you to my rooms. Do you dare take such liberties with your lord?" "Oh, I thought you would want to relax a bit after such a long, tedious meeting," said Turin with dripping sweetness as she emerged from the shadows. She made a big show of bowing down at his feet, her long, shiny, light red hair pilling on the floor. "I do beg the pardon of the Lord, and hope he will grant me forgiveness." Kedden reached down and grabbed the young woman off the floor, placing him on his lap. "I think you will have to do something to earn my forgiveness. I think you will find I can be quite generous to those who show me favor." Turin threw her arms around him as she passionately kissed Kedden. Kedden had known Turin since he had come to the castle. She was from the first circle as well, though not as high as Kedden. She had been sent to the castle in hopes that one day she would be an adviser and servant to the coming lady that would be chosen for Kedden when he reached the age of 25 in a little over a year. He had noticed her almost as soon as he had settled into life at the castle. He had seen her sneak off to the kitchen to grab sweets. He had watched the way she had talked herself out of trouble and even out of lessons. She was always charming and sneaky, and Kedden was always fascinated by her. She had grown into a beautiful young woman with a svelte figure, full red lips, and alluring green eyes. Her hair was the color of the sun as it set over the river behind the palace. She smelled of sunshine and wildflowers. He remembered the first time she had snuck into his rooms. She had figured out many of the secret passageways of the castles, probably even ones that guards didn't know about, ones that had been secret for centuries. As 12-year-olds, they would stay up late, playing card games and plotting adventures for after lessons. As they grew, their feelings changed. He remembered the first night after his 15th birthday celebration, when she had kissed him for the first time. Since then he had been under her power, it seemed, always wanting more from her. He wondered why she continued to come to him. He hoped she felt the same attraction he felt for her, the same desire. She must know that he could offer no position higher than the one she was working towards. He certainly couldn't take her as his wife, as his lady. He wouldn't have much choice in who would be his wife. Did she hope to be his mistress? Kedden didn't know. Now he was only living for the moment. As their kisses deepened, he slid his hand down her leg and under her dress, and he heard her sigh against his lips. He felt the usual desire start to take over his senses, and he was about to stand up and carry Turin into his bedchamber when there was a loud knock at the door. "Damn!" cursed Turin, breaking off their kiss. "S-H-H-H," said Kedden quietly, not letting go of Turin. "Yes? Who is it?" yelled Kedden at the door. "My lord Till, the Viceroy of Ormust, is here and wants to speak with you," answered one of the soldiers. "HMPH," said Kedden. Till wasn't busy like the others on the council, preparing for a journey. Till lived within walking distance of the palace in the Viceroy of Ormust's manor. "Yes, I will see him." "I will be there in a minute," said Kedden, letting go of Turin. She hopped up off his lap, adjusting her skirt. "I will go then, my lord," she said with a smirk. "Come back in an hour," asked Kedden, standing up and pulling Turin to him. He started placing little kaizes on her neck. "I have meetings and training," replied Turin. "Forget them. No one will care, or if they do, I will make sure they don't," growled Kedden between kaizes. "You have a fitting for the harvest ball this afternoon and visitors coming for dinner." Kedden huffed in frustration and ceased kaizing Turin's neck. "Fine, come tonight then, after dinner. Come directly here." Turin gave him a quick kiss on his mouth and replied, "Yes, my lord," against his lips. She wiggled out of Kedden's embrace and quickly stepped to Kedden's bedroom, where the secret panel she used to escape was located. Kedden made sure she was truly gone before he straightened his own clothes and opened the door to greet Till. "My lord," said Till in answer to Kedden's greeting, "I know you must be weary from the meeting today, but I feel as if I must speak to you urgently away from the others." Kedden nodded and showed Till into his room. Kedden picked up his robe and threw it over the small sofa in the room. He sat down in the wing chair and offered the other to Till. He opened the small decanter of wine that was on his table and poured himself a small glass. He gestured to Till, offering him some. "Thank you, my lord, but no. What I say will not take long," said Till, sitting down in the other chair across for Kedden. "I wanted to talk about what is being said around the great surrounding. Others may want to brush it off, but I feel we need to act soon." "Really?" The others didn't seem so sure. Daracha herself said it was a bad idea, that waiting was the right thing to do. "I beg your pardon, but the others do not like to disrupt the peace, even when it is necessary. Daracha is of the forest folk. She can be sympathetic to those who live in the great surrounding. She has lived a long time, and they say she even has ties to magical folk." "Surely not," scoffed Kedden. "She might be old, but she can't be that old. There hasn't been any report of real magic in at least 150 years, if it even really existed at all. Still, she is not one to stir things up, but I'm afraid the time is coming when things will be shaken up whether we like it or not. Why should we not strike first? We should get ahead of this situation and snuff it out before it has time to even start to smolder." "Well, what would you suggest?" "I think it is time to remind the great surrounding of who is really in charge of Regventus. They have been able to do what they want for too long. They have skirted by the rules of the ancients. They don't even really teach about the way of the ancients. The temples are unkept and rarely used. They could easily be swayed by anyone who might want to start some sort of rebellion against the ancients, and you, my lord." Kedden smirked and scoffed again. "Come now, Till, who would rebel against us? We are in a time of prosperity. The kingdom is doing well. Who would be discontent?" Till looked at Kedden wearily. "Yes, the kingdom is doing well, but there are always those who suffer and struggle so others can prosper. It is sad, but necessary to have a safe and successful kingdom. Then there are those who don't want to follow the ways of the ancients just because they are either stupid, stubborn, or lazy. Those soft minds will be easy prey for anyone who might want to cause trouble for us." "I think you are jumping to conclusions, Till. Have there even been any real reports of any sort of rebellion in the kingdom?" "Not really, my lord, just whispers, but you must know there are those who think they deserve more. There are those who do oppose us and all we have built." Kedden rolled his eyes. He wasn't sure what Till wanted him to do. Yes, he was the lord of kingdom, but he served the people with the council. He could act on his own, but it would be unprecedented. He was taught to seek the wisdom of the council and to rule with them. "Well, I suppose I could bring it up with the council at the next cycle meeting. I will look into it, and if I feel it is the right course, you can count on my support." "I beg your forgiveness, my lord, but this is something that you might have to do without the council. You can give the orders. You can call our forces to the great surrounding and start imposing the way of the ancients on the people. I would still like the council's approval if possible, and if this is something I actually deem necessary. Let me think about it until the dawn after tomorrow, and we will meet again." Till looked like he wanted to say more, but he nodded. "Very well, my lord. I will come to the palace to talk again then. If you need further guidance in the meantime, just send a messenger." Till rose to leave, and Kedden rose with him. Kedden saw Till out, and then flopped back down in the chair. His tailor would come soon, but in the meantime he had much to think on. Golnar stood at his tall table next to the fireplace in his room. He turned at a knock and the door, already knowing who was there. "Enter," he called before looking back at the kettle over the fire. Turin entered and looked at Golnar as he worked. He bustled around the room looking for ingredients. When he found what he needed, he walked back over to the kettle and carefully added all he had gathered to his strange brew. "How was your meeting with the young lord today?" asked Golnar as he looked up from his work. "Short, interrupted," said Turin, taking a seat in a chair close to where Golnar was working. "Interrupted by who?" asked Golnar as he stirred the liquid in his kettle. "Till, he came to talk to Kedden about something. I listened at the door for a bit, but I couldn't make out much." Said Golnar. "When will you meet with him again?" "Tonight, though I don't know how much talking will take place," replied Turin with a smug grin. "Get him to talk somehow. Wait till after if you have to. Find out what Till wanted. I can help you get what you want, girl, but only if I get what I want first. I am close, but until I have figured things out, I need information." "You guarantee I can have whatever I want?" asked Turin. "Anything?" "Well, anything within reason. What do you want?" "I want him," replied Turin. "It doesn't seem you need my help for that. I think you already get your fill of him," said Golnar crudely. "No, I want him always and all that comes with it. I want to be his lady, to rule by his side." Golnar looked up at Turin. "Fine. If I get what I want, then you will get what you desire as well." Chapter 5. Max reined in his horse as he and Ansel, who was riding a dark stallion, started to move into a dense area of trees. He steered his own excellent large bay mare, going a bit slower than before. Dannon had given them 2 horses to use on their journey. Ansel had guaranteed the horses would be returned or compensated for if return wasn't possible. They had ridden through the night, Ansel wanting to get a good start towards the village they were going. Max could see the sun was starting to rise through the trees up ahead. He was hoping they would stop for a rest soon, but Ansel seemed as strong as when they left. "How far is the place we are going?" asked Max as they entered an area wide enough for Ansel to ride alongside him. "I'm not sure I remember exactly. I usually travel to Abscon by magic, but I believe no more than 4 days. It may be less." "You do know how to get there this way, don't you? We won't get lost?" asked Max. "I know where we are going, my king. I will not get us lost." "Please don't call me that," said Max with annoyance. "Call me Max." "You will need to get used to your title. Those who you will meet soon will refer to you as the king." "I would prefer it if you would call me Max." "Fine, Max." The 2 hadn't talked much since they had started their journey. Ansel seemed a quiet man, but Max had lots of questions. To this point he had held them in, not sure how Ansel would take them all, but Max was very tired and thought perhaps some talking would keep him awake. "So you can use magic?" asked Max. "Yes," replied Ansel. "What can you do with magic? Anything?" "No, not anything. There are limits and rules. You will learn soon enough." "I will try to learn if you want, but I don't know anything about magic. I can't use magic." "You can and you will," replied Ansel. "I never have before. I think at this point I would know if I could use magic. I'm 16, and if I had magic surely it would show up by now." Ansel sighed and patted his horse soothingly. "This is an impressive animal. It's been a few months since I have been on horseback, but I do enjoy it." Max wondered why Ansel was changing the subject, as he wanted to know more. "So you were saying that I can and will use magic. How do you know?" "It is in your blood and comes with your title. It has been suppressed for so long that it might be hard to draw it out, but it is there. It is one of the reasons you must start training now. It will help when you claim who you truly are. Magic doesn't like those who don't know themselves." "You talk about it like it is a living thing." "It is. Magic is very much alive. We can learn to work with it, but we can never truly control it. We can only trust that it is inside of us and let it guide us. You will have to claim who you truly are at some point, and when you do, I imagine you will be a powerful user of magic." Max didn't know what to say to this. It was all so strange and new, and Max found he longed for what he had left behind. As they rode on, he thought of many comforting things. He imagined being in front of the warm fire in Dannon and Nora's house. He found himself craving warm bread and butter fresh from Nora's kitchen. He thought of Issa and the way her soft hand felt in his. He remembered how soft her lips felt on his cheek when she kissed him. He felt his eyes close as he nodded off for 1 second before he caught himself as he almost slid off his horse. Ansel must have seen Max slip because he asked, "Are you tired, my king? I mean Max." Yes, yawned Max, and thank you for calling me Max. You should have said something earlier. Let's find a place to rest for a while. I am used to long periods without sleep, but I should have thought of your comfort. It is fine, said Max, but some sleep and a little food and water would be nice. They found a very small clearing amongst the trees. Max got down slowly from his horse as Ansel dismounted as well. Ansel took the 2 horses to a small stream nearby and let them drink before he tied them up for the night with plenty of slack so they could eat the grass around them. Next Ansel went around in a circle waving his hands and muttering under his breath. "What are you doing?" asked Max as he sat down on the ground and ate some bread and cheese Nora had packed for him. "I'm trying to set up some protective charms around us. I want to make us hard to find, but this has never been something that has come easily to me." He chuckled lightly. A protector who is not good at protective charms. "Do you expect trouble?" asked Max as he finished his food and pulled out his blanket. "No, but we need to be careful out here in the open. You are very important, Max, whether you believe it or not." Max laid on the ground, pulling his blanket up over him to warm himself against the cold night. His eyes were heavy with sleep as he heard Ansel rummaging around in his own pack, probably getting food. Max wondered if Ansel would be able to sleep. His eyes closed as the coming dawn surrounded them, and Max was soon fast asleep. Max didn't know how long he slept, but he was awoken by a gentle shove by Ansel. "Max, get up! We've got to go," Ansel whispered. The sun was high in the sky. Everything was already packed up, and the horses were ready to go. Max sat up from under his blanket. "Is something wrong?" he asked sleepily. "SHHH," whispered Ansel. He held out his hand, and Max took it as he got up off the ground. "There are a few men nearby on horses. Look like some soldiers from Oromist, probably out patrolling the forest while the sun is still up. I don't know what they are looking for, but we definitely don't want to be found by them." Max nodded and walked over, mounting his bay mare. Ansel did the same with his dark stallion. Soon they were journeying on, Ansel leading the way. They rode swiftly, sneaking in between trees, Ansel eyes darting all around, always looking for something. Max didn't dare speak. He just followed Ansel on his horse. All of his weariness was gone, replaced with tension. They rode on for hours in this quiet unease, and the time seemed to crawl by. The sun was low in the sky when Max thought perhaps the danger had passed because Ansel was looking less tense. "Do you think we are safe now? Are the soldiers still around?" asked Max quietly. "Probably not. I haven't heard anything in a while, and it will be dark soon. Most non-magical people don't like being in the forest after dark. Hopefully they are finding their way out as we speak, but we should keep moving for a while. I don't think stopping in the open is something we should do again." Max wondered what this would mean. He hoped Ansel wouldn't expect him to ride on for 3 more days with no rest and no chance to eat or relieve himself. Almost as if Ansel was reading his mind, he spoke on. "I know a place we can go to rest, but it will take some time to get there. I hope you are able to make it. We can only take a few short breaks until then, but I will feel much better if we can rest for a longer period indoors somewhere." "Indoors? Is there a house around here?" asked Max, looking around and seeing only trees. "Do people actually live in the forest?" "I don't know if I would use the word house, but yes, there are a few dwellings in the forest. Unfortunately, there are even fewer that have owners that I know and trust. It will be a while before we can take a real rest." They rode on for a while, taking one short rest to stretch, drink water, and relieve themselves. The silence was getting to Max, and he was curious about where they were going. He didn't feel comfortable around Ansel, as Ansel seemed constantly annoyed and worried. He didn't seem an easy man to get to know, but eventually Max's curiosity won out. "Where are we going? I mean, where will we rest?" "A tree dwelling of a sorceress I know. She usually lives within the village of Abscon, but she comes out here to work." "Hopefully we are lucky, and she is out here working then, and not at home," said Max. Max saw Ansel give a little smile, the first he had seen since they had left Clarton. "Actually, we may be luckier if she is out," Ansel muttered. "It's no matter if she is there or not. I can get in if she isn't in her tree dwelling. It will be a warm, safe place to stay for a rest." Max didn't quite know what to say at this. He wondered about this sorceress they were going to meet. He might have been imagining things, but to Max it seemed as if Ansel was more fidgety now. He seemed very unsettled. "You trust this sorceress?" asked Max. "Yes, undoubtedly. If she is there, she will keep us safe. She is much better at protection wards and charms than me. If she is not there, her place is hard to find for someone not looking for it." "Oh, it just seems like you're a little nervous," replied Max, "like you aren't really sure about this yourself." "I'm sure. Griffa is just, well, she can be a little unnerving. You will see." "Griffa?" asked Max. "Griffon Keen. She is one of the most powerful sorceresses I have ever met." "You call her a sorceress. What does that mean?" asked Max. "There are different types of magic users. Griffa is a sorceress. She is a very advanced magic user. Sorcerers and sorceresses usually are. They are very skilled in potion making as well." "What other types of magic users are there?" asked Max. "There are mages. Mages tend to be very good at elemental magic. They can manipulate weather and things in nature. They are very good with fire and water. Enchanters and enchantresses are known for persuasive magic. You have to be careful around them. Most magical users are witches or warlocks. They are usually proficient with most magical spells and curses." "What are you?" asked Max. "I'm a little different. I'm a protector. Much of my magic comes from my duty to protect the king or queen of Regventus." "So, if I can use magic, do you know what I might be?" "Not yet," replied Ansel. "If you are like most of your ancestors, you will be a sorcerer." "This sorceress Griffa, what is she like?" asked Max. Ansel gave a small chuckle and shook his head slightly. "She comes from a very powerful magical family. Her family has been very influential with magical folk for many years. Her father was on the Ring of Nine. She should have followed in his stead after his death, but she's a little different." "Different? How?" Ansel huffed. "Some would call her crazy or untamed, and for magic folk to say it, you know it means something. She doesn't like following rules. She has her own ideas for the future and what we should do." "Is she against me? Does she not believe I should be king?" asked Max. He wouldn't fault her if she did. He didn't believe it himself. "She won't be against you. She will make you earn her trust, though. She won't accept you as king just because the ring declares it so. She's not big on prophecy." "She doesn't seem crazy at all. She sounds quite sensible." Ansel laughed a little. "Maybe to you, but to magical folk she is a sort of oddity. Our world is built on history and prophecy, and we cling to old tales for hope. We look to the ring and our diviner for the way. Griffa is more about choices, earning your way. Like I said, she sounds quite sensible. It probably comes from her mother's side. Her mother was non-magical. She was from one of the villages in the Great Surrounding, I believe. She didn't last long after Griffa's birth." "How long have you known Griffa?" asked Max. "I was learning under her father when she was born. I was 13 and trying to learn potion making. Potions never was my skill, really. I held her the night she was born, and I was there when her mother died. I have known her all her life. I watched over her when her father died. She's grown now," said Ansel quietly. Max thought perhaps Ansel had gotten lost in his own thoughts and forgotten Max was there for a moment. "She sounds pretty young for a powerful sorceress," said Max. "Yes, I suppose she is still considered young, but you would never know it. You'll see for yourself soon. Watch yourself, though, as she has a biting tongue, and she won't hold back." Max was a little excited to meet this Griffa. She sounded quite interesting. It would be good to be around someone who didn't insist he was this king they were looking for. Maybe she could convince Ansel this was madness. It seemed like Ansel knew her very well. They rode on mostly in silence as darkness started to fall. This deep in the forest, the night seemed even colder than the one before. Max shuddered and was once again dreaming about warm, cozy nights around the fire in his old home. He even thought fondly of nights burrowed in the hay as he nursed a sick horse. He would have loved a hot cup of tea or some warm bread. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice that Ansel had stopped riding. "Max?" Ansel called softly. "Wait a moment." Max turned to see Ansel dismounting his horse and cautiously walking in a wide circle, his hands up, ready as if to fight. Max started to dismount himself, but Ansel stopped him. "No, stay there. If something happens, run straight and find a dense area of trees or some brush to hide. I will find you." Fear and apprehension started to creep out on Max. He felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck. It wasn't just Ansel's words. The air was charged. He felt it. There had been a change around them. "Ansel, what is it?" asked Max. "SHH, I think I know. I'm not sure, it's just If you're going to be riding through a dark forest with the king, you should at least attempt some kind of stealth charm, came a voice full of sarcasm. Though sadly, I think I remember that is not exactly your strength. Max saw Ansel's shoulders drop as his hands went down to his sides. Gods, Griffa, why do you have to sneak up like that? I didn't really sneak. You just weren't being vigilant, said Griffa as she stepped closer to Ansel and into Max's view. It was dark, but Max could almost make out a face and a lot of curly hair. Griffa was clothed in a simple dress and cloak. Max could see that she carried some kind of staff, but it was too dark to get a good look. Griffa, we need some cover. A place to rest for the night, explained Ansel. Griffa turned to look at Max. I see. Well, better come in then. I was out gathering some herbs, but I have all I need. Ansel nodded. He didn't get back on his horse. He brought the reins down so he could lead it. Ansel walked by Griffa's side and motioned for Max to come. Max urged his horse forward and hoped it was at least warm wherever they were going. Chapter 6. Ansel tied the horses to the back of a huge tree to which Griffa had led them. They will be fine grazing behind. I will get them some water in a bit. No one will notice them. They will be protected by the many wards I have put up, said Griffa as she touched a knot on the huge tree with her staff. A door seemed to appear out of nowhere. Griffa opened it and motioned for them to come inside. Ansel pushed Max forward to go first and followed. Inside the large tree was a small room with a spiral staircase going down. Griffa closed the door and muttered a few words, tapping the door with her staff. She took off her cloak and hung it on a hook by the door. She pulled a small packet out of the pocket of the cloak and slipped it into her dress pocket. She turned to look at Ansel and Max. Ansel took a peek at Max and could see the boy had his mouth opened and his eyes were wide. Griffa was always quite a sight the first time someone saw her. She wasn't a large woman in figure or in height, but she was commanding. She stood up straight, wearing a simple green dress. Her curly, deep red hair was loose and hung well below her shoulders. Her face was pale with large, dark blue eyes that seemed to change colors depending on her mood. Ansel had seen those eyes sparkle like blue diamonds when she laughed, and he had also seen them go almost black when she was angry. Tonight they were the color of a clear sky right before the darkness of night hit. She had a wild look about her, like she might fit perfectly as one who lived in the forest, but her face showed intelligence, and Ansel knew she could show much kindness. She was odd and a little wild, but Ansel believed that Griffa was everything that was good. Griffa's small mouth was drawn into a smile that suggested she was amused. Amused was better than some of her other moods, Ansel thought. Why don't we go on down and get comfortable before introductions, said Griffa as she made for the spiral staircase. I can find you something to eat and drink as well in a bit. I'm working on something, but it shouldn't take long. She disappeared down the staircase. Ansel patted Max on the shoulder to wake him up from his trance-like state. Max lightly shook his head and moved towards the stairs. It's all right, Max. She won't hurt you. Max only nodded and made his way down the stairs. Ansel followed behind. At the bottom of the stairs was a large room. There were chairs scattered here and there, some covered in books and scrolls. Candles and lanterns aligned the walls. Half were lit, giving the room a dim, twilight feel. At one side was a large table with many ingredients strewn across it. At the end of the room was a large fireplace, and over it was a huge kettle. Griffa was next to it, throwing in some things to the pot as she looked at a scroll. Max made his way to a chair in the middle of the room. It wasn't too close to where Griffa was, but close enough he could see and hear what was going on. Ansel didn't sit. He went to stand next to Griffa. He watched her work. "What concoction is this?" asked Ansel, looking into the pot. The liquid inside was a deep red color. It smelled of dirt and bubbled lightly. "It's a new potion I'm working on. There are some sick children in the village at the east side of the forest. Nothing seems to be working. They've lost 7 children already. I've been researching some old scrolls about cures. I'm hoping something I do will work." "Do you know what they are sick with?" asked Ansel. "No, I know just some of the symptoms. They are very feverish, can't keep food down, and cough dreadfully. I've been treating symptoms, which seems to help and keep most alive, but it's a losing battle. I need to find something that will cure the disease." Ansel looked closer at Griffa in the firelight. He could tell it had been a while since she had rested. She had dark circles under her eyes, and she was paler than usual. "Griff, when's the last time you have slept? Have you eaten?" asked Ansel, concerned. Griffa looked up at Ansel with an angry look in her eyes. I don't need you parenting me, Ansel. I'm a grown woman. I know my limits. I just needed to get this brewing, and I can rest. You're one to talk about resting, anyway. Parenting you? Asked Ansel. I'm not trying to parent you, Griffa. I'm just concerned. I've seen you work yourself half to death many times. I don't want to argue. Then let me be, said Griffa, going to the table and opening the packet she had brought in from the forest. She came back to the large kettle and threw in whatever was in the packet. She picked up a large stick and stirred the potion. Now it just needs to brew overnight. I'll have to come stir it a few times, but then it will be done. Hopefully it will do some good. Griffa leaned the large stick against the fireplace and walked over to a small pantry that was on the other side of the room. I have some bread, it might be a little stale, and some cheese that's not too moldy. There is some dried meat as well. She brought over her meager offerings and a jug of wine to a small table by Max. She walked back to her pantry and came back with 3 cups. The wine is actually quite good. You two eat, and I will see about some water for your horses. Ansel started to object, saying he would see about the horses, but Griffa shook her head and went up the stairs. Ansel heard himself sigh as he plopped down in a chair next to the small table. She doesn't seem so bad, said Max as he stuffed some bread into his mouth. She's just getting started. Just wait, said Ansel as he poured 2 cups of wine. Ansel and Max ate in silence until they heard Griffa's steps on the stairs. Ansel noticed that Max sat up a bit straighter, wiping food and wine off his mouth. Ansel couldn't help a small chuckle. Griffa came to the table, put a little dried meat on a piece of bread, and poured herself a glass of wine. She then settled herself into a comfy-looking old chair close to Max and Ansel. Now, let's see. You would be the king, I suppose, said Griffa as she took a small bite of her bread and meat. She chewed thoughtfully for a moment. How do you find your journey so far, my highness? She was back to her sarcastic tone, Ansel noticed. Max, said Max, choking a little on his wine. Excuse me? Asked Griffa. Max, my name is Max. I would like to be called Max. Griffa smiled a little. Very well, but you are the king, aren't you? You're the chosen one. She said with much doubt in her voice. How does it feel to know your whole future is laid out for you? Max looked taken aback. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I didn't ask for this. You didn't? Are you sure? Oh, a young man like you, didn't you dream of adventure, or of being on some great quest? Young men often do, said Griffa as she sipped on her wine. Not really, replied Max, finishing his bread and wiping his hands. I was happy just being Max and working in a stable. Really? A stable? You were happy being a stable boy? You might be more interesting than you seem. So why then are you with this one? Questioned Griffa, gesturing with her cup towards Ansel. Going to a place you've never heard of to listen to folk you have never met. Griffa, leave the boy alone, grumbled Ansel. I didn't really have a choice, said Max. You always have a choice, always, said Griffa, staring at Max. They might not always be good choices, but you always have a choice, and you chose to come with Ansel. You have chosen to declare yourself as king. Why is that? I don't know. I guess because I was told I would be safer away from Clarton, that those who I care about would be safer if I was away. That's what Ansel told me, said Max defensively. Griffa looked at Ansel, and he met her gaze right back. Did he now? Asked Griffa in a quiet voice. Like I said, there aren't always good choices. You made the choice to trust Ansel. How do you think that choice will work out? Max looked dumbfounded. What do you really hope happens, Max? Asked Griffa, leaning forward in her chair. Do you hope you will actually be king, or do you hope you can get out of this somehow? I don't know, said Max, putting his head down. I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to do the right thing. Well, that's a start, I suppose, said Griffa. Ansel had had enough of Griffa's questions. She could be so aggravating. Couldn't she see that the boy was exhausted? I think the right thing right now is for Max to get some rest, said Ansel in what he hoped was a kind but firm voice. Of course, said Griffa, standing up. Come, young King Max, let's get you in bed. Max looked like he wanted to say something, but he stood up quietly and followed Griffa into a room off the main room. She came back alone for a moment and grabbed a large pitcher and bowl. She filled it with water and touched it with her hand. It started steaming a bit. She took the water and a small towel and went back towards the room. Ansel smiled to himself. Whatever she might say or do, in the end Griffa was kind. Soon she came back into the room and sat back down in her chair, taking up her cup. She held it towards Ansel, and he got up and poured more wine into it. He then sat back down, staring at Griffa as she stared back and drank her wine. "Now, Ansel, tell me about this boy." Ansel shrugged. "What is there really to tell? He is the one we were told would be king. I went and collected him. Here we are." "But what is he like? Is he clever? Is he kind? Is he brash?" "I really don't know. He seems like he could be clever. He hasn't been unkind or brash on our short journey. He doesn't talk much." "And neither do you. I think you might frighten the boy. You can be quite intimidating." "You're one to talk. You frighten the boy half to death with your questions. Why fill his mind with doubt now?" "His mind needs to be filled with doubt. He will hear too much certainty from the ring. He must know he always has a choice." "I'm not sure he does. We need him, Griffa. The kingdom needs him. He must claim his place as king." Griffa sighed and rubbed her face with her hands. "Ansel, you can't just decide what this boy wants. Let him hear the ring out. Let him hear all that will be expected of him, and then let him decide. What good will it do to have a reluctant king? The boy will get himself killed if he isn't sure. He might die anyway." "Time is growing short. We must unite all magical folk and others who will listen. He is the best hope we have of doing that. More will follow if he is king. He fulfills the prophecy. The diviner has said the time is right. She says he is the one." "Why do we need a specific boy to unite the folk? There are plenty amongst us who have the blood of Adalwen in their lineage. Find someone who wants to do this, who is ready," said Griffa passionately. "His line runs pure. He has the blood of Adalwen on both his mother's and father's side. The diviner has stated he is the one. The ring is behind him. He is our best chance. You won't convince me otherwise," said Ansel. "No, and you won't convince me either, but I'm not your problem. Can you convince the boy?" "I don't see it as a problem. He has been chosen. The diviner has said he is the one. He will grow into who he needs to be. I will help him." Griffa only stared at him. "What about you, Griffa? When the time comes, will you hide away, or will you fight?" "I will never stand with the ancients, if that is what you are asking. I want things to be made right, but if we only stand by prophecy and make folk do things they don't want to do, are we going to be building anything better than what we have now? I don't want to force the boy into anything. I want him to make the choice. But I trust he will make the choice to claim his place as king. He won't be forced into it. He will do so willingly," said Ansel confidently. Griffa sat back, seemingly satisfied for the moment, or perhaps she saw no use in arguing. She began a new line of questioning. "So why did you seek refuge inside? Did something happen?" "We came across soldiers from Oromist in the forest," said Ansel. "Soldiers from Oromist in the forest? That's new," said Griffa with her eyebrows raised. "It is, and it can't be good. If the council is sending in soldiers, they must have gotten word that something is happening." "Not surprising. Someone is always talking amongst the magical folk. I'm sure it didn't take much spying to hear something new was about to start. You can stay here tonight, but you will need to be very careful the rest of the way. How are your stealth charms these days?" asked Griffa. "Not as good as they should be. I'm not sure what will happen if we keep coming across soldiers or anyone else that could do us harm. We might have to fight or run for it." "That boy isn't ready to fight. I'll travel with you. I need to head back to Abscon anyway. I've been gone too long. If we can travel and work together, we can keep the boy safe without having to fight. We will need to stop by the East Village with my potion. I hope it will do some good. It isn't far out of the way. We can get some provisions there and maybe a short rest." Ansel smiled. "We won't be putting you out, slow you down." "You will definitely slow me down, but the entertainment you both provide might be worth it," Griffa said with amusement in her voice and a smile on her face. Ansel looked at Griffa in the low light of the room. She stretched and turned towards the fire, drinking her wine. Ansel smiled a little and stared at Griffa. There was no denying she was beautiful. It was an unusual kind of beauty, even a little unsettling. Ansel sat back in his chair, took a deep breath. He realized now how much he had missed her. He had been avoiding her too long. Ansel thought back to the spring festival in Abscon. It was one of the few times he had felt relaxed and at peace. They had both probably drank too much and stayed up too late, but between the laughter they shared and jovial atmosphere, Ansel had found himself transfixed by Griffa. She was no longer the annoying, aggravating girl he had chased around half his life. She was a bewitching, brilliant woman. At some point he wasn't sure who had made the first move, but both of them had leaned in and were then in the midst of the passionate kiss. Ansel was the first to break it off. He excused himself and left Abscon for travels the next day. "You should go rest yourself, Griffa. You need to rest if you are going with us tomorrow." "I will rest here on my sofa," she said, pointing to an old sofa in the corner of the room. "It's extremely comfortable. I have fallen asleep there many times. You can take my father's old room. The bed is made, and there is some clean water in a basin. It's cold, but I trust you can warm it yourself." "I can take the sofa. You take the bed. It's your home." Griffa shook her head. "I need to be close to my potion. I will have to stir it several times tonight for it to be ready tomorrow morning." "You will rest, though? You need sleep, Griffa." "Yes, sir," said Griffa in a fake serious tone. Ansel stood up and went over to Griffa. He touched her cheek affectionately. "It's good to see you again, Griffa." Griffa grabbed his hand and gave it a squeeze. "I believe it might be good to see you, too." Ansel started to head towards the bedroom. "Good night, Ansel." "Good night, Griffa," said Ansel, stopping in the doorway. Before he turned to go to the bedroom, Griffa said, "You should get to know the boy better, Ansel. I know I will." Chapter 7. Griffa sat in front of the fire in the middle of the night. She stirred her potion slowly, looking in the kettle. She saw that it had turned a lighter red color. The potion's smell had turned sweet, and its consistency was thicker. She stopped stirring and took the large stick out of the kettle, laying it against the wall by the fireplace. Griffa quickly looked at the scroll on the floor and read over the instructions. Satisfied her potion was correct, Griffa leaned back a little on her stool and stared at the fire. Griffa was tired, but she didn't want to sleep. She had a lot on her mind, and she wanted to think through some of it. If she went to sleep now, it would not be peaceful. She would lay half asleep on her sofa worrying about the past and the future. Griffa always told herself she couldn't change the past, but that didn't stop her from constantly second-guessing her decisions. She supposed that's what came of making a lot of bad decisions. Ansel had decided to show up back into her life. Not by choice, it seemed, but by necessity. She wondered how long he would have avoided her if he could. She had not heard from him since the spring. She had missed him terribly. She could admit it to herself. She almost hated that she did. She wanted to be angry at him. She wanted to tell Ansel to leave her alone, but she couldn't. There would never be a time she didn't want him in her life. The spring festival in Abscon was something Griffa wished she could take back. She hadn't planned on going. She had planned on going to the valley and visiting her friend Talon Wendell for the valley's spring festival. She knew that wouldn't have been the best choice either, but at least she would have had fun. At least she wouldn't have felt like a fool for weeks after. Why did she ever kiss Ansel? Griffa hadn't planned on doing it. She didn't know what had come over her. It all seemed like some strange dream looking back on the event. They had been dancing. There had definitely been wine. He had taken her for a walk. They had found themselves sitting against some trees not far from the village center. She couldn't even remember what they had been talking about. She remembered Ansel staring at her. Griffa remembered leaning forward. Ansel had picked up a curl of hair by her face. He had run it through his fingers and looked at Griffa intensely. She remembered he had claimed her lips quickly. It had not been a quick kiss or a chaste kiss. It had been a hard, hungry kiss. There was no hesitation. He had broken it off eventually. He apologized and walked off, leaving her there to wonder what had happened. She had to walk back to the manor alone. When she got home that night, she almost went and knocked on his door. She went to her bed instead. When she woke up the next morning, he was gone. If only she had kept her original plans. She had been perfectly content with her plan to go to the valley. Talon had been pestering her for months to come see him, but instead Ansel had shown up for her birthday, the first day of spring. He had said he planned to stay through the spring at her home, Keen Manor. He had practically grown up there, so she could not deny him. Besides, she liked spending time with Ansel. They spent the early weeks of spring riding horses through the fields and staying up late talking. Griffa had known for a while she had feelings for Ansel beyond the usual fondness of long-time friendship. She found him very handsome. Physical attraction was always the easy part. There were others she could be with if physical attraction was all that mattered. What she felt for Ansel ran deeper than physical attraction. She was drawn to him. He was kind, clever, and a powerful magic user. He was usually quiet in large groups, but when they were alone, he was open with Griffa. He was steady. Throughout her life, he had usually been there for her in times of need. When her father died, he became one of the only things in her life that kept her together. Ansel never judged her for who she was. Griffa knew she was a little too wild and independent. She spoke her mind too easily. She sometimes lacked tact in situations where discretion was needed. She could tend to be impulsive. She knew May and Abscon didn't approve of her. Griffa was the only living member of the Keen family left in the kingdom. Her family had long been the most powerful family in Abscon. Before that they were second only to the line of Adalwen in terms of power in Oromist. Griffa knew she had a responsibility to her family name. She would need to settle down at some point. She would have to attend to all the responsibilities that came with being a Keen. She heard a noise come from the bedroom. She looked to see Ansel stumbling into the room. He was barefoot. His hair was tousled from laying down in the bed. His eyes looked sleepy, but he seemed alert. Griffa leaned back on her stool and looked at Ansel. "Do you need something?" asked Griffa. "Something woke me up in the night. I'm not sure what it was. I was thirsty, so I came for a cup of water. Why are you awake?" "I was finishing up my potion. I believe it is ready. Do you want me to get you a cup of water?" "No, I can do it myself," replied Ansel as he walked over close to the pantry. He grabbed a cup and poured some water from a pitcher that laid on a table. He came over and sat by Griffa on a small chair by the fireplace. He looked at her as he drank his water. "Have you slept at all tonight?" asked Ansel as he put his cup down on the ground. "A bit. I dozed on the couch for a while between times I needed to stir my potion. I will sleep a few more hours now that it is ready." Ansel nodded. He picked up his cup and drank the rest of the water in it. "Are you sure you want to travel with us to Abscon?" asked Ansel as he put his cup down. "I am. If you would not like my company, let me know. I will not press in where I am not wanted," said Griffa, turning back to the fire. "I will never not want your company, Griffa," said Ansel softly. Griffa gave a short laugh. "Is that why I haven't seen you in almost 7 months? I've had things to do. I needed to see to training the Protector's guards in the valley. I had ignored them too long. Then I had to prepare to retrieve our king." Griffa didn't believe him. She knew he had avoided her because of what happened at the spring festival in Abscon. She wasn't going to argue with him about it, not tonight. She had been lonely lately. Usually she would travel the kingdom. She would visit people she knew or find places to make new friends. After this last spring she had spent most of her time in Abscon or the forest. Besides the few folk who staffed the manor, she had kept mostly to herself. "What are you thinking, Griffa?" asked Ansel after a few minutes of quiet. Griffa shrugged. "I was trying to decide if I had actually missed you or not." She saw Ansel smile slightly out of the corner of her eye. "When you figure it out, will you let me know?" "Probably not," replied Griffa. She turned away from the fire to look at Ansel. "Are you worried about the boy's reception by the ring? He may not be what they are expecting," said Griffa. "It doesn't matter what they expect. He is the one who is chosen. They will accept it for that fact alone. Once he starts his training and understand who he is, there will be no question." "You seem very confident. I hope you will look out for the boy and his interest," said Griffa, leaning back. "It is my duty to see after the boy. We are bound magically together." "I will not fail him," answered Ansel. Griffa sighed loudly. Ansel was too stuck on this idea of his duty. She was afraid he would see this boy Max as nothing more than another thing he had to do to keep his respectability as a protector. "What?" asked Ansel. "What did that sound mean?" Griffa shook her head. "It is nothing. At least nothing I want to go into tonight. I am suddenly very tired. You should go to bed as well. We have a long journey ahead of us." Ansel looked at Griffa like he wanted to say more. She would usually welcome it, but she wasn't in the mood for an argument. Perhaps she would be tomorrow. Griffa stood up and adjusted her skirt. Ansel stood up as well. "Before you go back to sleep, would you mind if I grabbed a few things from the bedroom in the morning?" asked Griffa. "Not at all after you." Griffa walked into the bedroom. Ansel followed behind her. He sat down on the bed, watching her. She went to a large trunk on the wall by the bed. She dug through it until she found a suitable dress for traveling. She grabbed a comb and a ribbon off of the dresser so she could pull her hair back in the morning. Griffa turned to Ansel as she was ready to leave the room. "I guess I'll say good night again. I hope you can sleep for a few more hours," said Griffa. She turned to go. "Griffa," said Ansel, stopping her. "You do realize I missed you, don't you? You may not know if you missed me, but I know I missed you." "I missed you, Ansel. I wasn't sure how much until I saw you. I've had felt very alone lately," said Griffa softly. Ansel stood up and walked over to her. He took her free hand and held it as he looked at her. "I am sorry. I hope you know that if you ever need me, all you have to do is send me a message. There is not much in this kingdom that would keep me from your side if you ever needed me." Griffa looked at Ansel. She stared at him, not knowing what to say. She finally nodded slightly. "Thank you," said Griffa quietly. Ansel bent down and kissed her hand tenderly and let it go. "Good night, Griffa." Griffa walked from the room. She put her dress, brush, and ribbon on a chair. She took a deep breath and looked around. She stomped her foot slightly. Why did Anal affect her so much? Why did she have to feel this way about him? She flopped down on the old sofa and laid down. She tossed and turned, trying to find a comfortable position to sleep. She finally curled up on her side. She was kept awake for another hour, wondering if offering to accompany Ansel on this journey was a smart thing to do. She didn't know the answer by the time she felt herself drift off. Chapter 8. Kedden felt very unsettled, and he didn't like the feeling at all. He was used to feeling mostly content, if a little bored. Things had run smoothly so far during his reign as lord. Why wouldn't it? Kedden had studied the kingdom's history, and he knew of no strife the past 500 years. He didn't really want to be bothered making decisions. That was what the council was for, to see to the issues in the kingdom. Till shouldn't have bothered him with this. The great surrounding could not be as big of a problem as Till believed. Kedden wasn't stupid. He knew that. He just didn't like the trouble of applying himself. He didn't like to spend his time thinking. He liked to spend his time having fun, drinking, laughing, and spending nights and some afternoons with Turin. Yet here he was on a perfectly good day with nothing to do but worry. He was worried Till was right, and the great surrounding was becoming a problem. He was also concerned that Till was wrong, and Kedden would do something stupid that would set into motion things that would hurt the kingdom. Till could also be lying. Perhaps he had other motives and was playing Kedden. All these things and more were possible. The problem with not having faced many problems in your young life was that you didn't know what to do when you had problems. Kedden didn't know who to turn to for help. He couldn't talk to the council, obviously. He had talked a bit to Turin about it. She was clever, but she didn't seem to have much to offer in this situation. She just seemed to want to listen. She was also a distraction herself. It was hard to be serious when in bed with such a lovely woman. Kedden knew there was one person in the palace who would know what was going on. Golnar would know if the trouble in the great surrounding was real. His spies would have heard something if what Till said was true. The problem was Golnar and Kedden had never really gotten on. Golnar thought a lot of himself. He certainly didn't see himself as below the lord of the kingdom, and Kedden didn't like that. He was always taught from a young age that he had to be strong, he had to be the leader. Golnar seemed to challenge him as lord daily with his decisions to ignore every command Kedden sent. Kedden knew he could call for Golnar to come down this instant, and nothing would happen. He could send every servant in the castle, and it would do no good. He could order his guards to drag Golnar down, and it wouldn't happen. Everyone, it seemed, feared or respected Golnar, perhaps both. Kedden knew there was one way to talk to Golnar. There was one way Golnar would see him. Kedden could go to him. Kedden would have to walk the many stairs to the tall east tower and enter Golnar's chamber himself. The man would then have to hear him out. Kedden didn't like this plan. It seemed beneath him, but what other option did he have? He made up his mind, and Kedden left his rooms to walk the stairs to Golnar's room, dismissing the soldiers who shadowed him before he began the long climb. With every step, Kedden thought to himself, turn around. He was making a mistake. He knew it, but he was out of options. Till would want an answer soon. If unrest was growing in the great surrounding, it needed to be stopped and quick. By the time Kedden reached Golnar's door, he was out of breath and incredibly irritated. This may be why he pounded the door so hard. There was no answer. He pounded again. "Golnar, I know you are in there. Open this door for your lord." He knocked even louder. "Now, Golnar, you will not ignore me when I am right outside your door." The door opened quickly, and the white-haired man looked at Kedden in a very bland way. "Sorry, my lord." Golnar paused and looked Kedden up and down. "I was busy, but I am done now. Please come in." Kedden huffed and pushed his way inside past Golnar. He knew he needed to calm down and get his wits about him. He needed answers, and he wasn't leaving without them. Kedden looked around the room. It was a large circular room filled with chairs and tables. Books were stacked neatly on shelves. Vials and bottles filled with strange liquids and powders were lined up neatly against the walls. There was a fireplace with a kettle on one side of the room. A chair with a book on it was near the fireplace. It looked as if Golnar had been reading before he answered the door. Kedden turned around and faced Golnar. The old man was still standing by the door. He stood perfectly still, as if waiting for Kedden to do something. Kedden went to the small sofa in the middle of the room. "Come, Golnar, sit with me. I require your guidance." Golnar raised his eyebrows at this, but did as Kedden asked. He sat down across from Kedden on a tall chair. "How can I help you, Lord Kedden?" he asked once he was settled. "Would you like a drink or a biscuit? The castle cook sends up some wonderful baked goods, and I have a nice wine here." Kedden pressed his lips together. "No, thank you. I have just had lunch. I only require your guidance." "Of course, my lord, but I think I will have a little drink first, if you don't mind." He got up to go fix himself a glass of wine. Kedden took a deep breath. He did mind, but knew it would do no good to say anything. Golnar took his time fixing his glass, and Kedden's anger and annoyance grew. He willed himself to stay calm. He tried to keep his breaths, even as it would do no good to blow up in anger. Eventually the old man sat back down. "Now, how can I help you?" asked Golnar, taking a small sip of his wine. "I had a visit from Till the other day after the council meeting, an unusual visit. He had some news and thought I should act quickly, without the guidance or support from the council. He said I should call for action using my own authority." Golnar did not look surprised or alarmed by this. "It is your right to act for the kingdom if you think it's best. You do not require the council's approval." "I know this," grumbled Kedden, "but it has never been done before. The council and the Lord always rule and act together." "True, but perhaps the situation is something that has not come up before. Why don't you tell me what Till had to say, and then I can accurately advise you?" Kedden paused at this. How much should he tell Golnar? He wondered what allies Golnar had, and if Till was one of them. Perhaps Golnar had his own agendas that had nothing to do with the well-being of Regventus. Kedden realized he didn't know much about the man in front of him. "What can you tell me about the Great Surrounding?" "Well, my lord, it is a vast land with small villages scattered throughout. It has a large forest that—" "I know what the Great Surrounding is," yelled Kedden, cutting off Golnar. "You asked me to tell you about the Great Surrounding, my lord. I was only following your orders," said Golnar calmly. Kedden let out a deep breath through his nose. His chest was heaving. "Have you heard about anything happening in the Great Surrounding? Anything that could cause disharmony within the kingdom?" asked Kedden as calmly as he could. Golnar stared at Kedden. He seemed to be contemplating what he should reveal to Kedden. "You have heard something, haven't you?" asked Kedden, leaning forward. "There are always whispers, my lord, and the whispers have grown louder recently." "Some of my shadow spies have come back with stories," replied Golnar, setting his glass down. "What do these spies have to say? What is being whispered?" "Sometimes it's hard to make out the harmless stories with the truth, but there is talk of magical folk and a king." "Is that part of the harmless stories or the truth?" asked Kedden, feeling like he was finally getting somewhere. It is hard to say at this point. The whispers are definitely getting louder, which gives it some credence, but I wouldn't call it fact yet. I have a few more spies I'm waiting to come back, hopefully with news that will make this clearer." "When do you expect these spies to come back?" "I am not sure, as the shadows work in their own time, but I don't think it will be much longer. If there is news to have, they will let me know soon." "Will you keep me posted, Golnar? I know you don't think much of me, but for the kingdom—" "My lord, why would you think I have any problems with you? I am always here at your service. If you like, I can send a message down when I hear anything. It's hard for these old bones to get down the stairs. I like to stay in my tower." Kedden doubted this very much, but right now wasn't the time for an argument. "Very well, Golnar. I suppose I can tell Till to give me more time. He will just have to wait." Kedden stood up to leave when Golnar stopped him. "My lord, about Viceroy Till, did you know there are Oromist soldiers searching the forest in the Great Surrounding? There have also been soldiers in some of the smaller villages around the forest." "Oromist soldiers out in the forest and in villages, but why? That is almost a week's journey from here." "Why would our city's soldiers be all the way out there?" asked Kedden, sitting back down. "Someone had to command them to go. Someone had to give the orders, the supplies, and the reason. Someone who has the authority to do it. Unless an under-captain is acting under their own orders, it had to be Viceroy Till or you." "Of course it wasn't me. Are you saying that Till has been acting on his own, without the council, without me?" "I can't tell you who actually gave the orders to the soldiers, but it is something to think about, my lord." Kedden stood up again, and he walked to the door. He turned to look at Golnar. "You have given much to think on Golnar. Please send a message as soon as your spies return. I am very interested in what they have to say." "Of course, my lord. I wish you a pleasant afternoon." Kedden nodded and left through the door. He came for answers, but left with even more questions. He would have to find a way to work with Golnar. It seemed he had much information that Kedden would need. Kedden was almost to the bottom of the stairs when he ran into Turin. "What are you doing here?" Kedden asked, rattled. Turin's eyes went wide for a moment. "You startled me, my lord. I was sent to see if Golnar required any lunch." "That task seems beneath you. Why would they send you?" Turin shrugged. "Some of the staff has fallen ill lately. They are short-handed, and I don't mind helping out where I can." Kedden looked at Turin, not sure if he believed this. The Turin he knew snuck around to avoid work. Perhaps she really was bored, or perhaps she found Golnar interesting. He knew it was something more than just her being helpful. This was something else he would have to keep an eye on. "Very well," said Kedden, stepping aside so she could pass. As she passed, she grabbed his arm lightly. "Would you like me to visit tonight?" she whispered, looking up at him through her lashes. Kedden shook his arm free and gave an irritated huff. "No, I have much to think about tonight. I will let you know when I desire your presence again." Turin looked hurt, but she curtsied and made her way up the stairs. Kedden wasn't sure who he trusted anymore. Chapter 9. Max woke up early from a fitful, dream-filled sleep. He felt like he had dreamed all night, but he could only remember one small part. He was standing in a vast room, and he felt someone take his hand. He looked and saw a woman with dark blonde hair. She smiled at him before she started walking, dragging Max along. Max looked down at his feet. When he looked back up, the woman with the dark blonde hair had turned into Griffa. Griffa gave him a friendly smile. She squeezed his hand, and Max felt a bolt of electricity shoot up his arm, making him wake up. Max sat up in bed and ran his fingers through his hair. He wondered what time it was, as it was hard to tell with no windows. He pondered if he should go back to sleep, but he figured they would be leaving early to get on the road. He decided he would go check and see if anyone was up. Max stood up and stretched. He went to his basin and splashed some of the cold water on his face, reviving him. Feeling hungry, he made his way into the main room of the dwelling. In the room he found Griffa stirring her potion over a low fire. She had changed her clothes since the evening before, and was now in a simple dark blue dress. She had pulled her hair back in a braid in an attempt to tame it, but a few curls had come loose around her temples. She turned when she heard Max enter the room. "Ah, good morning. I didn't expect you to rise so soon. I hope you weren't too uncomfortable in there. I haven't stuffed that mattress in a while, as I don't have many guests here in the forest." "The bed was good, much better than the ground. I just didn't sleep well. Felt like I had a lot on my mind." "You do have a lot on your mind, Max. I should have thought to give you some sleeping powders. Ansel isn't up yet, but he should be soon. Would you like something to eat?" asked Griffa, putting her wooden paddle away by the fireplace. "I am a little hungry. There is some fresh fruit in the pantry and some left-over bread. Help yourself." Max went over the pantry and grabbed a couple of apples and the bread. "Would you like something?" he asked Griffa. She smiled. "An apple would be nice, thank you. Grab the pitcher of water there as well, and 2 cups. Max juggled all the items over to where she sat by the fire. He placed the items on the floor in front of Griffa and sat down on a stool close by. He poured 2 glasses of water. They each picked up an apple and started eating. "So you grew up in Clarton, I believe?" asked Griffa between bites. "Yes, I lived with the stable master and his wife." "Clarton is a nice village. The first ring is a little uppity like most first rings, but the market is nice." "You've been to Clarton?" asked Max, surprised. He didn't know why many folk passed through Clarton, but Griffa in a town seemed strange. It looked like she belonged in the woods. "I've been to most villages in the great surrounding. My father liked to travel in my youth, and I don't like to stay still," replied Griffin, taking another bite of her apple. "I thought I wanted to see more of the kingdom at some point, but I thought it would be when I was older. I think maybe I could have been happy in Clarton my whole life." You never know, Max. You might end up on Cardin after all, or you might end up in Oromist ruling over us all. It just doesn't seem possible. I feel like I'm in some strange dream, like I'm going to wake up in my old bed above the stables, or in the middle of lessons. It doesn't seem real. Griffa studied him as she ate. She took a drink of water and said, "I've decided to travel with you. I need to go to the East Village, then back to Abscon. I hope you don't mind." "No, of course not," said Max. At least she seemed more talkative than Ansel thought Max. The trip could get more interesting. "But can't you just travel by magic wherever you want to go?" "Yes, but I would like to get to know you, Max. I haven't seen Ansel in ages. It will be fun to aggravate him again." Max didn't know what to say to this. He gave a half-smile and ate some bread. Griffa drank a little water and put down her cup. "Max, I want you to understand what you are walking into. The Ring of Nine is very impatient for some sort of solution to the problem with Oromist. I don't know what the ring wants to happen, but I believe there will be a war. The Ancient Council and the Lord of the Kingdom aren't just going to get up and leave Oromist because there is someone who claims themselves as king. Things are going to happen very quickly, and it will be dangerous. You have to decide if you want to be a part of this. They can't make you." "What happens if I say no?" asked Max. "I don't know. I'm sure the diviner will come up with some other prophecy to give the ring what they want. Whether that's to regain the kingdom or hide away like cowards, who knows? I don't want you to believe that you are responsible for everything that is going to happen whether you say yes or no." Max thought on this. So much had happened in such a short time. He hadn't thought about what he would decide or what it would mean. Ansel had said there were bad things happening in the kingdom, and that people were suffering. He wasn't sure what that really meant, as life in Clarton had always been good to Max. If Max believed Ansel, and there were bad things happening because of the ancients, would saying no to being king cause others to suffer? If he said yes and failed, would the followers of the ancients be in control forever? Would their influence spread until everyone was under their ways? "What do you want to happen?" asked Max. He rubbed his hands together, trying to dry them as they had started sweating. "I don't want the followers of the ancients to be in power. The kingdom seems stable enough right now, but I have seen and heard things on my travels. Poverty and disease is spreading, and those with magical ability are finding it harder and harder to travel safely. I also hate that magical folk have to hide away in hidden communities. We should be working with non-gifted people to better our kingdom. I want there to be a better way. If you or someone else as king or queen who chooses it is the better way, I will fight for it. I'm not going to follow someone or something just because the ring tells me to do it. I have heard the stories. I know things were better when the line of Adalwen reigned. If that line restored is what it takes for there to be peace and equality, and if the line restored can have magical folk to come out of hiding and live peacefully with non-magical folk, I will fight until my last breath for the line to reign again." Once again Max was speechless. He fidgeted in his chair, not sure what to say or do next. Ansel came into the room and stopped when he saw them together by the fire. "Good morning, Ansel. I trust you slept well. Grab something from the pantry and another cup and join us here. We are having a nice conversation," said Griffa in an overly sweet way. Ansel narrowed his eyes for a moment, but did as she directed. He pulled up a chair close to them and started to eat quickly. "What have you been talking about? You aren't trying to scare the boy, are you?" Ansel asked, pouring a glass of water. "Not intentionally. I just want him to be prepared for what is going to happen," said Griffa, shrugging. "You think you're the best person to do that? Let the boy hear the ring out. I trust he will know what to do," said Ansel, smiling slightly at Max. "I know how the ring is. They will sweep this boy up in their plans without one thought to his safety or what he wants." "He doesn't deserve that. No one does," said Griffa fiercely. "You know I will do everything in my power to keep him safe. He is my duty. I won't let them rush him into anything dangerous," replied Ansel in an even tone as he picked up a piece of fruit. "That's the problem, Ansel. You don't even see Max as a person. You are obsessed with this idea of duty and your purpose. Max has his own hopes and his own plans. You see him as nothing but as a way to fulfill whatever obligation you think you have as the protector of the kingdom. You can't discount what he wants." Max could see that Ansel was breathing heavily now. His face had gotten darker, and his eyes were narrowed. Griffa had started talking animatedly, her hands flying around. Her eyes were wide and dark, and Max swore he could see sparks coming from them. Max didn't like arguing, and he certainly didn't like folk talking about him like he wasn't there. It's true. I don't really know what is going on, but I would like to find out. I will travel to hear this ring of 9 out. I don't know what will happen after, but I've come this far. You both seem to forget that I can speak for myself, said Max loudly. Ansel and Griffa both looked at Max like they had forgotten he was there. Griffa relaxed in her chair, and a sad smile formed on her face. Ansel seemed to settle, and he went on eating his fruit.
"You're right, Max. We will take you to Abscon, and we will get you there safely," said Griffa, getting up from her chair. "I need to bottle up this potion and pack a few things."
Ansel nodded and finished his small meal. Max, pack up your things. I'll meet you both outside when you are ready. Meet me by the horses. Griffa, I trust the charm on the door hasn't changed? Griffa, who was gathering a few bottles, replied, "Same as always." Ansel got up and left up the stairs. Max gathered their cups and leftover cores and took them to a small table by the pantry. "I'll take care of those cups in a moment, Max. Go do what you need to do. I will see you outside in a moment." Griffa was filling up the bottles with her potion while she waved her hand at the wall. A few vials of different herbs and liquids flew off the shelves into a small bag she had opened on her table. Max stopped to watch in amazement for a moment, but then went to his room to grab his things. Soon they were all three up the stairs outside. Griffa had come out dressed in her heavy cloak with her staff. Max could now see that it was a large wooden staff that had been stained dark brown. It was 2 large branches twisted together, and at the end was a red ball that shined in the sunlight. She was carrying 2 other heavy cloaks on her arm. "Put these on as we travel. They were my father's, so they should fit. It will keep getting colder this time of year. I suppose you don't travel much on foot or by horseback any more, Ansel, or you would remember to wear a cloak." Ansel smiled and took his cloak from Griffa, fastening the clasp around his neck. Max did the same. Max's cloak was black with a dark green lining. The clasp was golden and shaped like a sun. The cloak gave him a sense of security and warmth. "Thank you, Griffa. This is very nice," said Max. "You are quite welcome. I hope you keep it. That sun is actually the old standard for the line of Adalwen, so it should belong to you," said Griffa with a smile. Ansel untied the horses and brought them over. He placed his pack and Griffa's small bag on his horse's back. He wedged Griffa's staff on his horse as well. Max mounted his large mare, and Ansel moved his horse next to Griffa. "Perhaps we can get you a horse in the East Village, Griffa. You can ride with me until then," said Ansel. "Thank you, Ansel, but I'd rather ride with Max here if he will have me. It's been a while since I've been on a horse, and I trust the one with training in the stable will be able to handle his steed better." Max nodded his agreement. Ansel shrugged and helped Griffa mount behind Max. She placed her arms around Max's lower chest, and her scent enveloped him. She smelled of spices and old books. It was a comforting smell. "I hope you don't really mind, Max. I will try to get my own horse in the East Village. I'll try not to talk your head off," said Griffa as her breath tickled his ear. "No, it's fine. I don't mind. I've ridden with others before." Max's mind went to times he had ridden with Issa through the outer part of the forest, her laughter in his ear and her nice smell of lavender wafting in the air. "Oh, I'm not the first. You must have a young lady at home. I'd love to hear about her sometime." Max colored a little. "We better get going if we want to reach the East Village by dark," said Ansel. He urged his mount forward, and Max did the same. As they rode on, Griffa talked to Max. She asked him questions about Nora and Dannon. He told her stories about growing up in Clarton. She shared stories of her own youth. She even told some funny stories about Ansel. Max found that he liked Griffa. She was a little blunt at times, and sometimes harsh about reality, but Max liked her honesty. Ansel's mood seemed to have lightened since Griffa joined them. Occasionally Ansel would join in with a few stories of his own. Ansel was still a bit of a mystery to Max, but he enjoyed watching him banter with Griffa. She was good at aggravating him and embarrassing him. "Max, I wish you could have seen Ansel teaching me how to ride. I was 7 years old, and gods know I was a precocious little thing. I was determined to jump my horse over this fence by the lake on the edge of town. Ansel was a little too kind to me back then, or he just got tired of my whining." "It was definitely the whining," said Ansel in a loud whisper to Max. Griffa rolled her eyes and continued. "Anyway, he was trying to show me how to do it first. I don't know if a while had been since he had jumped or his horse was in a bad mood that day, but the horse wouldn't do it no matter what Ansel did. The horse went right over to the lake and dumped Ansel off his back and right into the water. He looked so shocked sitting there, soaking wet. If this is how it's going to be, perhaps I ought to tell Max about the time you decided to try and fetch honey from the hives on your own. The poor thing was covered in bee stings. Her hair was so matted with honey it had to be cut off to her chin. She looked like a little boy in a dress for so long. Max chuckled. Having Griffa along did lighten the mood of the trip. Ansel certainly seemed pleased. They continued on their journey in much amusement until late afternoon. The sun was getting low in the sky when Griffa squeezed Max a little. "Ansel," she called with a whisper, "do you sense it?" "I do. I'm just trying to figure out." Ansel trailed off as he stopped his horse. "What wrong?" asked Max. "There's someone close by, a magic user," she whispered in Max's ear. "Our charms should give us some safety, but this one feels powerful. Whoever it is might be able to see us no matter what we do." Griffa hopped down off the horse, and Ansel dismounted his as well. Griffa grabbed a hold of Max's mare's bridle as Ansel walked slowly up their path. He disappeared out of sight for a moment. Max and Griffa were silent. After a few moments, Ansel came back with the most beautiful woman Max had ever seen. She had dark, shiny hair and deep brown eyes. Her figure was curvy with a small waist. Her low-cut white dress that was visible under her open light green cloak hugged her hips and bosoms in the perfect way. Her lips were red and full. Automatically Max dismounted and stood by Griffa, staring at the woman. Griffa huffed and said, "Desmona," with a growl in her voice. Max looked over and Griffa's eyes were narrowed. "You know her?" asked Max, looking back at the woman. "Oh, I know her all right, and so does Ansel. Watch yourself, Max. She's an enchantress. I know she's nice to look at, but she is poisonous." "Griffon, it's been so long since I have seen you, my dear. You're quite grown up," said Desmona. She moved to Griffa and put her hands on her shoulders. "Still like to scamper through the forest, I see." She picked a small stick out of Griffa's hair and wiped a smudge on her cheek. Griffa stepped away from Desmona. "Desmona, what a surprise. What are you doing out in the forest, luring wayward travelers to their peril?" asked Griffa with ice in her voice. "Oh, Griffon, you always were funny. I was visiting with a fascinating warlock a few miles over. He had some wares I wanted to look over. I took a walk in the forest to clear my mind, and I sensed your little group's presence. I was wondering who else was out here. How nice to meet with old friends." Desmona walked back over to Ansel's side and placed her hand on his arm. "Especially you, Ansel. It's been ages since you've come to see me." Ansel bowed his head slightly. He shifted, causing Desmona's hand to fall off his arm. "It has been a while, Desma, but I've had work to do. You must know that things are about to get very interesting." "I do. My father told me you had left to go collect the young king, and this must be him," cried Desmona, coming up to Max. "It is an honor to meet you, my king." She bowed down low in front of Max. Thanks," said Max, not sure what to say. She was lovely, but he didn't like the way she had talked to Griffa. "So, are you taking him to the ring? How on earth did little Griffa end up in your party?" said Desmona, moving back to stand next to Ansel. She threaded her arm into the one that rested on his hip. "They came to my tree-dwelling to rest. Ansel is an old friend of my family, as you know. I needed to go to Abscon, so I offered to travel with them." "There is safety in numbers," said Griffa. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot. You are quite the little sister to Ansel here. How good of you to travel with the party, offering what help you can." Desmona turned her attention to Ansel. "Perhaps I should travel with you as well. I would love to help our king, and it would be grand to spend time with you, Ansel." Desmona batted her eyes becomingly and ran her hand up and down Ansel's arm. "Also, to serve the young king would be an honor." "That won't be necessary. I doubt we will run into much trouble. I'm sure you are really busy, Desma," said Griffa with a sickly sweet tone. "But why don't you stay here and catch up with Ansel? I'm sure you have much to talk about. Max and I will go on ahead to the East Village and complete our business." "We will meet you there, Ansel," said Griffa. She grabbed Max's hand and the horse's reins and led them both away from Ansel and Desmona. She walked very fast, dragging Max and the horse along. Max could hear her grumble under her voice. "I take it she's not a good friend of yours, Griffa?" asked Max as he walked quickly by her side. "Ugh, she is certainly not. She has been a thorn in my side for a long time," spat Griffa. "I can't believe Ansel will still fall for her charms. Surely he knows when an enchantress is practicing her ways. I know she is beautiful, Max, but it only runs skin deep." "I don't think I like her," said Max, smiling at Griffa. She smiled back. "She was too distracted by her dear Ansel to use her ways on you, thank the gods. I would hate to have to pry you away from her." "So are her and Ansel, together?" "Depends on the moon cycle or day even. She doesn't stay with one person long. She gets bored too easily. But yes, I am quite certain they have a history." Max thought Griffa sounded a little jealous, but he wouldn't say that to her. "Talk to me about something else, Max, anything. Tell me about your young woman back home." "Yes'm," Max said automatically. "Oh, so there is a young woman. Good. Tell me about her." "We're just friends, have been almost all our lives." "Friends, huh? Well, that's how things start usually. Go on." "She is very clever, and she loves to read. She can keep more facts in her head than anyone I know. Her father says she is too smart for her own good. She is kind, but she does have a temper. You do not want to get on her bad sad," smiled Max. "She can make you feel like you are the only person that matters when she talks to you, and she is very pretty. She has really nice blonde hair and light blue eyes. She has the best smile. Her father is the blacksmith, so she was always at the stables with him. We are the same age, so we've always been just thrown together. She sounds like an interesting young lady, and I like her already. I hope I get to meet her someday." Griffa was smiling now, and they had slowed down their walk. "Should we mount our horse for the rest of the way?" asked Max. "No, let's continue on foot. It's only a half-mile away. I'm rather enjoying walking, and I'm sure your pretty mare is enjoying a rest from carrying us." They walked together the rest of the way as Griffa talked about her potion and the hope it would be the cure needed for the children. Chapter 10. Ansel rode his horse towards the village. How dare she take Max ahead without him? She left too quickly, without giving him a chance to object. Then there was Desmona to run into her of all people out in the forest. He hadn't seen her for over a year, and then she reappears when he doesn't need any more distractions. He knew Griffa didn't care for Desma, but she didn't need to be rude. Surely she couldn't expect him to be rude as well. Yes, Desma was a little condescending to Griffa, but Griffa shouldn't take offense. Enchantresses were just that way, and it's not like Griffa was openly welcoming to Desma either. Ansel didn't like to burn bridges with anyone, especially powerful enchantresses from influential families. They would need the Deli's family behind them when Max took his place as king. Desma was an important ally, even if he didn't fully trust her. She had told him things today. He didn't know if they were true or just a way to stall him from going after Max and Griffa. He thought back on their conversation. After some friendly chit-chat, he had tried to excuse himself when she said, "There are those on Ring who aren't sure about this boy you are bringing back. They have their own plans. They won't say this officially, but just know there are a few members of the Ring you shouldn't trust," she had said. "Like your father?" he had asked her. "No, father is loyal to the cause. He won't go against the diviner or the true heir of Adalwen. That doesn't mean someone hasn't tried to convince him otherwise. If you know of anyone who will oppose our young king, just tell me, Desma. In a hurry, are we? Do you not trust young Griffa with a boy, or are you running after her? I know she used to be in your charge, but she can take care of herself now. Wait, it's something different, isn't it? Oh, Ansel, she is almost still a child. Surely you don't see her as anything but that. She is practically your sister." "No, she isn't," Ansel shot back without thinking. He hated how well she could read him. He hated that he had revealed even that to her. "Oh, dear, what would Renward think? He trusted you to care for his daughter." "I have nothing to break that trust. Desmona, tell me what information you have about the ring, or leave me be." She eyed him with a twisted smile on her face. "I don't have any names, and my father has said nothing. What I know comes from others around my father, men who like to tell me secrets. Surely you remember what it's like. You used to tell me secrets." She moved close to him, and he could feel her breath against his neck. Ansel stepped away. "I thank you for the information, but I must be going. The young king is my responsibility. I wish you safe travels wherever you are headed." "I'll see you soon, Ansel. I am going home for a while. I trust I will see you in Ebscon in a few days. I hope we can spend some more time together." She flashed her eyes, and Ansel could feel her pull and her allure. He stepped back further. "Don't waste your energy or charms on me, Desma. My own experience is quite a talisman for them." "We will see, Ansel. Good day." She turned, and she was gone. It had taken him too long to shake Desma away. In the distant past he might have fallen for her charms. There had been a time when he would have been happy to be distracted by her. It was true he and Desma had spent some nights together in his younger days, but it had been a long time since he thought of Desma as any viable option for a wife. He supposed he always knew she was never an option as a wife, but he was young and foolish once. His thoughts now shifted to Griffa. That woman would be the actual death of him some day. His conversation with Desma had conjured up memories of his shared kiss with Griffa, and that was something he tried to tuck away. Desma had mentioned Griffa's father. Ansel, what Renwerd would think of Ansel kissing Griffa. Renwerd had always trusted Ansel with his only child. Was kissing Griffa, seeing her as a woman he desired a betrayal of Renwerd's trust? Ansel shook his head. This was a distraction, and he did not need it. Griffa was infuriating. She could have waited a bit for him to get rid of Desma. Maybe if she had stayed, he could have gotten rid of Desma quicker. As it was, he was sure they had reached the village by now. He wanted to find Max and Griffa quickly, and if they were in town, it would be harder. The village wasn't big, just 2 rings, but large enough it could take some time to locate them. Ansel rode into the village. He pulled up to a small stable on the edge of the town. He looked and saw Max's large mare tied up as well. At least he knew they had gotten to the village safe. A boy came out to meet him. Ansel gave him a few coins and asked him to water his horse and keep an eye on his things. He was a little nervous leaving Griffa's staff there unattended on his horse, so he took it. He might look a little out of place carrying the staff, but it had been in her family for ages. She would be devastated to lose it. Ansel walked into the city. He knew Griffa would be visiting an apothecary to deliver her medicine. That meant he would have to walk into the first ring of the village. As he got to the entrance to the inner ring, he noticed soldiers standing guard. These weren't usual village guards, but soldiers dressed in the uniform of Oromist. This was not something Ansel had expected. He pulled his hat down low and held Griffa's staff close by the top, trying to disguise it the best he could. He waved his hand, casting a cloaking spell. He hoped it made him appear less conspicuous. He walked up to the entrance, and the guards eyed him. One made a motion as if he were going to move towards Ansel, but he let Ansel pass without incident. Ansel released his breath. He didn't realize he was holding. He walked into the market of the inner ring. The village was small, and there weren't many shops. There weren't many people out, and about which Ansel found odd. It was getting late in the afternoon, but it wasn't dark yet. The streets should have been filled with people conducting business and traveling to and from shops. He walked up the street a bit further, trying to find an apothecary, when he heard a commotion around a corner. He walked quickly around the corner and saw a small crowd had gathered around some horses and a wagon. The wagon had a large iron cage over it, and near it were a half-dozen Oromist soldiers. A woman was close to the soldiers, crying and pleading with them. In the locked cage of the wagon were 10 children, varying in age. 2 of the soldiers had swords drawn and pointed them at the wagon, as though the children were going to jump out and run any moment. Ansel noticed someone next to the woman. It was Griffa. Her face was red, and she was yelling at the soldiers. "Let these children go. Why have you taken them?" "It's none of your concern, miss. Go on about your day if you don't want trouble," chided the soldier closest to Griffa. The soldiers all had the golden uniform of Oromist, but this one was wearing a helmet with a large black feather, signaling him as the leader of this group. "No, I will not just go. Tell me why these children are locked up. Where are you taking them?" demanded Griffa. Her hands were at her side in tight fists. "They are for Oromist. The lessons here have been deemed inadequate. These children need to go for re-education. If they are deemed useful, they will stay in the city to work. They will be better off there than growing up in this hovel." "What do you mean, if they prove useful? What happens if you don't deem them useful?" asked Griffa. "I don't have to explain anything to you. Go on." The man pushed Griffa away. Ansel felt an angry growl in his throat, and he walked purposefully towards the group. Before he got there, Griffa got in the soldier's face. She was in a full-out rage. Ansel could see her face was very red, and her hair was escaping her braid. She was barely in control of herself. "You will not dismiss me. You will let these children go now." Other soldiers gathered around Griffa, their swords drawn. A couple soldiers took a hold of her. Ansel walked faster, but before he got there, Max forced his way in front of Griffa, shoving down the hands that held her. Griffa moved Max behind her. One of the soldiers raised his hand to hit Griffa, but Ansel was there in time to catch the man's arm. "You wouldn't dare hit this woman, would you?" he asked loudly. Hansel pushed Griffa back lightly with her staff behind his back. She took it from his hands and stepped back. Back off, or you will find yourself in trouble as well. We have direct orders to take these children. This woman is impeding these orders. She'll need to come with us too, ordered the head soldier. If I back off, I think it's you who will find trouble. Take my advice and let her be, said Hansel, not taking his hand off the soldier. The soldier wrenched his hand free. We don't have time for this. Leave, or we will have to use force. We will not leave until these children are free, fumed Griffa, stepping to Hansel's side. Let them go now. Griffa, whispered Hansel under his breath, don't do this. Think about Max. We have to keep him safe. Max was right behind Griffa. He had a hard look on his face, and his eyes were narrowed. Don't worry, he will be safe, said Griffa calmly, raising the hood on her cloak. Hansel, raise your hood and grab Max. Meet me at the entrance of town with the horses. Griffa, what are you going to? Hansel started to say, but before he finished, Griffa raised her staff and slammed it down. A huge wind came from nowhere, stirring up the dirt streets, and dust filled the air. Hansel quickly put up his hood. Grab Max! Go! Griffa yelled over the chaos that had erupted on the street. Hansel didn't want to leave her, but his priority was Max. He grabbed the boy and put his hood up for him. He dragged him towards the ring's exit. As they hurried, he noticed the 2 guards who had been guarded the entrance pass them on their way to see what was happening. What about Griffa? We can't leave her, yelled Max. She can take care of herself. Come on, we have to get the horses to meet her and get out of here. Max didn't argue. He let Hansel lead him out of the first ring. They ran through the exit of the ring. The dirt was much less thick in the outer ring. They rushed to the stables to fetch their horses. The young stable boy was outside. What is going on in there? He asked wide-eyed. Sudden dust storm blew up. Very strange. I don't think it will last long, replied Hansel as he mounted his horse. He looked over and Max was already on his mare. He nodded, and they both made for the edge of town by the forest. They hid in the trees, dismounted, and waited. The minutes seemed to go by agonizingly slow. Before long, Hansel wondered what he should do. He couldn't decide if he should go back and check on Griffa or continue on without her. Max was his priority, but he couldn't just leave her behind, not without knowing if she was safe. Hansel started to pace. Should we go back and look for her? Asked Max. No, we can't go back. She'll be fine. Hansel tried to sound convincing. More time went by. Max, I think we might have to go on without her, said Hansel finally. He didn't like the idea, but there wasn't much else he could do. I'm not leaving without her. We can't just leave her there, Hansel. What if they caught her or worse? Trust me, they are in much more danger from her than she is from them. Come on, Max. No, Hansel, I'm not leaving her. We have to go back. Max, started Hansel, but was cut off by Griffa walking up to them. Well, it's good to know who my real friend is, she said, smiling at Max. Griffa, gods, what took so long? Answered Hansel. He felt relief fill his body, but it was quickly replaced by agitation. What was that? Getting into trouble in the town? You could have gotten Max captured, hurt, or worse. I was in control of the situation the whole time. Max was completely safe, said Griffa. She conjured up a wind, blowing off the dust and dirt that had collected on them. Hansel shook his head to get his hair out of his face. He took his hat off and pushed his hair back from his face with his hands. He replaced his hat and glared at Griffa. Griffa, what good did any of that do? Even if you let those children go, and I assume you did, they will just be recaptured. Griffa grinned. I think we need to get going if we are going to find a place to rest tonight. Max, do you still have the pack of supplies we bought? Max nodded as Griffa walked over to the mare and motioned for Max to help her. He boosted Griffa up and swung himself up in front of her on the horse. Well, Hansel, are you coming? Asked Griffa, beaming. Hansel walked over to his horse and mounted. He urged his horse forward, Max following with his own horse. They rode side by side. Griffa, what did you do to those soldiers? Asked Hansel. Nothing permanent, though they probably deserve it. They will be on their way back to Oromist by now, forgetting why they had come to the East Village to begin with. It might come back to them eventually, but by then hopefully the village will be more prepared. Hansel looked at Griffa with raised eyebrows. You use persuasion magic against non-magical folk? I know it's not the most honorable thing, but children, Hansel, was what they were doing honorable? There is no telling what fate awaited those children. "I know," said Ansel. At this point he didn't know if he was mad or proud of Griffa, but he did know he was glad she was safe. Chapter 11. Till was due any moment. Kedden paced the palace study just off the throne room. He had said he would meet Till there. Kedden still wasn't sure what he was going to say to Till. He wondered if it would be wise to confront Till about Oramus' soldiers being in the Great Surrounding. Would Till admit what he had done or claim innocence? Kedden had been taught to take information as it comes and act on it. He had some information, but he needed more. He didn't have a plan yet. He wanted to see first what Till had to say. Kedden admitted to himself he was probably in over his head. He had all the training of a lord of the kingdom, but none of the experience. He should have paid more attention during the council meetings or not brushed off lessons with Turin all those years. Turin, Kedden didn't know what to do about her. He hadn't spoken to her since their meeting on the stairs the day before. He had missed her already. It wasn't just the physical act they shared together that he missed. He realized he didn't have many friends, not real friends. He had people who would laugh with him and drink with him, but they didn't know the real him, not like Turin did. Turin may have known him, but did he really know her? Kedden kept pacing his study. He rubbed his hands together, trying to think what the best thing to do would be. The study door opened, and Kedden stopped pacing. He worked to keep his breath even and his face neutral. He didn't want to show weakness. He looked up expecting to see Till being led in by the guards, but instead Golnar slipped into the room followed by Turin. Kedden felt the shock register on his face, though Golnar made no note of it. "My lord, may I sit in on your meeting and advise you? I don't mean to be presumptuous, but you are a young man and haven't had the burden of the lordship long. Till has been playing his part for much longer, and it would be good to have someone with experience on your side." Kedden felt some relief. "Yes, of course. Thank you, Golnar. How good of you to come." "You can thank your young lady here. I hope you will excuse her talking to me, but she thought you would need some help. She has been very worried about you." "Turin, is that why you were going to see Golnar yesterday?" She nodded. "Why didn't you just tell me?" asked Kedden. He knew he shouldn't be this familiar with her in front of Golnar, but it seemed Golnar already had a hint of the friendship between them. "I thought you would object." Lord Kedden, I just wanted to help you, but how can I know more than you? I went to the wisest person I could think of. I hope you will forgive me." Kedden blinked and nodded his head. "Don't hide your actions from me in the future, Turin. There are few that I trust, and I would like to believe you are one of them." Turin smiled. "Would you like me to leave, my lord?" "No, stay. You have shown wisdom. Sit out of the way and listen in. If you have any insights, let me know." Turin walked and sat in a chair in the corner of the room. Golnar looked at Kedden. "Now, my lord, sit behind your desk. Look unbothered, like you are working on something else. Don't let Till know you have been worrying about this." Kedden walked behind his desk and sat down. He took up a quill and paper. He started writing, making notes on what he knew already. There was a knock at the door, and a guard stuck his head in. "Viceroy Till is here to see you, my lord. Should I send him in?" Kedden was about to state the affirmative when Golnar spoke up. "Not yet. Tell him to wait in the entry hall for a moment. The young lord has other business to take care of first." The guard looked at Kedden, and Kedden nodded his head. "Very good, my lord." "I will send for Till when I am ready," said Kedden in a bored way as the guard left. "Yes, my lord, make him wait. Make him worry a bit about what you are doing and what you are thinking. You are the lord of the kingdom, and he serves you," said Golnar smoothly. Kedden nodded and continued to make notes. "What should I say to him, Golnar?" asked Kedden. He still wasn't sure of what to make of this man, but Kedden knew he needed help. "Ask him to tell you again why you need to take action in the Great Surrounding. Let him tell you the complete story. Then you can let him know that you know what he is leaving out. Let's see his reaction to that and go from there." Kedden nodded, thinking this was good advice. They waited in silence for a bit, with the scratching of Kedden's quill being the only sound in the room. When he was done making notes, he took out a small piece of paper and scratched down one more thing. Then he nodded at Golnar. Golnar went to the door and let the guards know that Till could enter. Till entered the room in an agitated state. He looked around and saw Golnar and Turin in the room. "What's this, my lord? I thought you and I were meeting alone?" asked Till briskly. "Golnar is my trusted adviser, and Turin is my trusted friend. They will join us. I value their insight into my matters." "You are sure, Lord Kedden?" asked Till. I can come back another time if it is more convenient. You will meet with me now, here with all of us. I want this matter put to rest today. Tell us what exactly is going on in the great surrounding that concerns you, commanded Kedden with as much confidence as he could muster. Till looked unsure, but began talking. It is as I said the other day, Lord Kedden. Lessons are inadequate. Children grow up barely knowing anything about the way of the ancients. The people are proud and think they don't need Oromist or the council to rule over them. Then there are whispers in the forest of an uprising and of a new leader being chosen. The talks of magic are back in people's mouths. Whether it's true or not, it is there. I think we need more order in the villages and in the forest. How do you propose we do that, Till? Asked Lord Kedden as he wrote things down on his paper, not bothering to look up. I think sending an advance group of soldiers from the city would be a good start, followed by a battalion at a later date if needed. Interesting thought, Till. Do you think it will do the trick? Asked Kedden. I think so, yes. We can always try, my lord, and if we need more actions, we can take them, answered Till with confidence. Kedden didn't say anything for a few moments. He just continued writing. Eventually he put down his quill and looked up at Till. I've heard some interesting news from the great surrounding Till. I've heard that Oromist soldiers have already been seen in the forest and in some of the villages. Are you aware of this? Till's eyes got large, but he didn't speak. Your lord is asking a question of you, Viceroy. Answer him, demanded Golnar. My lord, it is not unusual for a few soldiers to be sent out to collect some new workers for the city, especially those who require re-education. It is nothing. Kedden looked to Golnar. Can you verify this, Golnar? Is this usual? Using Oromist soldiers just for this task seems like a waste of resources. It would be, Lord Kedden? No, this is not usual activity. I have not seen it in all my years. For the number of soldiers I have heard about, a direct order from someone high up would have to have been made. Viceroy Till, do you want to tell me something? Asked Kedden. Till fidgeted, but said in a haughty voice, The soldiers of Oromist are ultimately under my command. I may order them as I please. That's true, but I believe if you thought what you were doing was on the up and up, you wouldn't have just lied to Lord Kedden, said Golnar. The lordship is still young, and I had to make the order months ago. I didn't want to bother him then, but now things are progressing faster than I thought. I wish I could shield the young lord longer, but we needed to act, and we need to act still. I will ask forgiveness if you want, but it does not change the fact. The problem is, Till, how can I trust you? I value trust very highly. If you lied to me in the past, how can I believe you will not do it again? I make a vow now to keep you informed on all further actions before they take place. I will not act again in such a way, stated Till, but he did not sound like he meant it. I have the ability to dispose and appoint new viceroys. That is correct, isn't it, Golnar? Yes, my lord. If you feel a viceroy is not serving in the best interest of the kingdom, you need only give the word and a new one can be chosen. There are many who would like the honor, even some of those on the council who would not mind coming to the city to rule instead of the lands they now live, said Golnar, looking at Till. Till looked fearful after this. Now that you mention the council, I would like their consent if I am to remove a viceroy, and no matter what I decide, they should be made aware of Till's actions. How would they respond, do you think? Till, how confident are you in your alliances on the council? Asked Kedden with a small smile. My lord, there is no reason to do that. I have made a mistake, and it will not happen again. If you want me to call back the soldiers, I will. Just give me the word. Till was now practically begging. Kedden found that he liked having this power over him. Are we having any success with the soldiers you have sent? Tell me of any progress, said Kedden, standing up behind his desk. It's too soon to tell. It's only been a few months, and the soldiers have been very careful to only act when needed. They are to return with their first group of children for re-education from the east and west villages in 7 days' time. What about the forest? Has there been any unusual activity reported there? Asked Golnar. No, not yet, answered Till. And Clarden, what of the large village? What action has been taken there? Asked Golnar as he stared at Till, barely blinking. None yet. I was hoping to speak to Bernat before we sent soldiers to the largest city. I would not like to cause any unrest in the city until we have Bernat's support. Do you doubt we will have it? Asked Kedden. He came from around his desk and stood next to Golnar. I'm not sure. He has spent his whole life in the great surrounding, and Clarton is his home. He might need some convincing. I suggest you start working on convincing him. I want you to travel to Clarton tomorrow and spend time there. See for yourself what is going on. I don't expect to see you back for at least 40 days, said Kedden as Golnar nodded his approval. 40 days in Clarton? My lord, surely not so long. Why don't we call Bernat here? It will be much easier to convince him here in the opulence of the city away from all those he knows and cares about. I think not. I need a first-hand account of what is going on from someone who is not affected by sentiment. You will go. You will spend time with the people of Clarton, all people in all rings. Talk with Bernat, make him see that action needs to be taken. When you have his consent and a full report of things, bring him back to Oromist, and we will take action with the council's approval, declared Kedden. Till made a loud noise with his breath. He eyed Golnar. Is this your idea? Have you been filling the young lord's head with your ideas? No, and you insult your lord by making such an accusation. Lord Kedden is perfectly capable of ruling over the kingdom, said Golnar. Come on, Till, walk out with me. You have much to prepare and quickly. Till looked like he wanted to say something else, but instead he bowed his head and said, I will go tomorrow, my lord. Expect regular reports from me. Very good. Till, safe travels. Golnar, will I see you for dinner later? I feel we have much to speak of. Yes, my lord. I will be at dinner tonight, replied Golnar. He opened the door and held it open for Till, who left the room, Golnar behind him. Turin came up to stand next to Kedden. That was very impressive, my lord. Kedden smiled and turned to Turin. He put his arms around her and kissed her. Come to me tonight, somewhere special. This will tell you where. He placed a small note in her hand. She kissed him once more and pulled back, giving a pretty bow. As you wish, my lord. She left through the door, leaving Kedden with a wicked smile on his face. Later that night, Kedden waited in the highest tower in the palace. The room was very small and dark. He brought one lit candle with him, and it sat on the small table in the room. He looked out the window and could see all the great manors of Oromist. They were all aglow with lights as families dined. Many were probably having parties. He looked where the large manor he grew up in stood to see it was shining bright. Mother must be entertaining, he thought. Kedden heard Turin's footsteps on the stairs outside. She opened the door quietly and walked in. She was wearing a very thin dress under a blue cloak. Hello, my lord. It is nice to see you this evening. She came over and put her arms around Kedden, and he smiled at her. He took her hands and brought her in front of him. You are very beautiful, Turin. You are one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen, even simply dressed as you are. You are too kind. It's true. Come here and look out the window with me. He led her to the small window. It's a wonderful view. The city is so beautiful at night, said Turin with a sigh. It is. Do you see that large house with every window lit up? That is where I grew up. My father and mother are there now with many important guests, I suspect. And that house there, that is the Fauner family. They are extraordinarily rich and very influential. They have a pretty daughter about our age. She plays the harp and sings like an angel, and there that large house to the left, the Quillans live there. They actually have the most exquisite twin girls who came of age last year. I went to their society introductions, and they are both charming. What are you telling me all this? Asked Turin. Where is the house you grew up in, Turin? Show it to me. She sighed. It is behind all the manors you see. You can't see it from here. No, you can't. Soon I will need to be married, and I will choose a girl from one of these houses we can see. You will go on to become who you were meant to, an adviser to the Lady of Regventus. You will serve my wife. You can never be more than that, and I hope you realize it. I do not need you to take care of me or go to Golnar for my benefit. You need to remember your place. Turin's jaw was clenched, but she gave a tight smile and said, Of course, my lord. I wouldn't dream of overstepping my place. Good. You can go now. If you want to continue on as we have, I am not opposed, but you must remember who I am and who you are. Turin gave a quick curtsy and practically ran from the room. Kedden turned and continued to look out the window, the familiar feeling of loneliness starting to creep up on him. Chapter 12. The night was very cold, and the wind was blowing hard. Leaves and dust from the forest floor swirled around them. The distant sound of thunder rumbled. Griffa had magicked a small shelter around them, using branches and red and gold leaves. It helped to keep the wind and larger debris away from them. She had set up several wards all around them. She thought they would be strong enough to keep them safe and hidden. When she heard the thunder, she waved her hand above her head and cast a spell to repel water away from their shelter. "That should help keep us dry. I can't promise you won't wake up a little damp, but at least you won't be soaked," Griffa said, sitting by the small fire Ansel had conjured. "Isn't the fire dangerous in this shelter?" asked Max. "I'm not complaining about the warmth, but this is all made up of sticks and leaves. Will the shelter not catch fire?" "Not this fire," said Griffa. "It's not like ordinary fire. It burns and gives warmth, but does not consume." "There sounds like there could be a lesson there," remarked Ansel as he rubbed his hands. "How so?" asked Max. "Well, so much of our lives can consume us if we let it run wild. Take love, for example. Some would say we need it to survive, just like this fire on this cold night. Still, we have to keep it controlled and under good regulation, or it will consume us." "Control, that would be the perfect word to describe you, Ansel. You are always so very careful. You think you can control everything, even love," scoffed Griffa, rolling her eyes. Sometimes the things Ansel said sounded so heartless. "Maybe control isn't the right word. There has to be a limit on what you will do for everything, even love, Griffa," said Ansel, looking at her. Griffa sighed and shook her head at Ansel. "I'm not sure why, but that makes me sad for you. I understand being smart and reasonable, but from what I have experienced of love, I don't think I would agree with there being a limit on what you would do for it, not real love. Real love wouldn't cause you to do something to compromise who you truly are. Real love won't cause you not to be true to yourself." Griffa's experience with love was limited. She had loved her father. She didn't think there wasn't anything she wouldn't have done for him. She had a few friends she loved. Her mind wandered for a moment to Talon. There were times she had thought she could easily fall in love with him, but she would remind herself of who he was. She had seen him flirt and more with half the women in the valley and abscond. No, she could not let her heart be truly touched by Talon. Griffa glanced at Ansel. She cared about him deeply. There wasn't much she wouldn't do to keep him safe or see him happy. She was sure he hadn't had much true happiness in his life. "I agree with Griffa," said Max. "I understand what you are saying, Ansel, about keeping control of yourself, but love is different. There isn't a lot I wouldn't do to protect those I care about. That's why I'm on this journey with you. You are both young. Once you see and experience more of the world and the people in it, you will both understand what I am saying. There will come a time where you will have to make hard choices, and love can unnecessarily complicate those choices. It comes down to what is right." "And love isn't always right, Ansel?" asked Griffa in exasperation. She shook her head again. She knew of his past. His father was not a nice man. He had obviously had his heart broken by someone, probably Desmona. Griffa was sad by Ansel's pessimistic view on love. Ansel stared at her for a moment before he began. "Love can sometimes make us forget what we need to do, what will be best for everyone, not just ourselves." "So you don't believe you can be consumed with duty? You can be so consumed with duty that you forget what you are working for, fighting for. What good is duty without love?" asked Griffa. "Love can be selfish. Duty is about looking at the bigger picture, doing what is right for everyone and the future," answered Ansel. "Once again, I don't think you know what real love is, Ansel. Love is not selfish, not in my experience. You really believe duty is more important than love, even if you have to hurt the ones you love to complete your duty?" asked Griffa. "If it is better for the whole in the long run, yes. Temporary hurt would be worth it to ensure the safety of the whole kingdom," said Ansel, looking down at the fire. "I think maybe you have experienced too much, Ansel. Your view on life and love is depressing. You've had too much thrown at you, especially when you were young, too much responsibility. I'm afraid I've done nothing but add to that your whole life. I was your burden for far too long, especially after Father died," said Griffa sadly. Ansel's head snapped up. He stared at Griffa with a soft look in his eye. "You have never been a burden, Griff. My best memories include you. Don't ever say you were a burden. Without you and your father, I would have been all alone." Max cleared his throat. "I think I'll look through the pack and see what we have to eat." Griffa had her eyes on Ansel, but she nodded and handed Max the pack close to her that contained their supplies. Max dug through the pack and handed Griffa and Ansel each a piece of dried meat and some bread. Griffa poured some wine from a pouch into 3 small cups. She handed one to both Max and Ansel, and they ate mostly in silence. "I think we'd better try to sleep so we can get an early start," said Ansel. "Griffa, you are sure about those charms?" Maybe I should stay up and watch for a while. You can sleep tonight, Ansel. You know my protection charms are strong. Since we aren't moving, no one should be able to detect us here." He nodded as Griffa watched Max fetch his blanket. He held it up to his nose and breathed in. She supposed his blanket smelled like home. He turned and looked to Griffa, offering her the blanket, but Griffa smiled and shook her head. Max was very kind, and she could see herself getting very attached to him. She liked him more every minute she got to know him. "Lay down, Max. I'll cast a warming spell over you," offered Griffa. Max laid down. Griffa pulled the blanket up over him and tucked him in as a mother might. She smiled at him and waved her hands over the length of him. Max smiled and closed his eyes, burrowing under the covers. "Good night, Griffa," Max said quietly. "Good night, Max," whispered Griffa. She moved over to where she had been sitting and stared at the fire. "How much further to Abscon, do you think? I haven't traveled to Abscon on foot or by horse in many years," whispered Ansel. "Will we reach it tomorrow?" "We can if we don't stop for too long. It will be very late in the evening, but we should be able to make it." "I don't fancy spending another night out here," replied Griffa. She was cold. She knew the ground wouldn't be very comfortable, and she longed for her big, warm bed in Keen Manor. They were both silent for a moment as Ansel moved closer to Griffa. He sat so close their shoulders touched. "Is he asleep?" Ansel asked quietly. Griffa leaned over and looked at Max. His eyes were closed, and his breathing seemed even. "He seems to be," replied Griffa in a whisper. "What do you think of him?" asked Ansel. "I like him. He is kind and clever, and he seems strong. I detect much magic in him, as you must have. He definitely has a lot of potential, but I still think he should decide for himself about this king business." "He will, and he will choose wisely," replied Ansel. Griffa stared at Max as he slept. She already started to feel protective of Max. He was young, and he had no idea what he was getting into. Abscon would be a different world than the one he was used to. Max would be a curiosity in the village. Griffa hoped she could help him to feel welcome and comfortable in his new reality. "You don't really think you are a burden to me, do you?" asked Ansel tenderly. Griffa turned her head quickly to Ansel. "I don't know, maybe. I feel like I was the little sister forced on you when you were almost a man. Then you felt you had to take care of me after Father died." Griffa paused and closed her eyes. She knew she shouldn't say what she was thinking, but she couldn't stop herself. "Then last spring, when, well, you know, at the festival, I was afraid I ruined things between us forever," said Griffa sadly. "I never meant to put you in that position." Ansel was silent as he turned his eyes from Griffa and looked at the fire. Griffa could feel her face go warm, and she knew her cheeks were red. She felt like such a fool. "See, I knew it. I knew that is why you stopped coming to see me. I knew that's why you were gone for so long." "Griffa," started Ansel, but she interrupted him. "Oh, if I could just go back and stop myself from drinking too much or thinking that you could ever, well, I wish I could just go back and change it all." "Griffa," said Ansel a little louder. He had turned his eyes back to stare at her. "I didn't do anything I didn't want to do." "Oh," said Griffa. She stared at Ansel with wide eyes. He had wanted to kiss her, it seemed. She had been scared that he regretted their kiss so much that he would dismiss her from his life completely. She didn't know if she could stand it. "I did stay away for a bit. I was worried I had scared you, taken advantage of you. Your father asked me to keep watch over you. I had a lot to think about. Then the diviner told me it was almost time to get Max, and I had to prepare. I didn't mean to avoid you for so long. I meant it when I said I missed you. Griffa, I find that I don't like being away from you. I thought of you often." "What does this mean, Ansel?" asked Griffa quietly. "Are you saying that you—" "I'm not sure. I don't know my feelings at the moment. I care about you, Griffa, but you know who I am, and you know who you are. I don't know if any idea of us is even remotely possible. So many things are about to happen. There are so many things to think about. I haven't had time to work out my feelings, and I don't know when I will. I can say that you are important to me, and I don't want to be apart from you again." "You won't be. I want to help you and help Max, but Ansel, we don't know what the future holds. I don't want to put my feelings aside just to wait for a time that may never happen. We have to talk about this. Not here, not now, but soon." Ansel smiled slightly at Griffa. "So I didn't scare you that night?" "No," said Griffa. "I don't scare easily. I thought you knew that about me." She leaned slightly into Ansel and rested her head on his shoulder. "I do know, but I wasn't sure how you really felt," said Ansel. He dropped a quick kiss on Griffa's head. Griffa raised her head and sat up. "I can't make you any promises, Griffa, except that I won't be apart from you so long again, at least not by my choice." "Ansel, I want you and Max to stay with me. Your home will be empty, and you will have things you will need to do without Max. I know you don't like staying there. Keen Manor is large, and Maybelle would love to have you both there to fawn over. Also, there is Jonathan and Wally's there who can help watch over Max when you or I can't. It is practically your home, too. You have a room there. If you don't think it will be too much trouble for all of you, we will stay at the manor." "Good. I hope Max does like abscond. I don't want him forced into anything, but I don't want him to feel unwelcomed." "I am sure he will be happy staying in your home. I know you will do everything to make sure he is comfortable. Now we both need to sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." Griffa stretched and moved over. She lay down on her side looking at Ansel. She wrapped herself in her cloak and casted a warming spell on herself. She immediately felt drowsy. Ansel shifted over to give her space before he lay down on his side facing Griffa. "Good night, Griffa," said Ansel softly. "Good night," muttered Griffa as she quickly fell asleep. Chapter 13. Max woke up the next day feeling more refreshed and rested than he expected for spending the night on the hard ground. Max sat up and stretched, seeing that Griffa and Ansel were already awake. Griffa handed Max some food and some tea she had made. Max ate quickly as Griffa waved her hand, deconstructing the shelter around them. They packed everything up and mounted their horses. They traveled throughout the day without incident. It was a long day with small breaks and little food. They stopped in places to stretch and to take care of the horses. The day was dreary and cold. Max almost felt like asking Griffa for another warming charm, but he was afraid he would fall asleep. Late in the afternoon she hugged herself tightly to him. "I hope you don't mind, but it is dreadfully cold, Max," said Griffa in his ear. He didn't mind. The added warmth was nice, as was her comforting smell. "We won't have too much longer," said Ansel, looking over at Max and Griffa. "If we keep going, we can reach Abscon in time to eat a late dinner." Max nodded. He longed to be off of the back of a horse. He wanted a hot meal and a warm bed. Even his room at the top of Dannon's stable seemed like a comfort after his days on the road. Griffa's teeth chattered in Max's ear. "We will teach you magical travel soon, and we won't have to do something like this again." Max smiled. "Do you think I can really do magic, Griffa?" "I know you can, Max. I can feel your magic inside of you. It will take some work, but it will be worth it in the end," replied Griffa. He could feel her rest her head against his back. Her hair tickled the back of his neck. They rode deep into the evening. Ansel had charmed a little lantern to give light along the way. "Are we getting close?" asked Max. His teeth were chattering and his body ached from riding.
"Yes,"
Griffa answered him, yawning. "Look there. Do you see those two big old oak trees that are slightly bent?" Max nodded. "That's the entrance to the village of Abscon. The village is just a few miles down the road after we enter through those trees." Max nodded again, but he wasn't sure. Those trees didn't look like anything special, and the path ahead was dark and deserted. They got to the two old bent trees. Ansel looked all around them. "Are you picking up on anyone or anything, Griffa?" asked Ansel. "No, I think it is safe," she replied. Ansel rode up to the tree on the right and placed his hand on the trunk. A bright light lit up both trees. It was a warm, glowing light that seemed to follow the lines in the bark. It was beautiful, and Max thought he could feel a warmth coming from them. Ansel urged his horse onward. "Come on, Max. We are almost home." They rode on for another mile. Soon Max started to notice little cottages springing up around them. Most were dark, but a few had light coming from the windows. They kept riding until they reached a large village, but it wasn't like any village Max had ever seen or read about. There were no rings here, just a large mismatched town with different kinds of buildings. There was a row of small cottages next to a small stable, and then a shop next to it. Close by was a large home with a fountain out front. It went on like that, buildings with no logical plan that seemed to be in place. They rode on to what looked to be the city center. There was a large, long, handsome building with a huge statue out front. Max couldn't make out what it was in the dark. Next to that was a building with a large, pointed roof. It also had a statue out front. They rode on a little further until they came to a very large manor. The manor was made of stone. It was long and rectangular with a covered portico on the front. A large fountain was in the front lawn. Max could see 2 towers on either end of the building. It was a large place, but it seemed to have been made to look welcoming. He could see moss growing on the roof and flowers in window boxes along the front. They rode up to the front of the house. Ansel dismounted and came over and handed Griffa down. She stretched and said, "Welcome to Keen Manor, Max. I am warning you, the housekeeper, Mabel, will be waiting for us, and she will make a huge fuss over you." Max smiled and hopped down from his horse. A tall older man came from around back to meet them. "Is it my young mistress?" "It is. Oh, how good to have you home, and Ansel as well. If you have returned, it must mean you have brought us our king." "And is this him? Is this our king?" asked the tall man in a good-natured way. "Hello, Wallies. It is good to see you. This is Max. We can introduce you later, but for now can you see to these horses?" asked Griffa. Of course. There is plenty of room in the stable. Handsome beasts they are. It is good to have you home, Miss Griffa." "Thank you, Wallies. I'm sorry to be coming so late, and I hope you won't lose too much sleep," said Griffa, squeezing the man's arm. "It is no bother. Things have been rather boring around here. Nice to have a change," said Wallies. "Get inside now. Let Mabel take care of you." Griffa took Max's arm and linked it with hers. "You and Ansel will stay with me while you are here. There is plenty of room." She walked him to the front door, opened it, and escorted him inside. Keen Manor was an odd, beautiful place. It seems to be bursting with wonderful things. The entrance hall was large. The walls were filled with pictures of landscapes and portraits of different people. There was a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling with 100 candles lit, giving the hall a warm glow. The candles didn't drip, and Max thought it was probably magical fire. He was looking around when he heard an excited squeak. "Oh, Griffa, it's you. Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried about you," squealed a little older woman who had just run into the room. She had a white hair pulled up into a messy bun. She had her arms around Griffa before Max knew what happened. She gave Griffa a long hug before letting go and looking at her. "Oh, you are such a mess. We must get you cleaned up. I'm guessing you are hungry as well, all of you. Ansel, my dear boy, you are here as well. Come here and give me a kiss." Ansel walked over and bent down and kissed the old woman on the cheek. "It is good to see you, Mabel. Might I introduce Max to you?" Mabel went still, her light gray eyes huge. "You were successful, then? Is this him, the king? Oh, how good it is to meet you, your majesty." She dropped a deep curtsy. Thank you," faltered Max, not sure what to do. Now, Mabel, he likes to be called Max and doesn't want to be made a fuss over," said Griffa, taking Mabel's hand and bringing her back up to a standing position. "Oh, you'll all want baths and food. Go on now, get yourself to your rooms. The young king can stay next to you, Ansel. I'll have Jonthon bring up some water to you. Ansel, show the young king where he is staying." "Max," said Griffa. "Call him Max for now." Griffa smiled and winked at Max. Ansel took Max up the stairs and to the right. He led him to a large door and opened it for him. Max walked into a large room with a huge bed. He had never seen a bedroom like this before. He thought Nora and Danon's whole house could fit inside. "Your rooms, Max. There is a place to wash and relieve yourself through that door. I will see about getting you some fresh clothes from my room. Jonthon should be up soon with some water. Clean up and then come down for dinner." Before he left, Ansel lit a fire in the small fireplace that was in the room. Max did as he was told, marveling in the comfort that was around him. He warmed himself by the fire, bathed in a large tub after Jonthon had filled it with levitating large buckets of water. Max dressed in some older clothes of Ansel that were a very comfortable shirt and pants. They were a little big, but Jonthon waved his hands and made them fit perfectly. Max pulled on the extra pair of boots Nora had packed for him. Soon he was going down to dinner refreshed and cleaner than he had ever been in his life. Down the stairs he met Griffa, who looked very pretty in a clean green dress. Her hair was loose, and her slightly damp curls hung down her back. She stood at the bottom of the stairs waiting for him. She hooked her arm in his and led him towards a door to the left. "You look quite handsome, Max. I hope you are hungry. I'm sure Mabel has put together quite a meal very quickly." She led Max into a very pretty dining room. Candles were lit on the table, and there were dishes laid out. A steaming stew, a bowl of potatoes, and some warm bread awaited them. Mabel welcomed them enthusiastically. "I warmed up some nice stew we had ready and quickly roasted some potatoes. The bread is fresh from earlier today, but I gave it a quick warming spell. I'm sure it will be nice on a night like this." Ansel came into the room. He pulled out a chair for Griffa and Mabel, and they all sat down to eat. "Your house is very nice, Griffa," gushed Max after swallowing some stew. "Thank you, Max. It was one of the first homes built in Abscon. I will give you a proper tour tomorrow," smiled Griffa, picking up a glass of wine. "Do you have a house in Abscon, Ansel?" asked Max. "I do. It's not as fine as this, but it's comfortable. I thought you would like it here. You will have more company staying in Keen Manor." "I do hope you like it here, Max," said Griffa, putting her hand over his. "I know it's hard to leave all you know. I know you miss your friends, but if there is anything I can do to make your time here easier, let me know." She smiled at Max and squeezed his hand. "Thank you," said Max. She removed her hand and went back to eating her meal. Max ate enthusiastically. Having a warm meal felt like a luxury after the days and nights on the road. The meal was very good and the conversation friendly, but Max was very sleepy. Before long, Mabel shooed them all to bed. Max walked up the stairs with Griffa, and Ansel followed behind them. "Remember, if you need anything, just ask." "I will see you in the morning," said Griffa at the top of the stairs. She turned to the left to head to her own bedroom. "Good night, Griffa," said Ansel. Griffa turned back and gave him a small smile. "Good night, Ansel, Max." Ansel and Max stood together and watched her go into her room. Ansel gave Max a friendly little push with his shoulder. "Get a good night's rest, Max. You will have some big days coming up." Ansel walked into his room. Max went to his room, hurriedly preparing himself for bed. He burrowed himself in the covers and was soon fast asleep. Chapter 14. Ansel woke up the next day well rested. He peeked out his window while he was dressing and saw that the clouds had blown away. The skies were clear, and the sun was rising, promising a bright sunny day. He would need to go downstairs and send a note to Deli's house to inform Hector, the leader of the Ring of Nine, that he had returned with Max. He hoped the ring would be able to meet by tomorrow. Ansel walked down to the main parlor to use the writing desk found there. He walked in to find Griffa sitting on the sofa by the fire, drinking tea and reading a message of her own. "Good morning, Griffa," said Ansel, going over to the desk. "Catching up on your correspondence?" "Yes, there were just a few notes here from the time I was gone," replied Griffa, skimming over her letter. She laughed loudly and folded up her message. Ansel looked at her with a questioning look. "Talon wants to come visit for the fall festival. He says it's to see me, but I imagine the Valley Council wants him to come meet Max," she said, looking up at Ansel. Ansel fought the urge to roll his eyes. Talon Wendell was not one of Ansel's favorite men in the kingdom. He was loud and seemed to think everything is a joke. He always flirted constantly with Griffa. Ansel knew there was probably a history between them, but he tried not to think about it. "What will you tell him?" asked Ansel. "I'll tell him to come. I'll invite him to stay here at the manor for a few nights. He will want to spend some time with Max to report back to the council." Ansel almost audibly groaned, but instead he nodded at Griffa. "Who are you going to write?" asked Griffa, putting her letter away and picking up her cup of tea. "Hector Delis. I need to let him know I am back with Max." "So soon? Maybe you should give the boy a couple days to rest." "No, I told Hector I would write as soon as I returned," Ansel replied, taking out a piece of paper and a quill. "I also plan to start Max's training today. I hope you have time to help." "You plan to start training today? Ansel, give the boy a day to get his bearings. He has been drugged from the only home he has ever known and brought to a strange place he has never heard of. He needs time to adjust." Ansel felt they were building towards another one of their arguments. "I won't train the boy all day. He will have time this afternoon, but he must start reclaiming his magical ability. It will go more smoothly if you will help," he said, trying to re-establish the peace. "Fine, training this morning, but after lunch we let Max decide what he wants to do," insisted Griffa, going back to her note. Ansel wrote his letter and addressed it. He called for Jonathan and asked him to see that it was sent as soon as possible. Max then came into the room, looking a little sheepish. "Oh, here you are. I've been looking for at least 15 minutes. Your house is really big, Griffa." "Max, I'm sorry. I should have thought to have someone show you where we would be. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, very. My bed is really comfortable and very big. I've never seen anything like all of this," said Max, spinning around slowly, looking at the room. "It's the old family home. As I mentioned last night, it was built when the town was established, after the followers of the ancients took over Oromist. It took a while for the magical folk to organize safely, but when they did, they created 2 villages of Abscon and the valley. They were established as safe havens, places where all magical folk could live in peace and safety. Since then, there have been other magical villages that have sprung up, but none of them so big as Abscon or the valley. This house was one of the first homes in Abscon. "It's beautiful and really interesting," said Max. "I don't even know what half this stuff is." He was looking at the mantel and all the different contraptions that rested there. "I can give you a tour later if you would like. We can even go walk around the village this afternoon." "I would like that," said Max with a smile. "This morning I would like to start some training with you. It won't be too strenuous, not today, but we need to get you started," said Ansel, coming over closer to Max and Griffa. "Can I have breakfast first?" asked Max, rubbing his stomach. "Of course you can," said Griffa. "Come on, let's all go to the dining room." Ansel let them go ahead, watching Griffa escort Max. He thought she looked really lovely this morning in her light blue dress and her hair hanging loose down her back. He had thought a lot about Griffa since their conversation the other night. He knew he would need to clear his head for this morning. He needed to concentrate on helping Max. He hoped a good breakfast would be a good start. Breakfast went by quickly. Max seemed to enjoy trying each of the many dishes Maybelle had put out for their meal. Ansel stuck to some toast, meat, and a little fruit. Maybelle tried to get him to eat more, but he resisted. He did everything in moderation. As soon as the meal was over, he led Max and Griffa out to the back lawn of the house. They went over to the large patch of grass to the right of the stables. Ansel saw that Max couldn't help keep glancing at the stables. He was sure Max would be interested to see inside. "You will get to see it all in a bit. I'm sure Wallis will be sure to show you all the horses, but for now I need you to focus on training," said Ansel. Max nodded and seemed to be ready. "Okay, I want you to have a seat on the ground, Max. Get a feel for the earth," said Ansel. Max looked a little perplexed, but did as Ansel asked. Griffa took a seat on the ground next to Max, spreading out her skirt around her. "Feel the earth. Run your hands through the grass and touch the dirt underneath," said Ansel, circling around Max and Griffa. Max did as he instructed. Griffa, too, put her hands into the earth, gathering some dirt in her hands. "Magic comes from all around us, Max," said Griffa, her eyes closed. "Feel the dirt, the breeze, the sun on your face. Magic is in all of it." Ansel watched Max close his eyes and breath in deep. "Magic is also in you. If you look hard enough, you can feel it in your blood and in your breath, moving in you," said Ansel. "What does it feel like?" asked Max, his eyes still closed. "Like a heartbeat in tune with your own, a fire in your veins, a breath that wells up within you. Another life living inside you next to your own," said Griffa, her eyes now open looking at Max. "You can hear it singing to you quietly." "I know it sounds strange, but you will know it when you feel it," said Ansel. "Just sit and be still for a moment." They were all three quiet, the only sound being the distant whinny of horses and the gentle breeze shaking a nearby tree. Ansel went and picked up a stick by the tree. He came back over and sat next to Max. "Max, open your eyes and look at the stick in front of you," said Ansel. Max opened his eyes and looked down. "We are going to work on levitating this stick," explained Ansel, "like this." Ansel raised his hand, and the stick raised up off the ground and then gently landed back on the earth. "What should I do?" asked Max. "Close your eyes and put your hand over the stick. Envision it floating in the air and concentrate," answered Griffa. Max did as he was told, but nothing happened. He peeked after a while and looked at Ansel with a disappointed look on his face. "It's okay. It takes a while the first time. Try again. This time really concentrate on your breathing," said Ansel. For an hour they stayed in the yard as Max tried to levitate the stick, but nothing was happening. Ansel wasn't too discouraged. He didn't expect much. It would take time. "I'm sorry. I really am trying," said Max, his hand over the stick. "It's okay, Max," said Griffa. "This will take time. Here, let me help you and see if you can feel anything." She placed her hand over Max's and levitated the stick. Max instinctively pulled his hand back, the stick falling to the ground. "I felt something. It was like a pulse through my hand. It felt warm," said Max excitedly. "Yes, that's it, Max," said Griffa, clapping. "Let's try it again." She again put her hand on Max's and levitated the stick. This time Max kept his hand under hers as she manipulated the stick to move up and down. Ansel thought this was good progress. "Okay, Max, now Griffa's going to move her hand away from yours. Try to keep the stick in the air," said Ansel, watching closely. Griffa moved her hand away, and Max managed to keep the stick aloft for a few seconds. He looked up at Ansel, smiling. "That was good. Now let's do it again." They spent the rest of the morning doing this over and over. Max tried a few times on his own and could get the stick to twitch, but not fully levitate, but Ansel thought it was a good start. At lunchtime, Griffa had to make Max stop by throwing the stick away, because he was intent on continuing. "You need a break, Max," said Griffa. "This takes a lot of energy, and you are going to wear yourself out. Let's eat and see about the tour of the house. Maybe even take a stroll around the village." They went into the house and had lunch. As they were getting ready for a tour of the house, a letter came for Ansel. "You will have to excuse me this afternoon. I've been summoned by Hector to come to his house for a meeting," said Ansel. "I will be back for dinner." "Very well," said Griffa. "Young Max and I will have a grand time this afternoon." Ansel went to grab his hat and cloak, and Griffa followed him. "What do you think Hector wants so urgently?" asked Griffa. "Probably just to hear how the boy is and what is planned over the next few days," replied Ansel, putting his hat on. "At least they aren't asking for Max yet. Small mercies. We will see you this evening." Griffa walked Ansel to the door. "Oh, and say hello to dear Desma for me. I'm sure she will be at the door to greet you," Griffa said in a mocking tone. She opened the door to let Ansel out. Ansel shook his head at Griffa and went on his way. Deli's house was about a 5-minute walk from Keen Manor. Along the way Ansel passed his own modest home. He took a moment to look at it. It was 2 stories made of the same stone as Keen Manor, built around the same time. Generations of protectors had lived there. It looked in good repair. He had a nice married couple who would come and tend to it while he was gone. He would check in with them in a few days. Ansel wasn't too fond of his home. He had spent so much time at Keen Manor as a youth and young man that it felt much more like home than Ansel's house. For a moment he let himself wonder what it would be like to permanently live in the manor with Griffa, staying in her room. A small smile came to his lips, but he quickly cleared his mind. This was not a time for daydreaming, not when he would be walking into Deli's house and talking with Hector and probably Desmona as well. Ansel arrived at the Deli's house and knocked on the door. He expected the housekeeper or some other house worker to answer the door, but it was Desmona herself at the door. "Ansel, I was so glad to hear you arrived in town safely. I hope you left the king and little Griffa well this afternoon. Come in, father will see you in just a moment, but I thought we could have a chat first." Ansel didn't want to have a chat with Desmona, but he saw there was no choice. She brought him into their parlor. It was a fancy room that looked like it had been recently refurbished. He imagined Desmona's mother had redone it recently. He removed his hat and placed it on a small table. "Where is your mother today? I would like to give my regards," said Ansel, not wanting to be alone with Desmona. "She is out visiting as usual. She has many admirers, you know, and father does not mind. He knows who and what she is. You know us enchantresses can't help our nature. It does not mean that we do not love," said Desmona, inviting Ansel to sit on the sofa. He sat down and thought over her words. He knew exactly how enchantresses were, as he had plenty of experience with Desma. She would make promises to him one night and spend the next night in the arms of another. He wanted nothing to do with her ever again. "I've been thinking perhaps it is time for me to settle down. If I could meet the right person who is not the jealous type, who would understand I can't help who I am, and yet know he was the one I would always come home to, then I think I could be very happy. I would also make him incredibly happy as well," said Desmona in a seductive tone. "I wish you luck in finding someone then. Maybe at this year's harvest festival. I hear it will be quite nice with plenty of visitors from the valley. It might be good for you to meet someone who doesn't know you," said Ansel with indifference. "Oh, Ansel, you don't have to play with me. I know you remember how we used to be. I know you can't help but still think of me. We had such fun together. Can you imagine being like that for the rest of your lives?" she said, putting her hand over his. He quickly took his hand from under hers and stood up. He did remember what it was like when they were together. He remembered the passionate nights that would pass in a blur and the horrible days they spent together. He didn't want to relive any of it. "Desma, if you are considering me as a husband, I would think again." "But you have a line to continue. You are of an age where you should think of a wife, Ansel, and who better than me? I will not hold you back. I know you have a job to do. Just promise you would not hold me back as well. said Desmona, looking up at him. No, Desma, I will not be your husband. You can't stop thinking that right now. Is there someone else, then? Are you really pining for Griffon? Do you think she will ever settle down, Ansel? She is as wild as a forest sprite, and she will never give you what you need. And you think you know what I need? Asked Ansel. He was getting angry, but he didn't want to show that to Desmona. Yes, you need someone who knows how to navigate magical high society, someone who can host parties and entertain. You will be protector to the king, and you will have a high station. You need someone to match that. Griffa may have the bloodlines and name, but she doesn't have the manners or temperament. It must be her non-magical mother's blood. Why her father fell for that little, simple woman I will never know. Stop talking about Griffa and her family. She is more than you will ever know. What my plans may be are none of your concern. Just know you are not included in any of them, said Ansel through clenched teeth. He knew he was showing too much emotion, but he couldn't help it. We will see, Ansel. I am very persistent. You will see I am right, said Desmona. She got up and stood in front of Ansel. The door to the parlor opened, and Hector Delis stepped in. Ansel, he said, how good it is to see you. He looked at Desmona and Ansel standing close together. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything, or maybe I do, he said with a laugh. We were just catching up as old friends, father, said Desmona. She gave Ansel a kiss on his cheek and whispered in his ear. I'd look out for Griffa if I were you. The ring does not approve of her, and they will not like her playing hostess to the king. Louder, she said, It is so good to have you back in town, Ansel. I hope to see more of you very soon. Ansel nodded as she walked away and left the room. He didn't like her warning about Griffa. Was she telling the truth or trying to get under his skin? Now, Ansel, tell me about the young king. Is all as it should be? Asked Hector, sitting down in a chair and inviting Ansel to do the same. He's a good boy, I think. He seems clever. He proved to be kind and brave on our journey here. I think he is all we could expect at this point. He is still young and has lived his life until now as a stable boy. I think he will grow into who he needs to be. So you trust he will accept that he is king. The ring won't want a reluctant king. We will need someone sure of himself if this is going to work. I think in time his confidence in his title will grow, assured Ansel. Time is not something we have a lot of at the moment. How hard is it going to be for him to discover his magical abilities? I think he will learn quickly. Griffa and I have already started training him this morning, and he showed great promise, answered Ansel. You think it is wise to include Griffon Keen in training the boy? Asked Hector, leaning forward. Why wouldn't it be? Griffa is a powerful sorceress. She has a better feel for magic than most folk. Max also enjoys having her around, and he already trusts her, answered Ansel. Hector took a moment and looked as though he was choosing his words carefully. Ansel, I know you are fond of Griffon. I have no real objection to her, but she is, well, a little different. Aren't you afraid she could fill the young king's head with things that won't be helpful? We don't need any complications. Griffa cares about the boy, and she will do what she can to keep him safe. She might talk to him of choices more than you and me, but when Max chooses to become king, she will not stand in his way. Are you sure the boy will choose it? Could others, such as Griffon, or people he knows back in Clarton, influence his decision? Asked Hector. The young king will choose what is right. He might be confused and unsure now, but that is to be expected. Once he learns more about our history and unlocks his own magical ability, he will become who he was meant to be, said Ansel firmly. Very well, you will be expected before the ring tomorrow after breakfast before the mid-morning bell rings. Bring the boy so we can meet him. We will want to review your training schedule and discuss his living arrangements. Max and I will be staying at Keen Manor. He will be safe there and well looked after. Ansel caught his own voice raising and knew he was showing too much emotion. I have no doubt, Ansel. There is no need to get defensive. I am just stating what the ring will want to talk about. I am not saying that the young king cannot stay at Keen Manor, only that the ring will want to discuss it. You will bring the boy tomorrow? Yes, we will be there directly after breakfast. Is there anything else? Asked Ansel, standing up. No, that will be all. You can, of course, stay a while and take tea with Desmona if you would like. Maybe even stay for dinner. I thank you, but no. I need to get back and start planning out the king's training. Give my regards to your wife and Desma. Of course, let me see you out, said Hector as he stood up, walking Ansel to the door. Ansel grabbed his hat off the little table as he passed. Ansel, I have nothing against the keen girl. Her father was one of my best friends and a wonderful leader of the ring, but you have to admit she is a little different. Take care with her around the young king. Griffa would never do anything to hurt the plan for the kingdom. She wants peace and justice restored as much as anyone. I'm sure, said Hector, opening the door, but you may have a harder time convincing some others on the ring of that. Good day, Ansel. Ansel bowed and walked out the door and onto the front lawn. He took a deep breath and put his hat on, willing himself to calm down. He knew Griffa had a reputation of sorts, but he still didn't like it thrown in his face. He knew she wouldn't care. She knew who she was, and he did as well. He didn't want Griffa to change. Ansel just hoped it didn't cause harm to come to her at some point. Chapter 15. Max was overwhelmed, but in the best way. There was so much to see in this new place. Griffa's house was unlike anything he had ever imagined. It was large, comfortable, and filled with magical objects that he couldn't begin to comprehend. Griffa had taken him room from room. One room was what she called the strategy or map room. The room had a huge table in the center with a map of the kingdom. She used her hand to magic little model forces to appear on the map. She moved them around with a flick of her wrist. She showed him how she could build huge castles and vast lakes, and then make them vanish with a snap. Max felt he could watch her manipulate that map for hours, but after 15 minutes she walked him to another room. This one was a huge study with a large desk at one end. On the other end was a fireplace with 2 wing-back chairs and footstools that looked well worn. The walls were covered with shelves that were filled with books. This was my father's study, said Griffa as she walked around the room. He would spend hours in here. I would curl up in one of those chairs and read. I would periodically ask him questions, and he would always answer me back. He was a very patient man. Sometimes Ansel would sit with me and try to shush me, but my father said I should never stop asking questions. Griffa walked over to the large desk and ran her hand over it lovingly. I suppose I should go through all this stuff soon. It's been a few years, and it's my study now, and I do use it. It's just hard to pack some of these things up.
When did your father die? Asked Max gently. If you don't want to talk about it, I understand.
No, it's fine. He died 5 years ago this past spring. I was barely 16 years old, and I thought he had many years left. He was barely over 40. I thought we had more time together. I was such a wild thing, even more than I am now. I should have spent more time with him, said Griffa, walking around to sit in the large leather chair behind the desk. What was he like? Asked Max, taking a seat on one of the smaller chairs that sat in front of the desk. He was so kind, and he was always so patient with me. He could also be quite formidable. He could take command of a room with a single look. He never had to raise his voice or yell like some do. He could walk in and people would stop talking. He was funny, and he liked a good joke. I know he wasn't perfect. Some say he sometimes put off things too much, or he was too lenient with me, but he was an excellent man. Griffa looked around the desk, touching quills and papers lovingly. Here is a portrait of him if you would like to see it. It's him and my mother. I never knew her. She passed the portrait to Max. The portrait was not very big, but it was excellently done. A young, handsome man stood proudly. He had short, curly, dark red hair, deep brown eyes, and a long nose. He was dressed in a black tunic with a large falcon spreading its wings sewn across the front in gold and red. The man had his hand on a very pretty woman who was sitting down. The woman had dark blonde hair swept off her face with a few delicate curls hanging down. Her eyes were the same startling blue as Griffa's. She had a small, upturned nose and a pouty mouth. She was dressed in a fine red gown. They were a handsome couple. Max looked up at Griffa and could see that she was a most interesting blend of both her parents. Griffa was very pretty with her mother's eyes, nose, and mouth, and her father's wild red hair. Still, Griffa had something about her that stood her apart from anyone Max had ever seen, but he couldn't say what it was. "You look like both of them," said Max, smiling and handing Griffa the portrait back to her. She placed it back in its place on the desk. "Hardly. I wish I was half as pretty as my mother or could command a room like my father," Griffa said, standing up. "You sell yourself too short? You are very pretty, Griffa," said Max, standing up as well. "You will make me blush, Max," laughed Griffa, laughing as she shook her head. "Come on, we don't need to stay here all day while you flatter me. We have lots to see." Griffa took him through other rooms, a beautiful music room that she said didn't get used much. They went through a lovely conservatory with green plants and colorful flowers growing in large pots. Eventually they went out to the stables. Max spent a good half-hour talking with Wallis and petting the horses. The smell of hay and horses comforted him and made him long for home. Griffa went from horse to horse saying their names and patting their noses. "We have a few hours left before it gets dark. I expected Ansel to find us before now, but perhaps his meeting went long, or he will join the Deli's family for dinner." "Would you like to see some of the village, Max?" asked Griffa as they walked out of the stable. "Yes, I would if it's not too much trouble," Max answered. "None at all. Let's get our cloaks and let Mabel know we are leaving." "She will worry if we don't," Griffa said as they entered the back door. After donning their cloaks and saying goodbye to Mabel, they headed out towards the village. They passed a few cottages that seemed to be empty. "That is the Fleet family's home there," said Griffa. "They have gone to live in the valley. They only use this old house when they come to visit for business or festivals." "And that is the old Pace family home," said Griffa as they passed another cottage. "Old man Pace died without a wife or children, so it is empty now. I don't know what will become of it." She pointed out other homes and who lived there, but Max couldn't keep it all straight. People dressed in cloaks and robes passed by them. Griffa would bow her head at many of them or give them a friendly wave. Most would nod or wave back, but a few would turn away. Griffa didn't seem to mind. "Abscon seems really nice," said Max. "Is the valley the same?" "It is not quite as large as Abscon, and it has its own style, but it is a very nice village," replied Griffa. "I enjoy visiting there. My family has a small home on the edge of the village." "Things don't seem so bad for the magical folk," said Max. "Why does the kingdom need to change?" "It is true that we do very well here in our magical communities," said Griffa, "but it is dangerous to travel the kingdom now. There have been reports of magical folk disappearing all around Regventus, and the magic in the kingdom seems to be fading. It is very strong here in Abscon, but out in the forest or the villages of the great surrounding, it is not as strong as it once was. Of course, there are issues with the non-gifted as well. You saw what was happening in the East Village. Children are being taken all over the kingdom to be re-educated in Oromist. The poor are being taken advantage of, and disease spreads unchecked as the powers in Oromist ignore the cries of the people. There is plenty wrong with the kingdom, and we cannot hide forever in our safe communities ignoring it." Max looked at Griffa, seeing the red patches on her cheeks. It was clear she was passionate about the well-being of the kingdom and its people. "What do you think needs to happen, Griffa?" asked Max. "A change of leadership is needed in Oromist. The lord of the kingdom and his viceroys have no interest in helping the people. They only want power. If you prove to be the king that is needed, then so be it, but I want it to be your choice." Max nodded, and they walked on. They eventually ended up in the city center. Griffa took Max to the large building he remembered from the night before. "That is where the Ring of Nine meets. We also use it for festivals. Most of our festivals spill out onto the yard behind this building," said Griffa, waving her hand at the building vaguely. Max went to the statue in front of the building. The statue was of a large man. He had a bushy beard and long hair, and he was dressed in an impressive cloak that circled around his booted feet. In his hand was a large staff that curled at the end. On the man's head was a crown with pointed tips all around. "Who is this supposed to be?" asked Max, looking up at the statue. It seemed to be in excellent repair, and there was something familiar about it. "That is King Nathan of the line of Adalwen, the first king of the kingdom. That is your distant ancestor, Max. The crown is still in our possession. It is kept in a locked case inside the building. One day, if you choose to be king, it will rest on top of your head," said Griffa, coming to stand by Max and looking up at the statue. Max stared at the statue, looking at the stone face of the king. Max couldn't quite believe this could be an ancestor of his. It didn't seem possible that he was really from a line of kings and queens. "Come on, Max, let's look at the temple," said Griffa, gently pulling on Max's arm. The temple was next to the ring's building. It was the building with the large, pointed roof Max remembered from the night before. The building was made of rocks stacked together and sealed. The roof was covered in red tiles that seemed to be made of mud. It was an odd building, but Max found it beautiful. It almost seems to have been created from the earth instead of being made by people. Max again went to the statue in front of it. The statue was not as detailed as King Nathan's statue. It seemed to represent a man and woman, each looking a different way with linked arms. The faces were blank. The man had short hair and wore a tunic and pants. The woman had long straight hair and wore a simple shift dress. They were both barefoot. "Who are they?" asked Max in a whisper. He wasn't sure why he was whispering, but the ground around them felt different, sacred. "That is a symbol for the gods, Max. Not the ancients, but the true gods of the kingdom. They were said to be brother and sister who wanted to create a world where all could live in peace using the gifts they were given. They formed people, gave them life, and spread them throughout the kingdom. Brother gave the gifts of wisdom, work, and sense. Sister gave the gifts of love, rest, and good cheer. Their magic saturated the world as they worked. Some went into the ground, some into the trees, some into the air, and some into the very people they created. The magic was never meant to set us apart, but to be useful to all. Magic surrounds us and guides all of us, even those of us who are unable to wield it," said Griffa. Max was entranced. He had never heard of these gods. Not really. Some of Nora's stories mentioned magic, but never like this. "She told that very well, Griffa. Perhaps you should be a cleric in the temple, teaching others about the gods," said Ansel with a laugh as he walked up to Griffa and Max. Griffa smiled at him. "I think you know how well I would do cooped up in the temple all the time." "Very true. So, are you two ready to go home for the night, or is there more planned on this outing?" asked Ansel. "I think we are ready to head back, unless there is something else you wanted to see today, Max," asked Griffa. "No, I think that is plenty for today. Besides, I'm getting hungry," replied Max. "Then let's head back," said Ansel. He held out his arm to Griffa, and she smiled and took it. She grabbed Max with her other arm and hooked her free arm in his. They walked towards home in this way. "How did your meeting at Deli's house go?" asked Griffa. "It was interesting," said Ansel monotone. "Did you see dear Desma? I trust she was happy to see you if she was there," said Griffa. "I did see her," answered Ansel. "Of course, and how is she?" asked Griffa in that overly sweet tone she used. "She is the same as always, charming, beautiful, and utterly annoying," said Ansel. "I don't want to talk about Desma. Max, we will have to go to see the ring tomorrow after breakfast." "Oh," said Max. He wasn't sure what to say about this news. "I knew you said we would have to meet with them, but so soon." "Yes, I'm afraid so. They want to meet you as soon as they can. Don't worry, it won't be long. They just want to go over your training and discuss your living arrangements," said Ansel. "There is nothing to discuss about Max's living arrangements," snapped Griffa angrily. "Max will stay at Keen Manor." "There is no reason to get upset, Griffa," reassured Ansel. "They will not drag Max out of your house. They'll just want to make sure all precautions are being taken." "HMPH," grumbled Griffa. "Well, they can tell me to my face tomorrow what they find lacking in my home. I'm going with you to see the ring." "Griffa, you haven't been summoned," said Ansel as he looked at Griffa. "Are you sure it's a good idea for you to come?" "I can visit the ring whenever I choose, or are you forgetting who you are taking to?" asked Griffa in a superior tone. "They will not refuse to see me. I want to be there when they question Max, and I'm sure Max wants me there, don't you?" Griffa turned her head to look at Max. "Of course I do," answered Max, and he meant it. He felt bolder around Griffa. "Very well," said Ansel. "I know better than to stop you, but Griffa, please be careful. Watch what you say." "Ansel, what is that supposed to mean? Be careful. What on earth could the ring do to me?" "I won't embarrass you if that is what you are worried about," said Griffa, looking straight ahead. "You could never embarrass me," said Ansel softly. He stopped their progress and moved in front of Griffa. "Maybe I'm just on edge because of everything that is happening, but I just have this feeling that something is off around here. It's probably nothing, but promise me you will be careful, both of you." Ansel looked at Max. "All right, Ansel, I will watch what I say, but remember I can take care of myself. Max is quite capable as well." "I know, Griffa, I do. Like I said, I think I'm just on edge." "We need to have some fun tonight. Maybe we could play a game. I bet Mabel and Jonathan would join in. Maybe Max could teach us a game he played growing up. We did have a game where you had to position a person in different poses to get the group to guess an action like dancing or planting seeds." "That sounds perfect," said Griffa. "Are you game, Ansel?" Ansel smiled and said, "If it pleases the king, then it shall be done." Griffa gave him a playful swat. Ansel caught her hand and placed it back into his. "Now, come on. If we get there early enough, we can sneak a snack before dinner. Didn't you say you were hungry, Max?" "Yes, I'm starving," said Max with a smile. They walked on arm and arm back to the manor for a peaceful evening at home. Chapter 16. The palace ballroom was dazzling. Candles lit up the space from the walls and overhead in the chandeliers. Rich and beautiful folk dressed in bright ball gowns and smart tunics and breeches spun around the dance floor. Tables overflowing with food lined the walls. Liquor of all kinds flowed freely. It was a grand party in celebration of harvest time. All across the kingdom, cities, villages, and small hovels would celebrate the harvest over the next few weeks. None would rival the celebration in Oromist, a week-long revelry with parties across the city. The palace's opening ball would outshine them all. This was the place to be, the most exclusive invitation. Everyone in the first ring dreamed of attending balls in the palace, but only the most rich and influential were able to gain access. Kedden oversaw it all from the dais on which he sat in his large, comfortable throne. He was dressed to impress in dark green tunic and black breeches. He had on his plush red robe that signified him as lord of the kingdom. His golden curls fell around his head just below his ears. On his forehead was a thin golden crown that looked like leaves. He looked every inch the lord of the kingdom tonight. Young ladies from the first ring were paraded in front of him. He had already danced with several young ladies, including each of the Quillen twins, their ample assets on display. He had been propositioned twice by extremely attractive older ladies, promising nights of pleasure if he would consider their daughters as his bride. Kedden was enjoying all this attention. As he was observing the dancing, he caught sight of Turin. She looked unbelievably beautiful tonight. She wore a dark blue velvet gown that fit her figure perfectly. The neckline gave every advantage of showing off her pleasing cleavage. Her light red hair was pulled up into a beautiful braided bun with a few curls bouncing on her long, pale neck. Kedden felt the tug of desire as he watched her partner spin her around the room in a dance. He knew he couldn't have her as his wife, but he still wanted her in his bed. She hadn't come to him since their meeting in the tower 4 days ago. He had barely seen her in the palace. He did miss her in so many ways. He had hoped she would realize her place and be satisfied with being his mistress. He had thought a few times of seeking her out, but had decided she must be left alone to decide what her future would be on her own. Turin had danced with many men, and Kedden had noticed. Influential men who would inherit large homes and fortunes. Maybe she wanted a way out of the palace. Kedden wouldn't blame her if she chose marriage and a life of her own in one of the large manors in the first circle of Oromist. He would hate it if she left, but he would survive. He lost Turin in the crowd, but he did notice his mother coming towards him. She waved at him, and he waved her over. She came up to the dais, and Kedden invited her up. He helped her up the steps and placed a kiss on her hand when she had made it next to him. She dropped a quick curtsy and then kissed him on the cheek. "Kedden, it is so good to see you." "I have missed you," his mother said sweetly. She was an attractive woman for her age, with curly golden hair and pale blue eyes. She was dressed in a fine blue gown that had jewels that sparkled sewn into the material. Her neck was decorated with a large diamond necklace. "Mother," said Kedden, "it is good to see you as well. You are welcome to come to dinner any time you can. Just let me know." "I didn't want to bother you. I know you have much to do, and your father has been dreadfully busy with harvest happening all over our lands. I do hope we can come to the feast at midwinter." "I do so as well. Are you enjoying yourself tonight?" asked Kedden, looking out over the crowd. "Yes, very much so. This is the most lavish harvest ball I have ever seen. You have done well," said his mother with pride in her voice. "It is my servants that have done well, but thank you, mother." "Kedden, I was wondering if you would come meet a few families with me. They all have beautiful, well-accomplished daughters that I think would make you a fine wife. You will need to marry soon." Kedden looked at his mother. He wondered if one of these girls' fathers was needed for an alliance with his own father. "Is there some particular reason you want me to consider these young ladies, mother?" asked Kedden. "No, not really. I just figured as your mother I should help you where I can. If you hadn't been made lord of the kingdom, I would have helped you find your wife by now," said his mother, looking back at him. She tucked a curl behind his ear. "Let me help you, Kedden. I have missed out on so much of your life. I want to be a part of this." Kedden wasn't sure this was the real reason, but he wanted to please his mother. He had been very lonely, and the thought that his mother might be interested in his life made him feel more noticed than he had in a while. He nodded at her, and she smiled. She took his hand and led him down off the dais, and to a middle-aged woman and a beautiful black-haired young woman. He chatted with the mother and daughter and found them both pleasing. Names were exchanged, and Kedden found out the daughter's name was Mira. He danced with her, and she turned out to be good company, if a little gossipy. Next, his mother led him to a large family. The mother was a short, plump woman with a pretty face. She had 4 daughters, but only one of age to marry Kedden. She was a petite blonde with a slim figure and pretty brown eyes with long lashes. Her name was Della. He danced with her and found her a little shy but sweet. The rest of his night was spent with his mother introducing him to families, small talk, and dancing. It was not disagreeable. As the end of the party was approaching, he found himself back on his dais in his chair with much to think over. He had met several young ladies he could consider being his wife. They would all do well presiding over his table and entertaining his guest. Many of them were very desirable, and he would not have any troubles taking them to bed and getting them with child. Yet none of them intrigued him like Turin. He had seen her several times during the night, always dancing or talking with a man. He had caught her staring at him, but she would look away as soon as he would catch her eye. She did her best to pretend she was ignoring him. He wanted to punish her for her wicked behavior in a way she usually found very enjoyable. Golnar had watched the young lord dance and talk throughout the night. He thought Kedden did well as lord of the kingdom with the public. He seemed well liked by this group. Kedden was good at talking with women and men alike. He was charming, well-spoken, and warm while still being haughty. He was perfect, and Golnar was pleased. He would need Kedden to be all these things when his plans were ready. Golnar also noticed Turin throughout the night. She talked with every man that would notice her, and plenty of men noticed her. Turin was able to attract almost any man and hold his attention. Golnar thought some of these men would propose tonight if she gave enough encouragement to any of them. He wasn't surprised by this if what he suspected what Turin was actually true. He knew she wouldn't give any man but one any encouragement towards marriage. No matter how engaged she seemed to be with these men, her gaze often went to the young lord. Golnar noticed that Kedden was often staring back at Turin. She wanted to marry him. She had told Golnar that Golnar needed Turin so he would get her what she wanted. Towards the end of the night, families started to depart. As Kedden's parents were bidding him a good night, Golnar took the chance to signal to Turin to come talk to him in the adjacent room. She nodded. Golnar walked into the next room, and soon Turin came in as well. "You seem to be having a productive night, Turin," remarked Golnar, sitting down on a chair in the room. "You hardly sat out any dances, and I think almost every young man was captivated by you." Turin looked at Golnar and shrugged. "It was all right. There were some very influential men here, some of them very charming, but none of them have what I want." "And what is that?" asked Golnar, already knowing the answer. "The ability to make me the Lady of Regventus. It's not just that. I want Kedden, all of him. I want him to be mine and no one else. I don't want to be his mistress and know that some nights he will be with another woman. I don't want to watch another woman bear his children," said Turin as she paced in front of Golnar, gesturing wildly with her hands. "So, get with his child. You surely know how it works?" asked Golnar, eyeing Turin. Turin stopped pacing. "Of course I know how it works, but only the lady of the kingdom can bear a child for the lord. It's how the ancients have made it. I would have to be his wife to have his child." "Don't be naive, Turin. That is rubbish. There is no magic spell that makes it so. There have been plenty of bastards begot by lords in the past. Just usually they are by lower women than yourself. They have been easier to hide. The women didn't mind being paid off and sent somewhere, but you don't seem that kind of person." "You are saying that I could become pregnant by Kedden? If so, why haven't I? There have been enough times where it could have happened." "Kedden is no fool. I'm sure he has taken precautions. There are things he could take or use. He could have avoided doing certain things, though surely you'd have noticed it." Turin looked at Golnar. "Maybe, but it's not easy to think straight when those things might happen." Golnar smiled. "Turin, what if I told you I could help you become the mother to the lord's child? If you get with child and you tell Kedden, he will want to marry you. I can persuade him it is the right course of action. He will listen to me." "What do you mean you could help me?" asked Turin. Golnar pulled a small vial out of his robe. It was filled with a dark yellow liquid. "Go to Kedden tonight in his chamber. Let him have his way with you, and make sure he finishes inside of you. After the act is over, drink this. It will guarantee you conceive." Turin took the vial. "Where did you get this? How do you know it will work?" "I made it, and it will work. If you do this, you will get what you want. You will be Kedden's wife." I don't know about this. I am not sure this is right, said Turin, looking at the liquid. It is your choice, but if you want Kedden as your husband, this will be the way to do it. Turin slipped the liquid into her pocket and nodded. The ball should be over, and Lord Kedden should be returning to his rooms. I think you have somewhere to be. Don't forget Turin. If this goes as planned, I will expect something in return soon. Turin breathed deeply and nodded at Golnar before she hurried the room. Kedden's servants had helped him into his night attire. He dismissed them and flopped down into this chair by the fire in his chambers. He drank some wine that was left on his table for him. Closing his eyes, he let the warmth of the fire wash over him. Suddenly he felt a soft kiss on his neck. He was not alarmed, as he knew the scent that surrounded him. "You came to me? Does this mean you will stay at the palace?" asked Kedden. "Yes, my lord. I have no plans to leave you," said Turin between kisses on Kedden's neck. Kedden turned and grabbed Turin, pulling her into his lap. "You seem to have many admirers tonight. Did none of them persuade you to leave?" "Were you watching me, my lord? It seemed you were busy enough with all the young ladies you had around you." Kedden kissed Turin fiercely. He pulled back and sucked on her pale neck, and she moaned. "You are mine, Turin. I may eventually take a wife, but you will always be here for me," he said quietly. He then picked her up and took her into his bedroom. Later, Kedden drowsily stretched in his bed. Their love-making had been like nothing before. It had never been that intense. So much so that, unlike other times, he had not taken his usual precautions. He was glad he had remembered to take the drink Golnar had made for him, the one he said would guarantee no child would come of their love-making. He rolled over and reached out for Turin, but she was not there. He sat up and looked around the room. She was standing in the corner. He watched as she poured something into the chamber pot that was there. "What are you doing, Turin?" asked Kedden sleepily. "Nothing. Go back to sleep, my lord." "Come here. Don't leave me tonight," said Kedden, his arms outstretched. Turin smiled and lay down in the bed as Kedden's arms encircled her. He happily fell asleep with her scent and warmth enveloping him. Chapter 17. Ansel was anxious. He was pacing the entry hall of Keen Manor, waiting for Griffa to come down so they could walk to the Ring of Nine meeting. He kept looking up at the large clock in the hall. They still had time before the mid-morning bell rang, but Ansel would like to arrive at the meeting hall with a little time to spare. He saw Max staring at him as he paced. He was probably making the boy nervous, but Ansel couldn't help it. "Are we sure she is still coming?" asked Ansel. He looked up the stairs for what felt like the 100th time. "She said so at breakfast. She said she had to prepare first," said Max, leaning against the wall. "Prepare how?" asked Ansel. Max shrugged. They waited for several more minutes. Ansel was starting to get aggravated as he wondered what she could possibly be doing. "All right, Max, I think we need to go. Griffa knows where we are going, and she can catch up when she is done preparing, or whatever is taking so long," said Ansel, grabbing his hat from the table in the entryway. "We should give her a couple more minutes," said Max. "I'm sure she doesn't plan to make us late." Ansel rolled his eyes. "She might very well be trying to make us late. Griffa doesn't always respect the wishes of the Ring of Nine." "Why?" asked Max. "We don't have the time to get into it, but come on, let's go. She will follow." "Really, Ansel, we still have at least 30 minutes until the mid-morning bell rings." "What is the rush?" asked Griffa as she came down the stairs. Ansel could see immediately what had taken her so long. Griffa was wearing an impressive black dress. It fit her well and fell to the floor in a full skirt. It had a high collar that covered her throat. Along the waist was a red and gold embroidery of feathers. Over the dress she wore a black cloak fastened at her neck by a gold chain. On her cloak was the standard of her family, the red and gold falcon. It covered the entire front of the cloak. Her hair was pulled up in braids with a few curly tendrils framing her face. She looked magnificent. "Trying to prove a point, are we?" asked Ansel. He couldn't help but smile. He looked over at Max, who looked impressed. "What?" asked Griffa. "This is a very normal thing for a Keen to wear to the Ring of Nine. Father wore a cloak just like this." "He did," smiled Ansel. "You are definitely making a point, Griff. What are you planning?" "Nothing. I have nothing planned. I just want to be able to remind them who they are dealing with, if it comes to it." "Come on, boys. We don't want to be late," said Griffa, walking past them and opening the door. Mabel had come down the stairs following Griffa. "She is so much like her father," said Mabel proudly. "You better go on. Don't get left behind." Max followed in Griffa's path. Ansel put on his hat and gave a great sigh. He hurried through the door, giving Mabel a quick nod. Griffa led them through the town at a quick pace. She nodded to folk as they passed. Some stopped and stared at Griffa. She seemed not to notice, but Ansel thought she must have known the scene she was making. She was not just Griffa today. She was Griffon Keene, the only child of Renward Keene and the head of the Keene family. She was letting people know she was aware of her place and the power that came with it. Ansel was a little worried of what she would do in front of the Ring of Nine, but he could not help but keep smiling when he looked at her. She was awe-inspiring today. They walked on until they reached the meeting hall. Griffa walked to the statue, bringing Max over with her. Now, Max, every time my father came to the hall for a meeting, he would bow to the statue of King Nathan for luck, and then he would look towards the statue of the gods and ask for wisdom and humor. Humor? Asked Max as he bowed with Griffa and then faced the statue of the gods. I understand wisdom, but why humor? Father always said you had to have a good sense of humor to get through all the ridiculousness of these meetings, said Griffa, smiling. Come on, let's go get announced. Griffa went up to the meeting hall and opened the great doors. Inside the doors was a middle-aged man with dark brown hair sitting at a small desk. He was wearing a black robe and round glasses. He looked up, and Ansel saw his eyes widen a little. Miss Keene, he said in a strangely high voice. How good to see you. How may I help you today? Griffon of the family of Keene, Ansel from the line of Rhea, and Maxwell of the line of Adalwen here to see the Ring of Nine. We have been summoned, said Griffa, very businesslike. Oh, this is the young king, squeaked the man excitedly. He bowed low. It is a pleasure to meet you, your majesty. Max looked nervous and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. The ring is expecting you and Ansel, but I do not see Miss Keene's name here. You can wait out here, Miss Keene. No, I will be going in as well, said Griffa firmly. Don't worry, Felix. They will see me, and you will not get into trouble. But Miss Keene, I was told only to let Ansel and the young king in today, said Felix, looking worried. Are you going to stop me? Griffa asked. Her eyes were so dark blue, they were almost black. Felix said nothing. That is what I thought. Come along, Ansel, Max. Don't worry, Felix, I know the way. Ansel groaned, but he knew better than to reason with Griffa now. He followed her down the hallway to the large double doors at the end. She knocked 3 times. Enter, came a voice from the other side that Ansel recognized as Hector Delis. Griffa took a deep breath, opened the doors, and strode in confidently. Ansel followed with Max close on his heels. The room was large and well lit. There were several windows along the walls letting in the sunlight. In the middle of the room was a large round table with 9 chairs. All of the chairs were filled with the most important men and women from the magical folk. All eyes turned on the 3 as they entered the room, some completely turning in their chairs to get a good look. Welcome, said Hector. His eyes fell on Griffa. Griffon, what an unexpected surprise. I didn't know you would be joining us today. Griffa opened her mouth to speak, but before she could talk, Helmer, who held the second seat of the ring, stood up and spoke angrily. What are you doing here, girl? You were not summoned. You have no place here. Griffa narrowed her eyes. Ansel felt himself immediately go on guard as he moved a little closer to Griffa. He had been afraid this would happen. It was no secret Helmer had no love for the Keene family. He had tolerated Renward because he was the head of the ring, but Helmer had never approved of Griffa. Ansel believed he saw her as an opportunity to do away with the Keene family power forever. Young Griffon has as much right to be here as you, Helmer, said a wispy voice from the seat across from him. Or have you forgotten that she could take her place in the seat next to you whenever she wanted? It was the diviner. She was a tiny old woman, very old. She sat wrapped in many scarfs in her seat on a huge cushion. Her white hair was long and straight and wrapped around her like a protective cloak. Her large eyes were cloudy and gray. She was staring directly at Helmer. She gave that right up. She has no place here, sneered Helmer. She has stepped aside for now, but one day she will take her place. Welcome, young Griffon. Come and sit by me. The diviner motioned for the servant who was against the wall to pull up a chair. Griffon nodded at the old diviner. I thank you, Madame Sidora, said Griffa, but for now I will stand with Ansel and Max. Madame Sidora nodded and waved the servant with the chair away. Helmer gave a small growl, but sat down, an angry look on his face. Now, said Hector, let us meet our young king. Come stand here. He pointed to a spot just beside him in the eye line of Madame Sidora. Max, Griffa, and Ansel walked over to the indicated spot. Many shifted in their seats or turned their chairs around to better see the trio. "This is Maxwell of the blood of Adalwen. That is correct, Ansel?" asked Hector, looking at Max. "Yes. I collected him after his birth from his parents and sent him to live in the village of Clarton. He has grown up safely, but with little knowledge of his lineage or magic. He is here now to learn and to claim his throne," said Ansel. "He has come to learn and decide if he wants to claim the throne," said Griffa. "Max has made no decision." "There is no decision to make. He is the king. He will have to claim his place, and soon," said a man a few chairs down from Madame Sidora. "He won't be forced into this, Gorm," said Griffa. "Max will train, claim his magical abilities, and learn about the history of the kingdom. He will make a decision about being king at that time. I trust he will make the right choice," said Ansel. "What does the young king have to say for himself?" asked a brown-haired woman in the circle. "He can speak for himself, can't he?" Max looked at Ansel, and Ansel nodded his head. "I'm not sure. I think I would like to study magic. I haven't learned much yet, but what I have learned I find interesting. It feels right. I think with Ansel and Griffa's help I can learn a lot more. If you are asking me if I really believe I am the king, I'm not sure what to say. So much has happened so fast. I can promise I will listen and think about it. I just need more time." Low murmurs rumbled around the ring. "We could expedite his understanding, couldn't we? If we unlock his magical ability, he will claim his place as king." "There are ways, aren't there?" asked another man in the ring, this one with dark brown hair and crooked teeth. "There are ways," said Helmer. "Ways to unlock his ability in an instant. There are old spells and potions, and I know I could do it." "No," stated Griffa firmly, glaring at Helmer. "Absolutely not. What you are suggesting is blood magic, and it is against every decent thing in the kingdom. You will not subject Max or anybody to those evil ways." "It's not as bad as all that. No sacrifices are even required, just a gift, a few drops of blood. No one has to get permanently harmed," explained Helmer. "No one except the one who takes it. Whatever you say about a sacrifice, if you take blood, if you use dark magic, a price has to be paid, and Max will not pay that price. If you want to build a kingdom worth living in, this has to be done right," said Griffa, pacing around the circle. "Now see here, you have no power in the ring," said Helmer, pounding his hand on the table. "This is an option we need to consider." Hector looked thoughtful. "Calm down, Helmer. Griffon is right. What you are suggesting is not safe. We are not that desperate. Not yet. There is some time. Ansel, do you have a training schedule for our young king?" Ansel nodded and produced some parchment. He had written down all he had planned for Max's training. Hector looked it over and nodded before passing it around the circle. "I see you plan on using this keen girl to train the king," grunted Helmer. "He is, and he should," said Madame Sidora. "She will become a valuable ally to the king. If you want the king to succeed, he will need Griffon." Hector nodded and looked at Ansel. "And you said you and the king will be staying at Keen Manor?" "Yes, it is one of the most secure houses in Abscon, and the grounds and house are perfect for training. Max will never be left alone or unprotected there." Helmer made a noise as if he was going to protest, but Hector held up a hand. "Very good. I see no reason to argue about this. Are we all in agreement?" The ring all nodded, except Helmer. Hector raised his eyebrows. "Fine, I'm in agreement," said Helmer, "but we should keep all of our options open." "Very well," said Hector, standing. "We will expect regular reports of the young king's progress, and you will visit again at the beginning of the next moon cycle, agreed?" Ansel nodded his head in agreement. "I will escort you out. Go on with the other business, Helmer," said Hector. He walked Max, Griffa, and Ansel out of the room and down the hall. "Good. Now make sure you give the boy some time for fun, too. We have our harvest celebration in 6 nights' time. I hope to see him there," said Hector with a grin. "Yes," said Ansel. Something jogged in Ansel's memory. "Also, I will be taking the boy back to Clarton for their Harvestide festival. It was a promise I made to Max, and I don't want to break it." "Do you think that is wise?" asked Hector. "Will it be safe?" "I will check before we go if anything seems amiss, but I think one night won't hurt. Max's old guardians and friends will want to hear from him. I will take a few of the Protector's guards I have been managing. I imagine Griffa will want to come as well," said Ansel, looking at Griffa. She looked at Ansel with wide eyes and nodded her head. "Very well. I don't think I will let the ring know about that today. Maybe sneak it into the next meeting's business," said Hector with a wink at Max. "I wish you all a good day." Hector bowed to the three of them. Ansel and Max nodded, and Griffa gave a shallow curtsy. Hector turned and walked back to the meeting room. Ansel heard Max exhale as though he had been holding his breath. "It wasn't that bad, was it, Max?" asked Ansel as they walked back towards Keen Manor. "No, but I don't like the one called Helmer. He seemed angry," said Max. "No one likes Helmer," said Griffa with a huff. "Don't worry about him, Max. He is just full of a bunch of hot hair. He won't really do anything." Ansel wasn't sure about that, but he wasn't going to bring that up now. "Thank you for remembering your promise, Ansel," said Max. "I really want to see Dannon and Nora again." "And your Issa, of course," said Griffa teasingly. She turned to Ansel with a sweet smile on her face. "That was good of you, Ansel. What a nice treat for Max. And us as well. I love a good village party." Ansel smiled back at Griffa, happy that she seemed pleased. He liked it when she smiled at him like that. She hooked her arm in his, and Ansel found he was in a particularly good mood. He bent down as they were walking and whispered into Griffa's ear, "You look very fetching today. I quite like it when you dress like you're the Queen of Abscon." Griffa's cheeks turned red, and she swatted playfully at Ansel's arm. "Oh, come on. Let's get back. We will need lunch, and then I think you have a full afternoon of training Max," said Griffa. Later that night Ansel lay in his bed asleep. His head was full of dreadful dreams. He didn't know why, but he was running through Keen Manor looking for Griffa. He felt like he had to find her that instant or something terrible would happen. He went to every room, but she was nowhere to be found. Ansel's magic had come to the surface of his skin, reaching out. He could almost hear it calling Griffa's name. He called her name out loud, but she did not answer. He became frantic, his breath coming fast. Rooms and doors blurred together until he felt like he was running through a maze. His heart beat wildly as he called for Griffa again and again. His magic was in a frenzy. He felt like he would be stuck in the never-ending cycle of looking and calling until he saw something in the room ahead. He ran forward and saw Griffa lying on the floor, her dark red curls splayed around her. He ran to her saying her name. As he reached her, he saw a pool of dark blood by her side. "No," he said, "Griffa." He reached down and turned Griffa towards him. He saw her lifeless dark blue eyes staring back at him, and he let out a cry of agony which woke him up. He sat up in his bed sweating and breathing hard. He rubbed his face, trying to get the image of Griffa's lifeless eyes out of his mind. He knew sleep was impossible. What he needed was to see Griffa, alive and well, but he would not wake her up just because of a stupid dream. He sat in his bed. His magic was unsettled, and it rolled through him, making him feel queasy. Ansel decided to get up and go to one of the places he felt Griffa's presence most, her father's study. He had spent many rainy days sitting by her, reading in the big chairs by the fire. Ansel quickly dressed. He lit a candle by his bed with a snap and made his way out of his room, down the stairs, and to the study. His heart and breath still wouldn't slow down completely. The dream replayed in his mind as he made his way through the parlor. He opened the door to the study and was surprised to see a fire was lit. He walked over to the chairs and saw dark red curls tumbling down the sides. His heart skipped a beat as he placed his candle down on a table. He hurriedly walked over to the front of the chairs. There was Griffa curled up in her nightgown, reading a large book. "Ansel, what is the matter?" she asked, looking up at him. Without thinking, he grabbed her. She dropped her book as he crushed her to him in a possessive hug. Her arms automatically went around him, and he kissed the top of her head and rested his chin against her soft hair. His magic settled within him, making him feel calm. Her warmth spread over him, and he felt at peace once more. He eventually let her go, and she stood in front of him with a worried look on her face. "Ansel, is everything okay?" she asked. She reached up to touch his face, and he leaned into her palm, closing his eyes. "Yes," he murmured, "just bad dreams." She took her hand back, and he opened his eyes. They stared at each other for what felt like forever to Ansel. He looked at her in the light of the fire. Her eyes were a soft midnight blue. Her hair was messy from laying in the chair. He studied her long eyelashes and her upturned nose. He desperately wanted to place little kisses on them. His gaze went to her small mouth and pouty lips. He remembered what it was like to claim those with his own, and his mouth went dry. She continued to stare at him. "Will you read to me, Griffa?" he finally croaked. "Read to me until I feel like going back to bed." She smiled and nodded. He sat down heavily in one of the chairs in the fire as she curled up in her own chair. She started reading to him an old story about a queen who falls in love with her protector. Ansel felt soothed by her soft voice as she told him a tale he had heard many times before. Eventually he felt his eyes close as he fell asleep to Griffa's voice. Chapter 18. Max was exhausted. He had worked hard for 5 days straight. He was sore, and his brain felt like it was so full it would blow up. He had worked on levitating items until he could successfully hold a stick in the air for 5 minutes. He worked with Griffa on potions until his eyesight blurred from looking at old books. He worked on summoning breezes and making water move with Ansel until he was sick of moving his hands around. He really needed a break, and luckily one would come today. Tonight was the harvest celebration in Abscon, and Griffa had declared they would all rest today for the festivities at night. Max got to sleep in for the first time in what felt like forever. He woke up earlier than he would have liked due to a strange dream. He was standing on a cliff overlooking a river. At his right stood Griffa, and she was looking out over the cliff. Ansel was next to Griffa, looking at her worriedly. He grabbed Griffa's hand and closed his eyes. Griffa closed her eyes and leaned on Ansel. After a moment she opened her eyes and stood up straight. She turned and looked sadly at Max. She turned to Ansel, and he let go of Griffa's hand. Griffa took a deep breath and then suddenly turned from the cliff and walked away. When Max turned to see where she was going, Max woke up. He lay in bed, wondering about his dream. It had felt very real. He supposed all of the magic he had learned had an effect on his mind. Max laid in bed and thought about all that had happened in such a short time. Sometimes he couldn't really believe it. He had learned and done so much, but there still seemed like so much to do. He still wasn't sure about him actually being a king and what that would mean. Ansel had discussed it with him many times the past few days. Max knew that a king was needed to unite the magical folk against those who followed the ancients. He knew that Madame Sidora had stated Max was the one who should be king. She had made an official prophecy, and most magical folk took prophecy for the truth. Ansel told Max that he would know that he should claim himself as king when he had fully unlocked the magic inside of him. He said when Max heard the magic speak to him, he would know who he was meant to be. Max wasn't sure about that, but he did know the more he learned about magic, the more right he felt. The more time he spent in Abscon, the more he felt at home there. He still missed Nora, Dannon, and Issa, but something about being in Abscon felt natural. It felt like something in him had come alive. Max was anxious to know more and more. He wanted to understand what Ansel was talking about. He even asked Griffa about what Helmer had meant about unlocking his magical ability in an instant. As soon as he asked, he wished he hadn't. Griffa's eyes went dark, and she grabbed him by the arm. "Don't ever think of that as an option. What he was suggesting would ruin you, Max. Blood magic is not to be fooled with. A price will always be paid. I will teach you about almost anything, but not that." Max's curiosity had been sparked, though. He knew he shouldn't, but he searched Griffa's shelves for books on blood magic. He didn't plan on using it, but he wanted to know more. When he found no helpful books there, he asked Ansel if there was a place to get other books in the village. Ansel approved of his further learning and took him to the town's library. Max spent a few hours searching until he found what he needed. He hid the book between others and snuck them back into his room. At night he read about blood magic. It was an interesting subject. Some of it was terrifying, but much of it was intriguing. Max read of instances where blood magic was used without harm. It was said to have been used long ago, even before King Nathan ruled. Max couldn't help but want to learn more and more. It also helped take away his lonely thoughts of home, of Clarton, of thoughts about Dannon, Nora, and Issa. Today, though, was supposed to be about fun. They were also expecting a visitor. Talon Wendell, the leader of the valley, would join them today. Max wasn't sure what to expect. Griffa said Talon was very friendly, and she said Max would like him. Ansel seemed to be dreading the visit. Max decided to empty his head of blood magic and training and focus on having new experiences. He popped out of bed and got dressed, deciding to go downstairs to see what was for breakfast. They had been so busy the past few days that Maybelle had taken to leaving a few dishes on a table for them to eat when they were ready. When Max got down into the dining room, Griffa was at the table, eating some bacon and toast with a faraway look on her face. "Good morning, Griffa," said Max, coming into the room. Griffa shook her head a little and smiled. "Oh, good morning, Max. I expected you to sleep a little late today." "This is late for me," replied Max. "What's planned for today?" Max sat down to the left of Griffa with a full plate of food. "Talon should be here soon. After you greet him, you may do whatever you wish, Max. I was thinking of taking a ride this morning through the fields behind the village, if you are interested, but you can do whatever you please." "A ride sounds really good. When do you want to go?" asked Max as he gulped down food. "After I receive Talon and get him settled in. I also need to send out a few messages. I've been meaning to ask you if you would like to write someone back home." "I didn't know if you could send messages from here to Clarton," said Max. "Is it safe?" "Oh, very, with the birds we have. We can also charm messages to only be received by those we wish. I believe Ansel has been keeping your friends informed of your safety, and he bartered for your horses. If you have something to send, we can send it with one of our messenger birds. We have falcons and pigeons. Pigeons are usually better if going to a non-magical place, less conspicuous. I'm sorry, Max. I should have mentioned this earlier." "It's okay. We've had a lot going on. Can I write a letter this morning?" asked Max. "Of course. Finish eating and go write your letter. We can have it sent before we go on our ride," said Griffa as she stood up. Max stood up suddenly, trying to remember his manners. Griffa giggled at him and waved at him to sit down as she quit the room. Max gobbled down breakfast and went to the parlor to grab some paper and a quill. He sat at the desk wondering what he should say. He thought for a moment and then wrote a short letter to Dannon and Nora. He told them not to worry, that he was doing well. He was learning a lot, and there was so much to talk about that he couldn't write it all down. He wrote he would tell them in person when he went back to Clarton for Harvestide. He hoped they wouldn't mind if he stayed with them. Max looked over his letter. He knew others were coming with him to Clarton, including Griffa and Ansel. He didn't know where they would stay, but Max hoped he would be allowed to stay with Dannon and Nora. He was sure Ansel had already written to Dannon about housing needs. Next, Max took out another piece of paper and started to write Issa. He had so much to say to her. He wanted to tell her about magic and abscon. He wanted to talk to her about Griffa and Ansel, and all he was learning from them. He wanted to tell her about everything, but in the end he only said he was doing well and missed her. He said he would see her soon at Harvestide. He reminded her she had promised to go with him. He signed his name and sealed it along with the other letter. There was a knock at the front door. Griffa came hurrying from out of the study. Max stood up and watched as she waked quickly through the parlor to the entry hall. Max waited for a moment as he heard laughter in the entry hall. A moment later Griffa came in on the arm of a man around her age. He was tall. He had black hair and brown eyes, and his face was long and thin. He was smiling widely at Griffa, showing off his deep dimples. They walked up to Max, Griffa taking her arm away from the man. "Talon, this is Max," said Griffa. Talon bowed. "A pleasure to meet you. You are the one we've been hearing about, aren't you? You are the young king." Max looked at Griffa. "He likes to be called Max, Talon. He hasn't made a decision about this king business yet," said Griffa as she moved to stand next to Max. "He will choose wisely," said Ansel, entering the room. "Good morning, Talon." "Ansel," said Talon, bowing again. "How good to see you. It's been a while. I believe you spent a couple months recently in the valley, and I didn't see you once." "I was there on business with the Protector's guards. There wasn't much time for socializing." Talon gave Ansel a small smile and then turned to Griffa. "How are we planning to spend our day before this party tonight?" "Max and I were going to go out riding over the fields, if you would like to join us," answered Griffa. "If you have a horse I could borrow, I would love to ride with you," grinned Talon. "I feel like it's been an age since I've seen you, Griffa. You haven't come to see me in a while." "No, I've been busy with matters here. You can, of course, borrow a horse. Why don't you go get settled in the room to the end of the hall next to Ansel? We can meet in an hour for a ride by the stables." "I will join you as well, if you don't mind," offered Ansel, walking closer to Griffa. "Yes, come with us, Ansel," insisted Talon. "We will have your king with us after all." "Talon, come with me," said Griffa. "I'll show you to your room." Max and Ansel watched as Talon followed Griffa out of the parlor. "He seems nice enough," said Max, looking at Ansel. Ansel's only response was a deep breath before walking out of the room towards the study. Max sat down and grabbed a book off of the table next to him. An hour later Max hurried to the back door and found Griffa standing there looking out the window. He came up behind her and saw that 2 horses were waiting by the stables, saddled waiting for Griffa and Max. Talon was on top of a large chestnut horse. Ansel was already astride the stallion he had gotten from Dannon. Griffa turned back and saw Max. "I'll be happy to get out of doors for a while. I'm glad Ansel decided to go with us. He's been wanting to take Night Mist out for a ride," said Griffa. "Night Mist?" asked Max, looking out the window. "Yes, that is what Ansel has decided to name his new horse. He was able to buy it from Dannon. The bay mare was purchased for you as well. I hope you like her," said Griffa. "Oh, yes, of course. Thank you, but it's too much." Griffa waved him away. "Dannon gave us a really good deal. In truth, he wanted to give her to you, but I wanted to give Dannon some kind of compensation for her. She is a lovely creature. Come on, Max," said Griffa as she opened up the back door. They strode down to the stables, and Max mounted his bay mare. He would have to think of a name for her. Griffa got on a pretty gray, dappled horse named Breeze. The 4 took off for their ride. Griffa and Talon rode ahead together, with Max and Ansel following. Max could see Talon and Griffa talking animatedly. Max looked over at Ansel, who was watching them both with narrowed eyes. "You don't seem to like Talon, Ansel," observed Max. "I like him fine. He is the leader of the valley since his father died last year. You will need to get to know him." Ansel kicked his horse and caught up to Talon and Griffa. He rode by Griffa's side. Max urged his horse on to ride next to Talon. "Max," said Talon, turning to Max, "how do you like Abscon so far?" "I like Abscon very much. I have really enjoyed training, and Griffa has been very welcoming, letting me stay in her home. I'll have to stay a few days and watch you train. The council in the valley is very interested in your progress. You will have to visit us sometime," said Talon. He turned to Griffa. "You should bring Max to the valley soon. You have a house there." "When Max is further along in his training, we will consider it," said Ansel. "He needs to focus at the moment." "I understand," said Talon. "I'm very happy to be here for your harvest celebration. I haven't been to a festival in Abscon in 7 years." "I believe that is because the valley is known for their celebrations," said Griffa. "You might find our standard affair dull." "No, I don't think so," grinned Talon. He looked at Griffa. "There is definitely something in Abscon that I find very interesting." Max saw Griffa's cheeks redden. "Are you going to dance with me tonight, Griffa?" asked Ansel as they turned away from the steam that ran through the field. "Yes, if you would like. It's become something of a tradition for you and me to dance the first dance together," said Griffa brightly. She turned to Max. "Do you expect to dance much tonight, Max?" "I'm not sure. I haven't thought much about it. I don't know many people here. I will dance with you if you like, Griffa." "Of course I want to dance with you, but I imagine you will be quite busy with the young ladies of the village." "I don't know. I'm not a very good dancer. I wasn't very popular at festivals in Clarton." "You are a king here, and it will make a difference." Griffa smiled at Max and kicked her horse lightly, taking off. "She's right. I expect you will be popular tonight," said Talon before he took off after Griffa. Ansel looked at Max and nodded. He followed the others. Max looked after them for a moment, wondering what the night would actually bring. He kicked his horse to catch up with Ansel, Griffa, and Talon. At the end of their ride, they headed back towards the manor when 2 other riders came up to them. Max recognized one as the beautiful Desmona. She was on a large, handsome flaxen chestnut horse with a blonde mane. The other rider was a tall man who looked about Griffa's age. He had long, ashy blonde hair that was tied in a neat ponytail. His nose was a little crooked, but it did not hurt his appearance. His eyes were hazel and had long, light-colored lashes. He was dressed in dark breeches and a red tunic. "Hello, Griffa Ansel," said the man. He was looking particularly at Griffa before he turned to Talon. "Talon, I didn't realize you were coming to Abscon." "I wanted to visit with my friend here and meet our new king," replied Talon. "Oh, so this is our new king. A pleasure to meet you, your majesty." "This is Max," said Griffa. "When did you get into town, Marcus?" "Yesterday. Father decided to come down for the harvest celebrations. We might stay a while. Mother has opened up the house. We will have to have you over for dinner, all of you," he said with a smile. "I trust you are all coming to the celebrations tonight?" asked Desmona. Her gaze lingered on Ansel. "Of course," answered Griffa. "I suppose you want to secure a dance with dear Ansel?" Max noticed she was back to her falsely sweet tone. Ansel muttered "Griffa" under his breath. "Of course," said Desmona, flashing her eyes at both Ansel and Max. "I would like to dance with our young king as well." Max looked at Desmona and felt like his heart would leap out of his chest. He felt enraptured, like he would do anything she would ask. Talon coughed loudly. "Stop it, Desma," said Ansel. "Leave the poor boy alone." Desmona cut her eyes to Ansel and smiled sheepishly. Max felt like a cold bucket of water had been dropped over his head. "I meant no harm, Ansel. I just can't help it sometimes," Desmona said, coming closer to Ansel. Ansel backed his horse up in response. "Griffa, I would like to dance with you if you would have me," said Marcus, coming closer to Griffa. "It's been a long time, and I would like to catch up." "Of course, Marcus. I would be happy to dance with you." "Good. I will come claim you then at some point, maybe twice," said Marcus flirtatiously. Ansel cleared his throat. "We better get back to the house for lunch, and then prepare for tonight." "We should be heading back, too." "I will expect that dance, Ansel. From you too, your majesty," said Desmona, smiling. Max kept his head down to not look at her. She clicked her heels, and her horse shot off. Marcus tipped the hat he was wearing to Griffa and followed after Desmona. "Griffa, why did you do that? Why bait her?" asked Ansel. "Now I have to dance with her." "She was going to claim a dance with you no matter what. I wanted her to get to the point. You need to do a better job of shielding poor Max from her charms," said Griffa, urging her horse forward. Max, Ansel, and Talon followed after her. "You're really going to dance with Marcus?" asked Ansel. "Of course, we are old friends. Why wouldn't I?" asked Griffa. "He's a quick," said Ansel. "His father has certain aspirations for his son." "So," said Griffa. "If you show him too much attention, people will talk," said Talon. "I believe that is what Ansel is trying to say." "Let them talk. It will only be a dance. I've heard enough talk of Talon and me, and it does not matter. People talk about you and Desmona, you know. Does it bother you?" asked Griffa, looking back at Ansel. "No, I pay it no mind," replied Ansel. "Then neither shall I. Come on, let's get home. I am hungry." She urged her horse on faster. Talon looked at Ansel. "You don't think she's actually interested in Marcus Quick, do you?" Ansel didn't respond. He urged his horse on to catch up with Griffa. "Come on, Max," said Talon. "Come ride with me. Maybe we can unravel the mystery of the female mind." Max shrugged and rode back to the manor by Talon's side. Chapter 19. Griffa looked at herself in a mirror in her bedroom. She moved from side to side, looking at her dress. It was a dark blue, and Maybelle said it matched her eyes. She was happy with the fit. The dress had a modest neckline and half sleeves. It hid her waist in a becoming way without being uncomfortable. It had a full skirt that covered her slippers, and little threads of silver were woven throughout the dress, making it look like it sparkled. Before sending her away to check on Max, Griffa had Maybelle help her tame her hair. Maybelle had pulled Griffa's hair to the side so her curls ran down her shoulder and in front of her left upper arm. Griffa fastened a thin chain around her neck that held jeweled falcon charm. She adjusted her skit one last time in the mirror and walked out of her room. She saw Ansel at the top of the stairs as she walked from her room. He was looking down. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of him. He looked very handsome in a black tunic, with the standard of the line of Rhea stitched in silver on the chest. It was a large tree with many branches. He didn't wear a hat tonight, and his dark hair was pulled back at the neck. They looked up as Griffa approached. Hess stopped a few feet from him. A small half-smile appeared on Ansel's face as he looked at Griffa. Griffa felt warm under his gaze as it trailed up and down. She knew she was probably blushing. She started nervously playing with her skit, unsure of what to say. Ansel walked over to her and took her hand. He bowed over it and gave it a quick kiss. "You look beautiful," he said quietly. She smiled at him as Max walked out into the hall. "Max," said Griffa as Ansel let go of her hand and turned to Max, "you look very handsome." Max was wearing a deep blue tunic with a silver sun stitched on it. His black pants and boots looked like they fit very well. Griffa could see he was wearing the necklace with a small pendant on it that she had given to him. It was a talisman against enchantment, and she hoped to keep him away from the wiles of Desmona and others. Max smiled at Griffa. She walked over and took his arm. "We need to get going, or we are going to be late." They walked downstairs to find Talon in the entry hall waiting for them. He smiled at Griffa as they approached. "You are lovely, my dear," said Talon. He took her hand and brought it to his lips before tucking her arm into his own. "Are we all ready to go?" They walked through town and to the back of the meeting hall. Griffa could see many young ladies turning to look at Max, Ansel, and Talon as they entered the festival space. Griffa looked at Max to see how he was reacting to everything. The lawn was aglow with magical lights all around. Tables and chairs had been set up around a space to dance. The meeting hall's back wall had been taken away, so the big room in the back was open to the outside. Tables of food and drink were all along the walls. People sat at tables and stood in groups. A few musicians stood on a platform at the end of the dancing space with their back to a small, wooded area. "What do you think, Max?" asked Griffa, watching him take everything in. "I've never seen anything like it. It all feels so magical, like I am surrounded in magic," answered Max. "We are celebrating the harvest. We are thanking the gods for their provisions that will last us through the winter. It is a sacred time," said Ansel, looking around. "It's also supposed to be fun," said Griffa, laughing lightly. "I'm glad you like it, Max." "Excuse me for a second," said Talon. "I should go around and say hello to some people." "I try to stay out of trouble," Griffa joked as Talon retreated away. He turned and winked at her. Griffa made some polite chit-chat with a woman who came over to greet her, and Ansel surveyed the area. He nodded to a few men who wore dark tunics and pants that matched. "Who are they?" Max asked Ansel. "They are part of the Protector's forces. They watch over the village, and one day they will be your royal guard. I oversee their training and direct them. They are charged with watching over the celebrations tonight." "Do you expect any trouble?" asked Max. "No, but it's always good to be careful. This is the first celebration our king will attend. Remember, Max, you are a big deal here. We have to take every precaution." Max nodded as the musicians picked up their instruments and began to play. Ansel looked at Griffa, and she nodded. "We won't be long, Max," said Ansel, taking Griffa's hand. He led her to the dance floor with other couples joining them. Griffa smiled as Ansel placed his hand around her waist and took her other hand in his. It felt so natural and right to be in his arms. She had danced with him a dozen times at many different festivals, but she never tired of it. "What are your plans tonight?" asked Griffa. "Are you going to hide away like you usually do?" "I will be trying to avoid dancing if I can, as I don't much care for it. I will have to stay more engaged with the party than I usually do so I can watch over Max." "If you don't care for dancing, why do you always insist on opening these festivals dancing with me?" "I have 2 reasons. One, it shows that I can dance, and I did make an effort in the evening. No one can say I never participated in the revelry." "I'm glad I could help you save face, Ansel," said Griffa dryly. "My second reason is you are the exception to my dislike for dancing," said Ansel. He leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Believe it or not, your presence at these events soothes me." He leaned back, and Griffa looked up at Ansel. "I enjoy festivals. They put me in too good of a mood to argue. That would explain why you like being around me at them." "I don't mind being around you at any time. I even enjoy our arguments now and then," said Ansel. "I like them too," admitted Griffa. "I think sometimes I might look for reasons to argue with you." Ansel shook his head at her and chuckled slightly. They eventually finished their dance and went back to Max. Ansel walked over to talk to some of his protector's guards, and Griffa stayed close to Max. She heard some girls giggling next them. Griffa gave Max a small shove, and she motioned her head towards the girls. "Go on, do it," said one of the girls, pushing another girl forward. The girl looked young, about Max's age. Griffa could see she was pretty with brown hair and dark eyes. She walked over to Max and smiled. "You are the king, aren't you?" she asked shyly. Kind of. I'm Max," he said. "I'm Ellie," she said, still not meeting his eyes. "Hi, Ellie. I'm glad to meet you. Have you lived here your whole life?" asked Max. Griffa looked at Max and tried not to laugh at his comment. "Yes, I was born here. I've never been anywhere else." "Oh," said Max. "Would you? I mean, you don't have to, but would you like to dance?" Ellie asked, still looking at the ground as her friends giggled. Max looked at Griffa, and she nodded encouragingly. "Sure," he said. "Come on." Griffa watched Max dance with Ellie. He wasn't lying when he said he wasn't a very good dancer. He was a little stiff and awkward, but Ellie didn't seem to mind. The dance seemed to embolden the girl's friends. Soon Griffa watched as Max was busy almost every dance. She was glad he seemed to be enjoying himself. "You are going to dance with me, aren't you?" asked Talon as he came to stand near Griffa. "It seems like you've been plenty busy this evening. I wasn't sure you would have time for me." There are some lovely creatures here in Abscon. I must visit more often, but I always have time for you, Griffa. Come, dance with me." Griffa nodded. "Why didn't you come last spring to see me?" asked Talon as they danced. "You said you would." "Ansel joined me unexpectedly for my birthday. He told me he wanted to stay through spring." "You would have had more fun if you had come to see me. You could have come after," said Talon. He leaned in close to her and kissed her quickly on her neck, whispering in her ear, "I have missed you." Griffa raised her eyebrows at him as he leaned up. "Have you? You could always come see me as well." "I am here now. I have a lot of responsibilities with my village and the council. When will you take your proper position with the ring?" Griffa sighed. "I'm not sure if I ever will. I'm not well liked by much of the ring. I'm not sure how they would take my leadership." "It's not up to them," said Talon after nodding at someone passing. "It is your right. You would be a good leader, Griffa. Don't let others dictate what you know is right. You were meant to lead the ring." "We shall see. I've skipped on many of the responsibilities of my family name. It might be time for a change." "Maybe just a small one," said Talon as he drew her close again, rubbing her side gently. "I rather like you the way you are." Griffa danced a few more times with men she knew from the village. She enjoyed dancing and didn't mind. The conversation was friendly, and she found herself enjoying the night. She only saw Ansel occasionally observing the festival. She would see him looking at her periodically. Occasionally he would give her a small smile that would make her automatically smile back. Griffa was standing on the edge of the dance floor when Max finally got a break. He came over to her with a couple glasses of wine and handed one to Griffa. "Thank you, Max," she said, smiling at him. He was a thoughtful young man. She took small sips of her wine. "You seem to be quite popular tonight. Are you having a good time?" Max nodded as he drank from his own glass. "I am, but it does make me miss home a bit." "You are thinking of your friend Issa, aren't you?" asked Griffa with a smile. "You will see her soon, Max. Let yourself have a little fun tonight. Take a quick break from dancing, but save a dance for me," said Griffa. Max smiled at her. They stood in companionable silence for half a song when Marcus came up to them. He looked very smart in a dark green tunic and black pants. "Griffa, I've been looking for you. You aren't avoiding me, are you?" he asked. "Of course not, Marcus. I wasn't sure you were actually here. I hadn't seen you." As they were talking, Ansel, who had been talking with the Protector's guards, came over and stood next to Griffa. "Ansel, are you having a pleasant evening?" asked Marcus with a small bow. Ansel nodded. "Of course. It's a party, isn't it?" Marcus smiled in response. "Griffa, you promised me a dance. Will you dance next with me?" "Yes," Griffa answered just as the music was ending. Ansel took her glass as Marcus led Griffa out to the dance floor. As Griffa took her place with Marcus, she saw Marcus's father Philo quick walk over to Ansel.
"I wonder what your father is talking to Ansel about,"
commented Griffa as she started dancing with Marcus. "I imagine he is talking about us," replied Marcus, smiling down at Griffa. "Us?" asked Griffa, confused. "Why would your father be talking about us?" "Can't you guess, Griffa?" asked Marcus quietly. Griffa looked up at Marcus with trepidation. She looked over to see Philo talking to Ansel. Whatever Philo was saying did not seem to please Ansel. Ansel had a dark look on his face, and his eyes followed Marcus and Griffa. "You know I have always enjoyed your company, and I have missed you this past year. I thought you would have come to the valley for the spring festival this year." "Talon said you had planned on it," said Marcus as they danced. "I had, but my plans changed," said Griffa. She was watching Ansel as Philo walked off. Ansel was still watching Griffa. He looked very angry. She wondered if she had displeased him somehow. He turned abruptly and left Max all alone. "Griffa, did you hear me?" asked Marcus. Griffa shook her head and looked up at Marcus. "No, I'm sorry, my mind was wandering." "I was asking if I might come visit you in the next few days. I was wondering if you would be at home." Griffa didn't know what to say to this. She looked around trying to decide how to respond when she spotted Ansel dancing with Desmona. She sighed and turned her head back to look at Marcus. "Yes, Marcus, I would like it if you came by," said Griffa happily. "We need to catch up." "Good. I will make sure to make a visit soon." Their dance ended, and Marcus escorted her to the side close to the refreshments. He took her hand and bowed over it, kissing it slowly. "Do you need anything, Griffa?" asked Marcus, standing back up. "No, I'm fine. I'm sure you have other obligations tonight. "I will see you soon," said Griffa, dismissing him. He looked like he didn't want to leave her side, but he nodded and walked off. Griffa smiled as she saw Talon charming a couple of young women from the village. He must have sensed her gaze because he turned and smiled at her. Griffa smiled back before she looked for Ansel, but she couldn't find him. She huffed and made her way back to Max. As she walked over, she saw him talking with Helmer. She thought Helmer looked a bit like a toad in the strangely fitting brown robes he wore. As Griffa approached, she could hear their conversations, and she wondered what they were talking about. "I would like to know more about it, but I don't want to jump into it. Do you think you could send me some writings that are more current than I have found in the library on the subject?" asked Max. Helmer smiled. "Of course, Your Majesty. Very smart to want to see for yourself. I'll have some sent to you quickly." "Max, are you all right?" asked Griffa as walked up to Max. Griffa took deep breaths, not wanting to appear angry. She did not like Helmer, but she couldn't fault Max for being friendly to a ring member. "He is fine? We were having a good chat, weren't we?" asked Helmer as he slapped Max on the back. Griffa gave Helmer a cold look and then said, "Max, you promised me this dance. Did you forget?" Max looked at Griffa, and she took his hand and squeezed tightly. "I'm sorry, Griffa, I didn't know if it was this one or the next." "It's fine, but the music is about to start. Good evening, Helmer," said Griffa. Griffa practically dragged Max out onto the dance floor. "What were you speaking of with him?" she asked as they danced. "Nothing, really," muttered Max, not meeting her eyeline. He just wanted to see how training was going. Griffa looked at Max intently. "You can tell me anything, Max. You know that, right? If you are ever in trouble or confused or worried, you can talk to me." "I know, Griffa, but it was nothing, really." "Okay," she said, relaxing a little. She could see he wasn't going to tell her what they were really talking about. "I'm sorry to drag you out here, forcing you to dance." "I don't mind dancing with you," said Max, smiling at her. She smiled back as they danced and chatted through the song. The party went on for most of the night, but Griffa would have been happy to leave much earlier. She took a walk by herself at one point, going to the statue of the gods and sitting down next to them. "Griffa, are you all right?" asked Ansel, walking over to her. "Ansel," said Griffa, a little startled, "why are you out here?" "I saw you leave the festival, and I wanted to check on you," said Ansel. He walked over and sat next to her. "Nothing happened to upset you, did it?" "No," said Griffa. "I'm just tired, and I needed a break. I would go home, but I think Max is enjoying himself. I don't want to leave him." "Talon didn't want to escort you home?" asked Ansel, looking at her from the side of his eyes. Griffa's head snapped around to look at him. "I don't know what you are implying, but I think Talon is busy enough with the ladies of the village." They sat in silence for a moment. Griffa was about to leave when Ansel asked her a question. "Did you enjoy your dance with Marcus?" He was looking at the ground, moving one of his feet against the ground. "I suppose I did. He is an old friend, and I haven't seen him in a while," said Griffa. "I saw you dancing with Desmona." "Yes, you promised her a dance for me, remember?" Ansel looked up at Griffa with a small smile. "I tried to avoid it, but I gave in just so she would stop pestering me." "If the worst thing that happens to you tonight is you have to dance with a beautiful woman, I think you will be just fine, Ansel," teased Griffa. "I'm worried that might not be the worst thing to happen to me tonight, Griffa." Griffa looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" Ansel stood up. "Never mind. Come dance with me again. We can avoid other people together." He held out his hand to Griffa, and she smiled and took it. He led her back to the festival. After dancing with Ansel, she was happy to find somewhere to sit with Max. Marcus came and sat next to her, staying near her. He would not leave no matter how many hints she gave him. She was about to say something rude, but Max seemed to sense her aggravation and took Griffa to the dance floor. "Max, do you know what Philo Quick was saying to Ansel while I was dancing with Marcus?" asked Griffa as she danced with Max. "Yes," replied Max, his face going red. "What did he say?" Max looked down at the ground. "He wanted Ansel's support for a marriage between you and Marcus." Griffa made a noise of disgust. "How did Ansel respond?" "He said he wouldn't push you to marry anyone. He said you would make your own choices." "Good," said Griffa. "I'll be glad when this night is over. I don't want to be rude, but Marcus is testing my limits." As dawn was only a few hours away, it was finally time to go home. Ansel was speaking with his guards before they left. Marcus came up to Griffa and Max. "It was nice to spend time with you, Griffa," said Marcus, smiling. "I hope to be in town for a while and see more of you." He took Griffa's hand and placed a small kiss on the back of it. "Are you ready to go?" asked Ansel as he walked up to them. Marcus gave Griffa's hand a squeeze and wished them all a good night. "I wonder where Talon got off to," said Griffa, looking around. "Maybe he found something entertaining for the night." "He knows his way back to the manor if he wants to come," said Ansel. "It's late. Let's head home." Max, Griffa, and Ansel all started to walk home. Griffa was very tired, and she could see Max was practically sleepwalking. "Did you enjoy yourself, Ansel?" asked Griffa as they walked. "It was fine. The music was good, and some of the company was acceptable. You seemed to have a grand time. I see Marcus came to bid you good night. You seem to enjoy his company." "He is all right. As I told you earlier, we did grow up together, and I hadn't seen him in a while." "Be careful, Griff. His father had a talk with me tonight. He's interested in you as a bride for his son." "He'll be disappointed then. Marcus is fine, but he is not what I want in a husband," said Griffa as she shook her head. "Have you thought about marriage? You are of age now, and there are plenty of young men who would be willing for the keen name." Griffa felt her face heat up. Ansel wanted her to marry, it seemed. "Is that all I have to offer? My name? Maybe my grand house and fortune will help as well. It would have to be something wonderful to make up for who I am. Is that correct, Ansel?" snapped Griffa, walking faster and getting ahead of them. Griffa felt hurt and insulted. Ansel and Max both sped up to catch up with her. "Griffa, you know that's not what I meant. I was just saying you can't discount who you are. You will need heirs someday. I know the Keen legacy means something to you, whether you say it or not." Griffa slowed down and took a deep breath. She was tried, and she did not need to say the things she was thinking. "Ansel, I am too tired for this discussion, and I don't want to argue right now. I don't want to talk about this in front of Max either. I just want to lie down and go to bed." "Fine, but you will have to think about these things at some point," said Ansel. They walked the rest of the way in silence. When they got to the manor, they entered the front door, pausing in front of the stairs. "I hope you had an enjoyable evening, Max," said Griffa. "Good night." She stepped up and kissed Max on his cheek. "Good night to you too, Ansel." She turned to walk up the stairs, but Ansel caught her hand. "I don't want to go to bed with you angry at me." "I'm not angry, Ansel. I'm only tired." She smiled at him, and he smiled back. Ansel brought her hand up to his lips and gave the back of it a small kiss. "Sweet dreams, Griffa." With that he strode up the stairs. Max followed, leaving Griffa standing in the entry looking after them. Griffa decided to get a drink from the parlor before heading up. She entered the parlor to find Talon sitting on the sofa looking at the fire. "I didn't expect to see you here," said Griffa, walking over to the sofa. "Come have a drink with me, Griffa," said Talon. He had a pitcher of wine and a couple of glasses on the table close to him. Griffa walked over and sat down next to Talon as he poured her a drink. He handed it to her, and she took a sip. "I thought maybe you had found someone to keep you company at the festival," said Griffa, settling back into the sofa. "There were some lovely ladies there tonight, but none who could hold my interest," said Talon. He leaned back and looked at Griffa. "Is that so?" asked Griffa quietly. She took a long drink of her wine and then leaned over and laid her glass on the table. She settled back into the sofa with her face very close to Talon's. She looked at him. He was very handsome, and he was looking at her with desire. It felt good to actually be wanted. She closed her eyes as Talon caressed her cheek. "You must know that no one could ever compare to you, Griffa. I meant it when I said I missed you. I have to come see you." He gently turned her head and started kissing her neck. Griffa laughed. "You've always been very smooth, Talon. I wonder how many women that line has worked on." Talon stopped for a moment and looked at Griffa. "Griffa, I need you to know that I've changed. I really have. I came here this week only to see you. The council wanted me to meet the king, but I came only for you. When will you ever trust my feelings for you?" Talon kissed her lightly on her lips. She looked at him, not sure if she should believe what he was saying. He had told her a few times he had feelings for her, but she could never quite believe him. She knew she had feelings for Talon, but she had never let them go beyond friendship. She had seen too much, and she knew him too well. Yes, Griffa had enjoyed his company in the past, but she knew there were several other women who visited him as well. He had tried to tell her for some time now that he loved her, but it was impossible for her to believe. He went back to kissing her neck. "Griffa," he said quietly between kisses, "do you know how beautiful you are?" Griffa sighed as Talon kissed her neck. She wanted so much to submit to the desire that was building up inside her. This was familiar to her. It was safe. There was no second-guessing what Talon wanted from her. He was always to the point. She didn't have to wonder things like with Ansel. She didn't have to think what was wrong with her that Ansel didn't want her. "Talon," Griffa breathed. "Yes, dearest," whispered Talon. He raised his head and looked at her with a sweet smile that almost made Griffa change her mind. "I don't think we should do this," said Griffa as she sat up. "What? Why?" asked Talon with a frown. "It's not because of Marcus, is it?" "No, it certainly isn't," said Griffa vehemently. "It's somebody, though," said Talon, studying Griffa. Griffa looked down. "Even if there is, that's not the only reason. I told you I needed to take more responsibility. I need to start acting like a Keen." "What does that have to do with us?" asked Talon. "I'll have to see to the legacy of my family. I'll need to start thinking of marrying soon." Talon reached up and touched her cheek again. He leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers. "Is there someone you have in mind to marry?" Griffa took his hand and brought it down from her cheek. She sat back a bit and lowered her head, shaking it. "Well, you could marry me. You should marry me," declared Talon. "You don't want to marry me, Talon," said Griffa, looking up at him. "Why do you say that? I can think of no one else in the kingdom I would rather marry. It would be an excellent match. I can think of many advantages of us being married," said Talon, taking her hand. "Yes, to unite to the Keens and Wendells is probably long overdue," muttered Griffa, angrily releasing Talon's hand. She knew a match between them would almost be too perfect in name. It would unite Abscon and the Valley. It would be seen in magical society as logical. Griffa never did care what magical society saw as logical. "I suppose it would be, but I was talking of other advantages. Griffa, I know how wonderful you are, and you know how much I enjoy our time together. You must know I feel strongly for you. I have for a while." "But we aren't in love, Talon." "I think I would like to marry someone who is in love with me. I want you to marry someone who loves you. I want you to be happy." "I do love you, Griffa. You may not believe it, but I know I love you. I've known it for a while. I haven't always done right by you, but I can prove to you I have changed. I want to earn your love. I think even at this point we have more affection than most married couples I know. We would be wonderful together, but I won't argue with you. I know better than that. I won't give up, though. I'll just say my offer stands until I can convince you I'm sincere or your heart is engaged by someone else." Griffa looked down and then back up at Talon. "Oh, there is someone then," sighed Talon. "Who is it, Griffa?" Griffa felt herself blushing. She got up and walked to the fireplace. "It does not matter. He doesn't seem to want me." Talon got up and filled the glasses of wine again. He brought one to Griffa. "Who would be that stupid to not want you?" Griffa took her glass. She took a long drink and shrugged. "He says he has his reasons." "Oh, Griffa, no, it can't be," said Talon, seeming to have a realization. "It's Ansel, isn't it?" Griffa hung her head down. Talon took her glass from her. He placed both glasses on the mantel in front of them and took Griffa's hands in his own. "How long have you felt this way about him?" "I'm not sure. I have always cared for him, but these feelings of love have come up so gradually. I suppose I realized it certain this past spring." "Does he know how you feel?" asked Talon quietly. "Yes," said Griffa. "And he told you he didn't want you?" asked Talon incredulously. "No, he said he doesn't know how he feels about me. He said he may never know. Tonight he told me I should think of marrying someone," said Griffa, as tears formed in her eyes. Talon sighed and took her into his arms. She laid her head on his shoulder and cried softly. "He's an idiot, Griffa," said Talon. "You should forget him. He is not even good enough for you. You should come back to the valley with me and stay for a while. I can convince you to forget him. I can convince you to stay with me." Griffa shook her head against Talon. "I'm afraid I can't. I have tried to change my feelings, but they are set. I love him, Talon. He may never love me, but I will still love him." Talon turned and kissed Griffa on her head. He held her close as she cried. Chapter 20. Ansel stood outside on the back lawn of Keen Manor. He watched as Griffa worked with Max on summoning items. It was the second day after the ball, and Ansel was standing back while Griffa worked one-on-one with Max. Ansel knew he was in an irritable mood, and he would not do well focusing on teaching Max. He felt bad thinking over his conversation with Griffa the night of the festival. He never should have talked marriage with her. He never meant to insinuate that her only qualities were her family name and connections. Ansel could name a litany of things that made Griffa an extraordinary woman. He wasn't sure why he had told her she needed to marry at all. The last thing he wanted to think about was Griffa marrying anybody. Talon still being a guest in the house didn't help Ansel's mood. Talon was a distraction for Max. Ansel knew Talon could be charming and funny, and Max seemed to enjoy Talon's company. Max sat by Talon at mealtimes. He laughed at his jokes, and he stayed up too late listening to Talon's stories. Talon monopolized Griffa's time as well. He flirted with her shamelessly. Talon was to leave tomorrow morning, and Ansel could not wait. He heard footsteps behind him, and he turned to find Talon coming to stand by his side. "Good morning, Ansel," greeted Talon as he approached. "Talon," replied Ansel, nodding. "I'm surprised to see Griffa up so early. She was up rather late with me," yawned Talon as he stretched. Ansel felt his whole body tense as he looked at Talon out of the corner of his eyes. "We were up late talking," said Talon. "I've been trying to convince her to take her proper place in the ring." Ansel let out a breath. "What did she say to that?" "She says she not ready and other nonsense. If we want a chance against the powers in Oromist, we will need Griffa to be who she was meant to be. The ring needs her." Ansel knew Talon was correct. Griffa would be a strong leader to the ring, but Ansel didn't want her to take her place. He worried for her safety. He wasn't sure how much he really trusted the ring. Ansel and Talon were quiet as they watched Griffa raise her hand. Her staff she had left on the front portico came zooming around the house and into her hand. She turned and smiled at Max. "You just have to know what you want to come to you and concentrate," said Griffa to Max. "Remember your magic responds to you, and if you are not confident and clear, it will not know what to do." Ansel watched as Griffa positioned Max's hand. She poked his back to make him stand up straight. "What should I summon?" asked Max. Griffa looked to be in thought for a moment, and then turned to Max and smiled. She whispered in his ear. Max looked at her with a dubious look, but Griffa nodded and laughed. Max closed his eyes, and they were all quiet for a moment. Max opened his eyes and slouched. "It's all right, Max," said Griffa. "It's like everything else we have done. It takes practice. Now try again." Max once again closed his eyes and held up his hand. "Imagine what you want to come to you, Max," said Griffa quietly. A few minutes went by, and Max opened his eyes, disappointed again. "Don't give up," said Griffa quickly. "Here, let me help you. Close your eyes and envision what you want." Griffa stood very close to Max. She placed her hand on his shoulder and stared at Ansel with a small smile. After a moment, Ansel's hat flew off his head. It went straight to Griffa's free hand, and she placed it in Max's hand as he opened his eyes. "There you are," said Griffa, laughing. Talon sighed next to Ansel. "She's a lovely woman, isn't she?" Talon walked down to Griffa, and Max joining in Griffa's laughter. Ansel slowly walked down to join the others. Griffa looked at him as he walked. She took Ansel's hat out of Max's hand. She closed her eyes for a second and let the hat go. It flew to Ansel, who caught it and placed it back on his head. She gave him a little curtsy, and Ansel felt a small smile appear on his face. He hated to agree with Talon on anything, but she was rather lovely. "What else have you been working on, Max?" asked Talon as Ansel walked up to join them. "Lately, summoning breezes and working with water. I'm not very good, though." "It takes time, Max," said Griffa encouragingly. "Maybe Talon can help. He's a mage and very good with elements." Talon started talking with Max as Griffa came to stand next to Ansel. "Are you feeling better? You didn't seem very happy at breakfast," said Griffa quietly. "I haven't slept well the past few nights," answered Ansel, watching Talon work with Max. "I can give you something to help you sleep if you need it. I keep sleeping powders in the house, or I can brew you an elixir if you prefer," whispered Griffa with concern. Ansel smiled down at Griffa. "I'll keep it in mind. I have a feeling I'll be sleeping better soon," said Ansel as he cut his eyes to Talon. "Why does he bother you? He's a good man, Ansel." "He doesn't bother me. You know how I am around people I don't know well." "Look," said Griffa, pointing at Max, who was manipulating water in a circle with Talon's help. Ansel nodded as Griffa walked closer to Max and Talon, congratulating Max on his progress. Ansel had no real reason to dislike Talon except one, and Ansel wasn't ready to admit that reason to himself. They finished training for the morning and ate lunch together. After lunch, they all went outside again to work with Max. As Griffa was preparing to work with Max on summoning objects again, Jonthon came outside to tell Griffa that Marcus Quick had come to visit her. Griffa sighed and nodded. She followed Jonthon back into the house as Ansel watched her go. "I wouldn't worry about it, Ansel," said Talon.
What?
Asked Ansel, turning to Talon. "I wouldn't worry about Griffa and Marcus. She has no real interest in him." "If she did, it wouldn't be a bad match. There would be no reason to oppose it," said Ansel, staring at Talon. "Would there not?" asked Talon. "You're ridiculous sometimes. You know that, don't you?" He turned and walked closer to Max. "I will help you, Max." Ansel wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean, and he didn't think he really wanted to know. He focused on watching Max's progress with Talon. Eventually, Griffa rejoined them on the lawn. With Talon's help, she was able to get Max to summon things on his own. By dinner, Max seemed very happy with his day's work, and Ansel couldn't disagree with the results. After dinner, Max received a letter from his friend in Clarton. He excused himself to read it and to write her back. Ansel joined Griffa and Talon in the parlor. Talon was sitting on the sofa very close to Griffa. She was reading a book, leaning slightly on Talon as he sipped a glass of wine. "Griffa," said Talon. "Yes," replied Griffa, not looking up from her book. "Have you thought of my offer for you to come with me back to the valley for a while?" Ansel looked sharply at Griffa. He had not heard this. He hoped Griffa was not actually thinking of going to the valley with Talon. "I told you I couldn't go," Griffa said casually with her eyes on her book. "I need to stay here with Max." "But Max has Ansel, and he is his protector. It's his job to prepare the king, isn't it? You could take a few weeks away with me," said Talon. He cut his eyes to look at Ansel. "I think I'll pass this time. I told Ansel I would help him with Max. I told them they could stay here in Keen Manor, and it would be rude to leave them here alone." "Maybe you could come at midwinter or just after, like you did 2 years ago. You remember that time, don't you?" Talon continued to stare at Ansel as he let his arm fall over Griffa's shoulder. "I do," answered Griffa as she gave a very small smile. "I think that might have been one of my favorite memories," said Talon, smiling at Ansel. "You came just in time for the midwinter ball, and you opened the dance with my father. He adored you. Then we snuck away to your house." Talon pulled Griffa closer to him. "Yes," said Griffa quickly and loudly. "My memory is excellent." Talon smiled wider at Ansel and dropped a quick kiss on Griffa's head. "Of course it is, my brilliant girl." Ansel worked to keep his breath even. He didn't know what Talon was trying to do, but he would not rise to his bait. Talon bent close to Griffa and whispered in her ear. His hand moved up and lightly caressed her neck. She looked up from her book and glanced at Talon, a small smile on her lips, her face going red. Talon quickly kissed her cheek. They were so familiar with each other, and Ansel did not like it. "I mean it," said Talon quietly as he kissed Griffa's cheek again. "All you have to do is ask." Griffa sat up. "I'm tired. I think I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you off in the morning, Talon." She stood up with her book and dusted her skirt. Talon stood up as well. He took Griffa's hand and kissed it. "Good night, Griffa. Please at least consider what we talked about the other night. You can come to me at any time." She nodded, squeezed his hand, and turned to leave the room. "Griffa," said Ansel quickly. "Yes," she answered, turning to look at him. Ansel got up and walked over to her. "Were you not going to wish me good night?" Griffa smiled up at him and took his hand. "Good night, Ansel. I hope you sleep better tonight. If you need anything, please let me know." Ansel nodded and gave her hand a squeeze. He looked down at her as she stared up at him. He finally let her hand go, and she turned and left the room. Ansel moved back to his chair and sat down. "Would you like a drink, Ansel?" asked Talon, holding up a pitcher of wine. Ansel nodded in response, and Talon handed him a cup of wine. "You know, Ansel, I think you will be glad to see the back of me," said Talon, sitting down in a chair close to Ansel. "I don't know why you think that. You have been very helpful with Max, and I am glad the valley is taking an interest in him," replied Ansel, taking a sip of his wine. Talon took a drink at wine and seemed to be considering what to say. "You know I care deeply for Griffa. I know you do as well. You have watched over her all these years." Ansel nodded and took a drink of his wine. "What if I told you I asked her to marry me? What would you say to that?" Ansel froze in the middle of taking a sip of his wine and looked up at Talon. "What did she say?" asked Ansel in a whisper. "She said no. She said she wasn't in love with me, and that I'm not in love with her. I'm afraid she is wrong about me. It's impossible to know Griffa and not I of her. I have known her very well and for a long time. I tried to argue with her, but when she has her mind made up there is no changing it." Ansel took a breath and drank his wine. He looked at Talon. "I suppose it would have been an excellent match. A Wendell finally marrying a Keen. Both her father and yours would have welcomed it." Talon grinned. "My father would have loved her as his daughter, but I'm not sure Renweird would have approved of me. If Griffa told him she loved you, he wouldn't have denied her. He wouldn't deny her anything she really wanted." "She doesn't want me. She says we would not work together. While I'm still convinced we could have had a very happy marriage, I will probably find out later she is right." "She usually is," said Talon, refilling his glass. Ansel nodded, not sure what to say. He was still reeling that Talon should actually bring up marriage to Griffa. Ansel could not imagine what it would be like to watch Talon marry Griffa. He didn't know what he would do if he had to see Griffa as Talon's wife for the rest of his life. "She mentioned that you said she should marry soon. Did you have anyone in mind for her?" "I shouldn't have said that to her. I was tired, and it came out wrong. Griffa is young. She does not need to settle for anyone. She should wait until she finds someone who deserves her, someone she loves." "Yes," said Talon carefully. "I imagine when she finds the one she loves, that will be it forever. She is stubborn. I only hope that whoever it is actually does deserve her." Talon stared at Ansel with intensity. "I wouldn't stand for someone breaking her heart." Ansel stared back at Talon. "Neither would I." Chapter 21. Kedden sat in his study behind his desk reading Till's latest letter. It had arrived this morning. Kedden had eaten breakfast and participated in his fencing lesson before sitting down to relax and read the letter. There wasn't much new to report. Till found the lessons lacking in all rings of Clarton, but that was to be expected. There wasn't much said about the ancients, definitely no following of the way, but the people didn't seem overly unhappy with Oromist or his lordship. Till still thought a message should be sent. He thought Bernard seemed too attached to his homeland to agree to any soldiers being authorized to use strength in Clarton, but Till would continue to work on him. Till planned to visit Harvestide in all rings, and then bring Bernard back to Oromist so they could decide the next steps. It was a little earlier than Kedden was hoping Till would come back, but it was satisfactory. Kedden was looking at other correspondence, thinking of seeing what Turin was doing. He thought about her all the time. He wanted her even now. Lately it seemed he couldn't get enough of her. When she wasn't with him, he felt lonely. He longed to touch her and be touched by her at all times. They slept every night together now, and she did not sneak away. Kedden didn't care if the servants found her in his bed. What could they do anyway? Kedden had made up his mind to go seek out Turin when he heard a knock on his door. "Yes," said Kedden. "Camellia Bells would like to speak with you," answered a guard as he opened the door. "Mother, please send her in," said Kedden, standing up. His mother swept into the room. Kedden met her in the middle of his study, and she put her arms around him, giving him a quick kiss. "Kedden, thank you for seeing me. I wanted to have a little chat about the ball the other night," said his mother. Kedden was surprised, but he replied, "Of course, mother, have a seat." Kedden indicated to the two chairs at the front of his study. She sat down prettily in one, and he sat in the other. "Can I order you some refreshment?" "No, I thank you, but I will not be here long. Your father is entertaining tonight, and I must get back to see that everything is prepared." "Of course. Now, what exactly did you want to talk about from the other night?" "I introduced you to quite a few nice young women. Did any of them catch your eye?" asked his mother. "I can't say that any of them did particularly. They were all pleasant and pretty, and I didn't object to any of them." "Why do you ask?" "You will need to marry soon, Kedden. I am looking out for you. Any of these young women would be a fine lady for you and the kingdom. I am hoping you will not wait too long to wed." "I don't know," said Kedden. "What's the rush? I am still young, and I have over a year to find a bride, if I follow the tradition and take one at 25. Surely there is no need to rush." "Aren't you lonely? A woman who could care for you and keep you company in all aspects of your life would surely be welcomed. I know you can satisfy some of your urges in other ways than marriage, but to have a wife would be a great comfort to you." Kedden wasn't sure how he felt about his mother talking about urges. He felt the tips of his ears get warm. "Mother, I can assure you I am not lonely. I do know a wife would be beneficial to my position, but I don't feel any great pressing need. Is this about something with you or father? Is there some alliance you need or favor repaid? I can help in other ways if that is the case." "No, that's not it," said his mother. She started to sound irritated. "Your father wields enough power through his position and wealth. Having you be the Lord of Regventus is just another jewel in his crown. This is all about you, Kedden. There are things that are happening, or will happen, that you don't know about. You will need a certain wife to make sure you are properly protected." "Properly protected? What do you mean? How can any wife assure that I am properly protected? What do I need protection from? I am the most powerful man in the kingdom." "Oh, Kedden, I wish I could say more, but please just trust me." She took a piece of paper out of the pocket of her dress. "These are the names of the young women I introduced you to. Any of them would be a proper wife for you, one who could ensure you don't have any problems with what will happen soon. Promise me you won't dismiss this. Promise me you will look at these names and seriously consider one of these women." Kedden had no idea what his mother was referring to. "Can you please tell me more of what you mean? Explain to me what you are trying to say." "I can't, not yet. Just be careful and do as I ask." Kedden took the list and nodded. "Fine, but I will want more information from you soon." "As soon as I can tell you, I will," said Camellia. "Now I must go." Camellia stood up, adjusting her skirt. "Let me walk you out to the front," said Kedden, standing up as well. They walked out of the study into the entry hall. As they walked towards the front door of the palace, Turin walked into the room. She curtsied when she saw Kedden. "Who is this?" asked Camellia, eyeing Turin. "This is Turin," answered Kedden. "Turin, this is my mother, Camellia Bells." Turin curtsied again and stood up. Camellia walked to stand directly in front of Turin, looking into her eyes. "What is your position here?" asked Camellia. "I am training to be an adviser to the future Lady of Regventus," said Turin, staring back at Camellia. "I came to the palace the same time as Lord Kedden."
Camellia seemed to study Turin's face, and especially her eyes.
"How extraordinary! I would like to know you better, Turin. Might I come take tea with you in 2 days here at the palace?" "Oh, of course. I have a suite of rooms we can use." "Very good. Kedden, I will send you a note soon. Think about what I have said." "Of course, mother," replied Kedden. His mother left through the door. "What was that about?" asked Turin with wide eyes. "Why does your mother want to take tea with me?" "I'm not sure. She was acting very odd today. Let me know what she talks to you about." "Yes, my lord. What are your plans for the rest of the day?" asked Turin with a grin. "I have none. I thought a nice lazy day in my suites might be just the thing," replied Kedden, coming up to stand close to Turin. "Do you have plans?" "I think I do now," Turin said seductively. Kedden spent the rest of his day thinking of only one woman, and she certainly wasn't on his mother's list. Golnar stirred the liquid in the kettle over his fireplace. He was satisfied with the work he had done. He only needed one more ingredient and time to make it perfect. He looked around his room and at his clock. He was growing impatient. He had summoned the girl an hour ago, and yet she still wasn't there. The skies outside had grown dark. It was supper time, and surely the young lord would eat, giving Turin time to sneak away for a bit. Golnar was about to have her summoned again when Turin opened the door and walked into the room. "You wanted to see me, Golnar?" she said, sounding annoyed. Her hair was loose, so it hung down her back. She wore a very simple dress. She looked like she had dressed quickly. "Finally got away from the lord's bed, did you?" asked Golnar with a smirk. "You already have what you need if you followed my instructions. You do not have to keep going to him." "I enjoy being with Kedden," Turin said with a smirk of her own. "A woman enjoying herself in bed might not be something you are used to, but it can be done." "Watch yourself, girl. You don't want to get on my bad side," Golnar shot back. "You have your child to think of now as well." "I didn't take your elixir," said Turin. "I poured it out." "Why? You said you wanted to be Kedden's wife, and carrying his child would help you achieve that." Turin shrugged. "It didn't feel right. It felt wrong to force Kedden in that way. I want him as my husband, but I want him to want me to be his wife as well." "That wasn't part of the bargain. He will be happy enough with you as his wife. He already enjoys the most important activity husbands and wives do with you," Golnar said, turning back to his kettle. It's too late. I threw the elixir away. I will just have to think of another way, or be happy being just his mistress, said Turin defeatedly. You will be his wife. I have already taken care of it, and you can't back out now. What does that mean? Asked Turin. What did you do? There are other ways to ensure Kedden takes you as his bride. The child would have just been another way to ensure he and the kingdom accepts you as his lady, but it does not matter. You have other qualities that will ensure you are an appropriate wife for Kedden. He will simply not have anyone else anyway. I gave Keen an elixir as well. I can assure you he drank it. Have you not noticed that he calls for you even more than before? That he can't bear for you to leave him? You gave him something to desire me completely? That's now how I want him. I want him to actually love me, want me, cried Turin. He does. The elixir just enhances it. Part of it is because of you as well. You have powers you don't realize, Turin. Powers you will learn to use. Powers that Kedden will need. I have done nothing but help things along. You don't need to feel guilty. Turin looked utterly confused. None of that makes any sense. It will. You will understand in time. You have to trust me. Now come here. I need something from you. I am giving you what you want, and now you are going to help give me what I want. He grabbed Turin and dragged her over in front of the kettle. What are you doing, Golnar? Asked Turin fearfully. Let me go. I'm not going to hurt you much, replied Golnar. He held on to Turin tightly with one hand as he withdrew a small knife from his pocket. Turin screamed in fear. No, please, Golnar, please, don't hurt me. Please. She squirmed to get away. She tried to use her other hand to dig into his, but he pushed it away. Golnar forced her hand open and quickly sliced her palm with the knife. Blood started dripping from the cut. Turin screamed with tears in her eyes. Golnar took her hand and placed it over the kettle, letting the blood run into the liquid in the kettle. The liquid sizzled and bubbled as the blood mixed in with the gold potion. Calm down, girl. That's it. That's all I need. Just a little of your blood for now. He let go of Turin's hand, and she clutched it with her other one. What did you do that for? What are you doing with my blood? She asked, shaking. You will see soon enough. Now come, let me bind that wound for you, so you can get back to your young lord. She looked uncertain, but she held out her hand. Golnar cleaned it and bandaged her hand. He grabbed the hand hard and dragged Turin forward, so she was very close to him. Tell no one about this, Turin. Remember, you will get what you want, but I can take it all away at any time. Chapter 22. Ansel sat on the ground outside watching Griffa teach magical travel to Max. Magical travel was something every magic user needed to learn. It made life much easier and could get you out of all kinds of trouble. While he probably wouldn't be able to do it by himself for a while yet, it would help to get him used to it before they left for Clarton. Okay, Max, think of that tree in the field that I showed you, said Griffa. Close your eyes and envision the tree. See it in your mind, every detail. Imagine the color of the bark and the uneven ground around you. Reach out and imagine touching the bark, feel its roughness. Feel your feet standing on the uneven ground. Now I'm going to touch you, and we are going to travel together. Griffa reached out and put her hand on Max's shoulder. They disappeared without a noise, only a slight disturbance in the air. Ansel waited a few minutes before the air moved around him, and they reappeared. That felt really weird, said Max. You get used to it, said Ansel, standing up and dusting off his pants. We will both help you tomorrow when we go to Clarton. You will just need to trust us and envision where we are going. Griffa hasn't visited Dannon's, but she's been to Clarton. I explained to her the forest outside of Dannon's in detail, so it shouldn't be an issue. Max nodded. Will it feel different, going a longer distance? No, said Griffa, but it will take a little bit longer, so you may get nervous. Just trust us and where we are going. Max nodded. Okay, Max, are you ready to try again? Asked Griffa. Max nodded, but before they could begin, Jonthon walked over to them from inside the house. Miss Griffon, there is a visitor at the house who wishes to speak with you, said Jonthon. Who is it, Jonthon? Griffa asked, sounding a little annoyed. It is Marcus Quick, answered Jonthon. Oh, very well. Ansel can continue with you, Max. I'll be back soon. She walked off with Jonthon back towards the house. Ansel followed her progress with his eyes, staring at the house long after she had gone inside. It was the third time Marcus had come for an afternoon visit in the past week. Ansel wished the visits would cease. Maybe if Griffa wasn't so friendly with him. She had said she wasn't interested in marrying him, but Ansel wondered if she was serious. Was she having second thoughts? He knew it should be fine for her to marry Marcus. Marcus was nice enough, and he came from a good family. Griffa's father would have approved if Griffa was happy with Marcus. Ansel knew he would have to be happy for her if that's the life she chose. He was determined he would be. Griffa's happiness was one of the most important things to him in the world. "Ansel, are you ready to try?" asked Max. "Yes, of course," answered Ansel. He took his eyes off the house and put them back on Max. They spent the next hour traveling between places in the village and the backyard, Ansel only wanting Max to get used to the sensation and learn to trust others to take him by magical travel. As they were finishing up and ready to go in the house, Griffa came stomping out into the backyard. "What's wrong, Griffa?" asked Max, meeting her halfway. "He actually asked me to marry him. Can you believe it? He was so sure I would say yes. When I politely told him no, he said he wouldn't give up. No matter what I said, he wouldn't take no for an answer. He left, but is determined to keep trying," said Griffa. Her face was very red. "He will have to get the point eventually," said Ansel. "I am so glad we are leaving tomorrow, even if it is just for 2 days. If it wasn't for Max, I would go spend some time in the forest," huffed Griffa. "Why are men so confident they can get whatever they want? Ugh, come on, we need to get inside to eat and get packed." They ate a nice dinner together, though Griffa wasn't in the best mood. After dinner they went up to their rooms to pack. Ansel threw in some pants and tunics and a nicer pair of boots for the party into a small case. Before long he was done and went back downstairs to find Griffa sitting by herself, staring into the fire. She was taking small sips of wine and looking sad. He sat down in a chair next to her. "Ansel, do you think I'm making a mistake, not saying yes to Marcus?" asked Griffa. Her cheeks were a little flushed, making Ansel think she had drunk more wine than she usually did. "Maybe I should have said yes to Talon. I'm not sure he was serious, but did you know he said I should marry him? He did mention it to me, and I think he was serious." "Why do you ask if you are making a mistake, Griffa? Did you want to marry Marcus or Talon?" Ansel swallowed a lump in his throat. "Do you love either man?" Griffa took a sip of wine and seemed to think over his questions. "I do not love Marcus. I do like him, Ansel, but I do not love him. I do love Talon, but I am not in love with him, not in the way a wife should be with her husband. He is a dear friend, but I don't know if I could ever completely trust him with my heart. You have seen how he acts for yourself. I could see enjoying either man's company at times. I think I would get tired of Marcus quickly, but if I were to marry Talon, it would not be a miserable existence. Much of it would be very pleasant. You were right the other night. I will have to see to the legacy of the family. I will have to marry and have children eventually. I know I'm not like another magical folk, Ansel. I know some people think I'm wild or unmannered. What if this was my only chance to marry? Griffa, you shouldn't have to settle for someone you will just like. You are young. There will be other young men." "What if I don't want any of them, Ansel? What if no one else wants me?" She paused for a moment. "Do you plan to marry, Ansel?" Ansel took a moment to consider the question. "I'll have to, or at least have children if the line of protectors is to go on. I, like you, Griffa, am an only child." "I don't know if I can imagine you married to some magical lady like Desmona," said Griffa. "It will be no one like Desmona," said Ansel. "You don't have to worry about that." "But it will be someone, someday." She paused and continued to stare at the fire. "Ansel, in the forest we talked about us. Do you think we could ever have a chance?" Ansel shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Griffa certainly didn't shy away from important conversations. "I don't know, Griffa. I'm a bit older than you. I'm definitely under you in family rank. You are a Keen. I couldn't imagine what people in Abscon would say about a Keen carrying on with someone like me. You know what society thinks doesn't affect me in the slightest? Besides, you are the protector of the kingdom, and you age doesn't bother me. If me being too young bothers you, or if you don't feel that way about me, you can let me know. It's just that when we kies that one night, and when we are alone sometimes, I think you might, and I might." "I know. I can't lie to you and tell you I don't think about it sometimes as well. I can't give you an answer right now. I won't tell you to wait. I will always be here for you, Griffa, no matter what happens, even if you marry Marcus." She smiled slightly. "But not Talon?" "Even Talon," said Ansel, rolling his eyes. "Thank you, Ansel." She stood up a little shakily. "I think I'll go to bed early. We have a big 2 days coming up." She walked out of the room. Ansel watched her go, wishing he had said more to her. Ansel continued to sit in his chair, staring at the fire. He couldn't give her an answer, but he wished he could. He knew he had feelings for Griffa, but he was still trying to figure out what those were. He cared for her deeply, and he was attracted to her. Ansel thought he could easily fall in love with her, but something held him back. Part of the problem was he felt he wasn't good enough for her. Someone in his position would never presume to marry Griffon Keen, the head of the Keen family. Beyond that, his life sometimes seemed like a series of mistakes. Griffa was lively, brave, and good. Ansel was cautious and quiet. When he did talk, he often said the wrong thing. He stayed by the fire well into the night, thinking about Griffa and his future. The next day dawned gray, and Ansel felt like he had barely slept. He came downstairs and into the dining room to find Max and Griffa eating and talking merrily. "Good morning," said Griffa happily as she put her teacup down. "Come eat. We need to leave soon. I know a young lady who won't want us to wait all day for us to bring her Max to come see her." Max turned red and smiled sheepishly. Ansel sat down and poured some tea. He grabbed some toast and spread some jam on it. Max excused himself to get ready to go, practically skipping out of the room. "Did you sleep at all, Ansel?" asked Griffa, looking at him. "A little," Ansel grunted in return. "I'm sorry about last night. I shouldn't have put that on you." "Never be sorry for telling the truth, Griffa," said Ansel, looking at her. She smiled sadly. Ansel ate his breakfast and drank his tea in silence, while Griffa excused herself to go get the things she needed for her journey. Soon they were ready to go. Maybelle saw them out the back door and onto the back lawn. "Max, pick up your case," said Ansel, holding his own. "Griffa and I will each put a hand on your shoulder. You need to envision Dannon's house clearly. Trust us to take you there." Max nodded as Griffa smiled at him, holding her own little case. "Some of my protector's guards will come today as well. They will meet in the forest outside Clarton and keep an eye on things from afar," said Ansel. "Are you ready, Max?" asked Griffa. Max nodded. "Then close your eyes and envision where you want to go." Ansel put a hand on Max's shoulder, and Griffa put her hand on his other one. Ansel looked at her, and she nodded. Soon they were traveling, the familiar swooping feeling taking over his stomach. Ansel felt the wind in his face as colors went by. Before long, they landed on the ground outside of Dannon's cottage, in an area protected from anyone's view by 3 large trees. "Open your eyes, Max," said Ansel. "We are here." Max's nostrils flared, and he opened his eyes. A huge smile spread over his face. "Come on, Max," said Griffa, leading him to the door of the cottage. Max knocked, and Nora answered the door. She looked up at Max and squealed. "Max, oh Max!" Nora exclaimed as she pulled Max into a hug. "You are here! Dannon, he's here!" Griffa looked over at Ansel with a wide smile on her face as Dannon appeared at the door. "Hello, my boy! Come on, Nora, let him go! Let them all come inside!" Nora looked up and noticed there were 2 other people outside her door. She glanced at Ansel, and then her eyes landed on Griffa. She startled for a second, but recovered quickly. "Yes, yes, come in all of you." Griffa thanked her and walked in the door, followed by Ansel. "What a charming cottage," said Griffa as she looked around the small sitting area and kitchen. She took a deep breath. "It smells heavenly in here. What are you baking?" "Nora is making her bread for Harvestide. It's the best bread in the 3rd ring at least," said Dannon, smiling. "Please sit down." Griffa took a chair by the small fireplace, and Ansel sat in the chair next to her. Max continued to stand as Dannon sat on the other side of Griffa. Nora went into the kitchen to prepare tea. Dannon stared at Griffa for a second before introducing himself. "I'm Dannon, and you are Griffa, I believe. Max has written to us about you. It is kind of you to let him stay in your home." "It is no bother. Max is a delight," said Griffa. Nora came over and sat some tea in front of Griffa. Griffa thanked her and took a sip. Ansel and Griffa sat silently while Nora and Dannon caught up with Max. Before long there was another knock at the door. "You should get the door, Max," said Nora. "I believe that will be someone wanting to see you." Griffa perked up at this and turned her head towards the door. Max walked over and opened the door. Ansel heard a yelp and suddenly saw Max stagger backwards, with someone who had a lot of blonde hair in his arms. "Issa!" cried Max. "Oh, Max, I am so happy you are here," gushed Issa as Max sat her down on her feet. "Come here, I want you to meet someone." He brought Issa over to Ansel and Griffa. "You remember Ansel, I'm sure," said Max. Ansel gave Issa a small nod while she dropped a quick curtsy. "And this is Griffa." Griffa smiled widely at Issa while Issa's eyes went wide. "It's wonderful to meet you, Issa. Max has told us a lot about you." "All of it is good," said Griffa, standing up. Issa gave a small smile. "I'm pleased to meet you." "Come on, Ansel. Why don't we take a walk and let them all reconnect? I would love to see the shops in the second ring." Ansel stood up and followed Griffa to the door. The others waved them off merrily, and they went out into the cool day to tour the second ring of Clarton. The village was busy. People were running here and there preparing for harvestide. Dressmakers had new dresses hanging in their window as women and girls went in and out the door. The butcher was busy as people bought meat to prepare and share at the parties. The vegetable carts were quickly becoming empty. Ansel and Griffa dodged people as they walked. Ansel was glad they had dressed to blend in, but they still got strange looks from people as they passed. Griffa always seemed to stand out wherever she went. "I'm glad you thought to give Max some time alone with his friends," said Ansel. "This way they can talk freely without worrying what we will think. He can say how I pester him, and you work him too hard," said Griffa, looking at some fresh herbs in a shop window. "It's true about me, but I don't think Max could say a bad word about you. He's smitten with you," said Ansel, grinning at Griffa from under his hat. Griffa swatted her hand in the hair. "Max and I have fun together, but he has eyes for only one young lady. I hope he is enjoying her company now." "He is in awe of you, then. He looks at you like you are some sort of deity." "It's a nice break for me from your disapproving frowns, then," said Griffa teasingly. Ansel shook his head, smiling. "I don't know where you ever got it in your head that I disapprove of anything you do." They made their way around the ring, looking at the many shops. When they walked by the opening to the first ring, they saw an unwelcome sight. "Oramus soldiers here, too?" whispered Griffa hurriedly. "This can't be good." "No, it can't. There don't seem to be many of them, and they only seem to be guarding the first ring. Maybe somebody important from Oromist is visiting," observed Ansel. "We will have to be careful with Max. I know they don't know who he is, but there seems to be rumors everywhere. I don't trust everyone in Abscon to keep their mouths shut," said Griffa nervously. "Come on, let's get back to Max. I want to talk to the guards in the forest on the way." Griffa nodded, and they made their way quickly back to the third ring. Chapter 23. Max felt happy but confused. He was glad to be home, but it didn't feel much like home anymore. He was overjoyed to see Dannon and Nora and of course Issa, but everything felt different. Ansel and Griffa had been teaching him to feel the magic that existed all around him. He could still sense it here in Clarton, but it was weak. In Abscon, Max felt connected to everything. He felt life all around him. Everything seemed grayer here, less alive. Griffa had told him that magic was slowly fading from the kingdom. Out here away from Abscon, he could understand what she meant. He tried to put it out of his mind and spend a pleasant morning visiting with Dannon, Nora, and Issa. He was happy to answer their questions and talk about his time in Abscon. He told them about Griffa's house and her stables. Dannon had a lot of questions about the stables. Max told them about Abscon and its weird houses and buildings. He talked about the folk he had met there, how they looked and talked like folk in Clarton, yet were very different in many other ways. Most of all, Max talked about Griffa and Ansel. He told them how Ansel was wonderful at telling stories and so patient with him during training. He talked about how brilliant and brave Griffa was, how he wasn't sure there wasn't anything she couldn't do. He talked about how Maybelle would cook them a big feast and then make them laugh at the table as they all ate together. He felt like he talked all morning, but there was always more to say. As they approached midday, Nora started to work to put a meal together. Dannon went to check on the stables as Max and Issa sat in the sitting room in silence. Max didn't know why, but Issa seemed especially quiet and thoughtful. "Will you go for a walk with me before lunch?" asked Max to Issa. She nodded. They told Nora where they were going. Max helped Issa put on her simple gray cloak, and he put on his black one. They left through the front door and strolled towards the forest. "Are you all right, Issa?" asked Max. "You've been quiet today." "You've changed so much, Max, in such a short time. It's just a lot to take in," answered Issa quietly. "I haven't changed that much. I am still the Max, you know," said Max as he took Issa's hand. "I have missed you. I thought about you a lot in Abscon. Every time I saw something new, I wished you were there to see it with me." She smiled and squeezed his hand. "I've thought about you almost constantly, Max. Still, it seems like you are quite happy in your new home." It's just, I don't know, Issa. It just feels so right to learn magic. I do miss Clarden and all of you, but I feel like I found a part of myself that is missing, said Max. Issa dropped his hand and stopped walking. She turned to Max with tears in her eyes. He looked at her concerned. I am very happy for you, I am. I knew you were special, Max. I just wonder if I fit into your life at all now. I know that's selfish. I know I should support you and want what's best for you, but it's hard, said Issa as tears fell from her eyes. Issa, said Max as he pulled her into his arms. She put her head on his shoulder, weeping. You will always be a part of my life. I came back for Harvestide, didn't I? But you will go away again, she said between sobs. I'm learning how to travel by magic. As soon as I can do it, I can visit you all the time. And one day I will take you to Abscon, and when you see it, you will never want to leave. But you won't live in Abscon your whole life, will you? Aren't you to be king and live in Oromist? Asked Issa. She pushed out of Max's embrace gently and stood in front of him. I haven't really thought too much about it. I haven't made a decision yet, but whatever happens, I want you to be a part of my life no matter what. Issa wiped her eyes with her hands and smiled at Max. So, can you really do magic? She asked. Only a little. I'm still learning. If you want to see real magic, you'll have to ask Griffa or Ansel. I'd like to see you do some, whatever you can. I didn't even think magic existed, said Issa. Okay, I'll try. Don't expect too much, said Max. He looked around and found a long stick. He picked it up and placed it in front of him. He checked to make sure no one was looking and placed his hand over the stick. He closed his eyes and breathed deep, trying to feel the magic all around him and in him. He opened his eyes and willed the stick to float into the air. It rose up off the ground and floated at Max's knees. Issa clapped and giggled. Well done, Max. That is amazing. She bent down to look closer at the stick. Max made the stick turn over and moved it side to side before gently placing it down. What else can you do? Asked Issa with wide eyes. Not much. I've been trying to work on moving water and conjuring wind, but I'm not very good at it yet. You're too modest, Max. You have come a long way very quickly, said Ansel as he walked up on Max and Issa. It's time to eat. I've been sent to fetch you too. They walked back towards the cottage together. I just can't believe magic actually exists. I thought it was just in stories, said Issa as they walked back. Ansel smiled. It's been hidden for a long time, but it's always been here. Max will be quite a powerful magic user before long, so he can show you all kinds of things. Issa looked at Max in wonder, and Max gave a small grin. They walked back to the cottage to warmth and a good meal. It didn't take long before Issa and Griffa formed a quick friendship. Their love of reading and mischief bonded them quickly. They spent the better part of the afternoon swapping stories. Issa would talk about the adventures her and Max had growing up and the trouble they would get into. Griffa would laugh and tease Max about them. Issa became very comfortable with Griffa and to a lesser extent Ansel. She even teased Ansel a bit after Griffa told stories from her youth. Where will you all sleep tonight? Asked Issa as they sat down to dinner at the cramped table. Max will sleep in his old room here. Ansel and I will find space in the stable. We can find ways to keep ourselves warm, said Griffa. She suddenly colored as she looked around the table as everyone looked up at her. I mean, we can magic ourselves for warmth, she added quickly. Dannon chuckled. There is a small bedroom upstairs where Max used to sleep on warmer nights. Perhaps you could stay there, Griffa. I don't have another bed, Ansel, but maybe you can figure something out with the hay. Ansel nodded and said, I've slept in worse conditions. Why don't you stay with me, Griffa? Asked Issa. My father is away tonight. He has gone to the West Village to help out a friend. It's only me and our housekeeper, Milla. She won't mind if you stay with us. There is a cot you could use, and that way Ansel will have a bed in the stable. I would love to stay with you, Issa, if it will not cause any trouble, said Griffa happily. None at all. We can help each other get ready for the Harvestide party, offered Issa as Griffa nodded. They ate dinner and spent a cozy evening together. Ansel and Max decided to walk Griffa and Issa to Issa's house. They walked in pairs. Max thought Griffa was making Ansel walk faster to make sure they gave Issa and Max some time alone. Max could see Griffa talking animatedly while she hung on to Ansel's arm. Ansel would nod his head and whisper something back to her. They seem quite cozy, said Issa, looking ahead at Griffa and Ansel. They've known each other Griffa's whole life. They argue a lot, and Ansel gets aggravated with Griffa, but I think they care about each other more than anyone else in Kingdom," said Max. They were quiet for a moment, slowly walking towards Issa's home. "Are you looking forward to tomorrow night?" asked Issa. "Very much so. I went to a harvest celebration in Abscon, but I've been looking forward to this one the most," answered Max. "Why? I doubt anything here will compare to what you saw in Abscon." "Yes, but you weren't there," said Max. "Oh," said Issa as she leaned her head against Max's shoulder. He smiled and relished having her so close. He had missed her terribly. They reached the cottage, and Griffa and Ansel were waiting by the door, whispering to each other. Griffa laughed, and Ansel smiled. "Bid your fair ladies good night," said Griffa, holding out her hand. Ansel rolled his eyes, but he took Griffa's hand and made a big show of kissing it. Griffa laughed. "Your turn, Max." Max turned to Issa and took her hand. He kissed it gently. She reached up and kissed Max on the cheek. "Good night, Max." "Good night, Issa," he returned. The ladies went inside Issa's home as Ansel and Max turned to walk back towards the stable and the cottage. Max felt a huge smile spread on his face, and Ansel nudged him slightly. The next day was spent helping Dannon do chores in the stable. Ansel helped as well. Max knew Ansel couldn't use the magic he normally would, as there were other stable workers around. He told Max he didn't mind the manual labor, but Max saw that Ansel wasn't very good at it. He tried not to laugh at Ansel as he clumsily tried to move hay with a pitchfork. Griffa and Issa came to visit the stable in the morning, but then excused themselves to go help Nora after a little conversation. They saw them at lunch, but Griffa and Issa left rather quickly after eating. As they left for Issa's, they said they would see Max and Ansel later when it was time to go to Harvesttide. "We will be at your door at sunset," said Ansel. He then looked at Issa. "Don't let Griffa be late. She enjoys making me wait." Issa giggled at this as Griffa said, "Am I not worth the wait?" "Usually, but it's aggravating," Ansel answered, looking at her. "And that's why I love to do it," said Griffa as Ansel rolled his eyes and shook his head. Soon after this Griffa and Issa left. Nora excused herself as well, saying she had to get ready for tonight. "Why does it take girls so long to get ready? The party isn't for several hours," said Max. "I wouldn't ever ask them. Just enjoy the results," said Dannon. Ansel nodded his head at this wisdom. After eating, Ansel and Max went out to the edge of the forest to practice magic for a bit. Max was still trying to conjure winds with limited success. Before long, they went back to the cottage and stable to wash and dress. By sunset, they were ready to go collect Issa and Griffa. Both Max and Ansel dressed simply for the party to not stand out. Max wore some black pants and a gray tunic. Ansel was dressed in all black. They walked together to Issa's house. Max was full of nervous anticipation, though he wasn't sure why. He had spent countless hours with Issa, but he was very anxious to see Issa tonight and to dance with her. They reached the cottage and knocked on the door. Issa's father answered as he had returned that evening. "Max, it is good to see you. I hear you've been apprenticing at an apothecary in the East Village. I didn't know you were interested in healing." Max knew this is what Dannon, Nora, and Issa were telling everyone for now. "Yes, it's been quite fascinating," said Max as Eden Finn let them into his house. They all took a seat in the small but tidy sitting area. "I rather like your apothecary mistress. She's a little odd, but pleasant. Not bad to look at either. She must be very good at her craft. She gave me something to get rid of that itchy patch on my arm I've had for over a year. It worked almost instantly."
"Yes, she's very gifted,"
agreed Max. "And this is the other healer you work with?" asked Eden. "Yes, this is Ansel. It is his shop." "Good to meet you. The ladies should be out in a minute." They talked for a few minutes more when they all three turned as Issa and Griff entered the room. Max could feel a big smile come over his face when he looked at Issa. She was wearing a simple white dress that had a high waist and came down in a simple skirt that reached the top of her slippers. It had lace on the hem. The sleeves were long and came down to her wrist. The neckline was scooped, and she wore a single strand of pearls. Her blonde hair was half up with the rest falling around her shoulders. Max thought she looked lovely. Griffa walked in behind her in a simple cream-colored dress. It had a bit of a fuller skirt than Issa's. The sleeves were sheer with little pearls sewn into the fabric. It had a V-shaped neckline, and she wore a silver pendant. Her hair was braided and rested on her left shoulder. Like usual, some of her curls had come loose around her face. Max saw Ansel smile as he greeted her. The four of them wished Eden a good night, as he said he would prefer a night at home after traveling. Be good, Issa. Watch yourself, Max, behave, he said half-jokingly. Griffa, keep an eye on them for me. The Griffa smiled and said, I'll watch out for Max because I know Issa can take care of herself. Eden laughed at this and sent the four on their way. When they got to the community hall, it was full of people. The room was very merry, with tables and chairs scattered throughout. Side tables were laden with food and drink everyone had brought to share. Pumpkins, wheat, and fall flowers were used as decorations. Many candles lined the walls and the tables. A roaring fire burned in the fireplace at the end of the room. There was an area to dance with a few musicians on a small platform. The music had already begun, and couples twirled together to a happy tune. This looks like a party, said Griffa. Come on, Ansel, let's dance. All ready? Asked Ansel, but he allowed Griffa to drag him out onto the floor. Max looked at Issa. She turned to him with a bright smile that took his breath away. Issa, he said, will you dance with me? That's why we're here, Issa said happily. He led her out on the floor, and despite Max's less than graceful dancing, they enjoyed themselves. As the night went on, the party got merrier and merrier. Everyone danced. Ansel danced with Issa and Nora, and even some village woman who grabbed his hand and led him to the floor. Griffa danced with Max and Danon. A few other men walked near her, but none of them could seem to get up the nerve to talk to her. Griffa didn't seem to mind. She spoke with Issa and teased Max. She laughed at Ansel and enjoyed the food and drink. Ansel was dancing with Nora, and Issa was dancing with a boy from her lessons. Max was standing next to Griffa, watching the dancers when the music stopped, and a crowd of people came in the room. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stood or sat still wherever they were. It's Bernat, the viceroy of the Great Surrounding. He always makes an appearance at each ring's party. He comes here last and stays not more than 20 minutes, Max whispered to Griffa. She nodded. Max felt himself grow confused, and not just Bernat walked in, but also another older man with many chains around his neck. There were also several Oromist soldiers with the group.
Good evening, everyone, said Bernat, addressing the room. I am so happy to wish you a good harvestide. I will not take up too much of your grand celebration, but I wanted to introduce a special guest. This is Till, the Viceroy of Oromist and the right hand of our Lord Kedden.
There were loud murmurs throughout the room. I am very glad to visit you this harvestide, said Till. I send greetings from your lordship. He wishes you a prosperous harvest, and that the ancients will guide you through the winter. Till was handed a glass of mead. Wine and mead were passed out throughout the room. Griffa took a glass of wine and Max a glass of mead. When everyone had a drink, Till raised his glass and said, To his lordship may he guide us for many years. The crowd raised their glasses and said, To Lord Kedden. Griffa raised her glass and whispered to Max, To you, Max, whether you chose to be our king or not. She took a long drink, draining her glass. Max slightly tipped his glass to her and took a sip. The music started up again, and the dancers went back to dancing. Max continued to watch Issa, but snuck glances at Griffa. She was watching Till, and she looked concerned. Are you okay, Griffa? Asked Max. How often does Viceroy Till come to the Great Surrounding? I'm not sure. I've never heard of him being here before. I haven't either. Something is happening, Griffa said as she strained her head to keep up with Till's movements. Max started watching them too. Before long, Till, Bernat, and 2 soldiers had made their way to Griffa and Max. Good evening, said Till, smiling at Griffa. Max watched as Till's eyes raked over Griffa appreciatively. What a wonderful party. Are you from the area? I believe I heard a few say you were a visitor. Yes, said Griff with a large false smile. I am from the East Village, and I am here with my apprentice to visit his family. How very generous of you to bring him here, said Bernat with a smile. Yes, it is, agreed Till. You should appreciate such generosity, boy. He is a hard worker. Hard work deserves a reward, don't you think, Viceroy? Asked Griffa, still smiling at Till. Of course. What are you learning to do? Bernat asked Max. Apothecary, Max said quietly. I'm learning to be a healer. Excellent, exclaimed Bernat. I hope once you learn you will find your way back here to Clarton. We can always use good healers. I'm surprised to see you here, Viceroy Till, ventured Griffa. I didn't know you came all the way to the Great Surrounding for harvestide. Aren't you missing the city's festivities? Till smiled at Griffa, showing his teeth. It is a bit unusual, but Bernat invited me, and we are old friends. I have longed to see how other lands celebrate the harvest. Indeed, I wasn't sure people from Ormust even knew other lands existed. You all seem to think the whole kingdom revolves around you, said Griffa. You are quite young to speak your mind so. In fact, you seem a little young to have an apprentice, questioned Till, addressing Griffa. Is it just you and the boy? No, they are with me, stated Ansel as he walked over. Oh, this must be your husband, said Bernat. Charming wife you have here. Yes, quite a beauty for the East Village. She is very talkative, said Till, looking Griffa over. There was something in his eyes that Max did not like. And you can see why I will have to ask you to excuse us so I can dance with my charming wife, said Ansel, taking Griffa's hand and giving her a look. Oh, I was hoping to ask her to dance so we could continue our very interesting conversation, said Till. Surely you wouldn't mind one dance. I'm sure he wouldn't. It is quite an honor, said Bernat. No, insisted Ansel, staring at Till. It is late, and I'm sure you have more important things to do than dance with this lady. I'm sure you feel quite tired and need to go home. Till blinked his eyes quickly. His eyes narrowed and his smile faltered, but he composed himself quickly. I think you are right. Come on, Bernat. Let's finish our round and leave. Bernat looked confused, but bowed and followed Till. Come on, wife, let's dance, snapped Ansel. He looked angrily at Griffa. Max, Issa is waiting for you over by the drinks. I'm sure she would like to dance with you again as well. Griffa looked daggers at Ansel, but she let him lead her to the dance floor. Max was sure they were about to have quite a row while dancing. He sought out Issa, who was indeed by the drinks. Issa, would you like to dance again? Asked Max when he had found her. If you don't mind, Max, I would like to take a quick breather outside. It is hot in here. Let's go outside then, offered Max. We can walk over by that tree where we used to eat lunch before lessons. Issa smiled and nodded. They walked out the door. Issa took Max's hand as they walked slowly to the tree. That feels much better, said Issa, breathing in the night air. I felt like I might faint in there. It was hot. Strange to see the Viceroy of Ormust at the party, said Max. It's never happened before, but he seemed all right. Why, did something happen? Nothing much. He and Griffa exchanged some words, but Ansel came over before it could go too much further. I'm sure Ansel's getting an earful right now. Issa smiled. I tried to speak to her last night about Ansel, but it is the one thing she won't talk about. She's very open, and at times too blunt about some things, but when it comes to Ansel, she will only say he is an old family friend. Max sighed. They got to the tree, and Issa leaned against the trunk. You're leaving again in the morning, she said sadly. Yes, but I'm going to work very hard at magical travel. Soon I'll be able to visit you all the time. I hope so, but it feels like I might not see you for quite a while. Will you write to me more this time? She asked. Every day, if that is what you want. You will have to write to me, too. Surely the pigeon can bring a letter back to me, said Max. He leaned one arm on the tree next to Issa. I will, but I bet you will have much more to say than me. I will probably bore you. You could never bore me, whispered Max, leaning closer to Issa. She smiled nervously. Issa, remember that no matter what happens, I will always want you in my life. Whatever happens, don't forget that. She nodded and gazed at Max. Max leaned in and gently brushed her lips with his. She moved forward and put her lips more firmly on Max's. Max started to deepen the kiss when he heard Ansel calling his name. Max and Issa quickly broke apart. Max! Yelled Ansel, coming closer to the tree. He's fine, Ansel. He's with Issa. I think we should leave them alone for a moment, stressed Griffa, chasing after Ansel. She sounded angry. Max was annoyed his first real kiss with Issa had been interrupted, but he called out, Over here, Ansel. See, they are fine, and we did interrupt something. I told you, huffed Griffa angrily at Ansel. Ansel turned to Griffa with fire in his eyes, but Issa spoke first. No, it's fine, said Issa. I was just hot, and we went for a walk outdoors. I think it's time to go home, said Ansel. Issa nodded and stood up straight. Max glared at Ansel, but he took Issa's arm and started walking her home. Griffa followed just behind them, with Ansel bringing up the rear. They were both silent, but Max could tell they were in bad moods. Max didn't sleep well, but he was up in time to leave. Nora fed them breakfast. She and Dannon walked them to the door. Nora cried a little and kissed Max's cheek, and Dannon clapped his shoulders and wished him well. Issa was to walk with them to watch them leave. I will see you soon, and I will write more often, said Max to Nora and Dannon. Griff and Ansel walked with Max and Issa to the edge of the forest. Neither had spoken a word to each other the entire morning. When they arrived just within the trees, Ansel said, "It's time to go, Max. Goodbye, Issa." Griffa went up to Issa and kissed her on her cheek. "Goodbye. Write to me." Issa nodded. Next Max went to Issa. "I will see you soon. I will work hard every day to be able to visit you. Remember what I said last night." Issa nodded with tears in her eyes. She kissed Max softly on his lips. Max grinned at her and then walked to stand in between Griffa and Ansel. He waved and then closed his eyes. Ansel and Griffa put their hands on Max's shoulder, and the world faded away. Chapter 24. Ansel was tired of Griffa avoiding him. It was the third evening after they had come back from Clarton, and she still wouldn't say more than 2 words to him. Every time he came into the room, she would leave it if she could. At meals she acted like he wasn't there. She trained Max in the mornings while Ansel was seeing to the Protector's guards, leaving Ansel on his own to train Max other times. At night she read in her room or was in the cellar working on potions with the door locked. They had fought at Harvestide in Clarton. He had chided her over provoking the Viceroy of Ormust and putting herself and Max needlessly in trouble. She had said Ansel treated her like a child, that he wasn't her father or older brother. Then she got mad when he was worried about Max leaving the room with Issa. She had said he would be fine. Ansel cringed as he thought of the hurtful words he had said to her that night. "I shouldn't have let some pettiness with you distract me from my duties. Perhaps letting you help with Max was a mistake," he had spat at her as they left the meeting hall. "I am sorry I am such a petty little burden to you, Ansel. You can quit worrying about me this instant. I won't stand in your way. I can leave your life in a second, but you need to leave Max alone. I saw him walk out with Issa, and I'm sure you are going to be interrupting something." "Good. He needs no distractions right now. We never should have come here. He was so focused back in Abscon," said Ansel, coming out into the grounds of the third ring. "Distractions? Max needs to remember that he has folk that he cares for and that care about him. If you want him to be a good king, he will need to remember what he is fighting for," insisted Griffa on his heels. "Go back inside, Griffa," said Ansel. "In fact, if this is how you are going to be, go back to Abscon, your little hole in the forest, or even the valley. All you do is add complications to my life." Griffa made a noise that sounded like the breath had been knocked out of her, but said no more until they found Max. Later that night Ansel had felt bad about all he had said to Griffa. Her certainly didn't want her to go away. He had been agitated. The room was unbearably hot, and he had been forced to make conversation with people he didn't know. He had been worried seeing the Viceroy show interest in Griffa and Max. The thought of something happening to Griffa was unbearable. Ansel got up from the chair he was sitting in by the fire in the parlor. It was late in the evening. Max looked up over his book at Ansel. "Do you know where she is?" Ansel asked Max. "I believe she said she had a potion to work on," answered Max. "Are you really going to go try to talk to her?" "It can't go on like this. She can't keep acting like a child, not with everything going on." "You really hurt her, Ansel. I don't know what you said to her, and I know she has a temper, but whatever happened, it's not just her being angry." "She's hurt," said Max, putting his book down. "What do you suggest I do? Should I just leave her be until she's ready to talk to me?" asked Ansel, looking at Max. He felt a little silly asking a 16-year-old boy for advice. "You should go see her, but be gentle. Issa says whatever you did, you should beg for forgiveness, but I think she is a little biased," said Max, opening his book back up. "You spoke to Issa about this?" asked Ansel, irritated. Max shrugged. "She brought it up first. I received a letter late yester. She said she wrote a letter as soon as we left. I think Griffa must have talked about it with her. Go see Griffa, Ansel, but don't argue with her." Ansel shrugged and strode from the room. He went into the kitchen to get to the cellar by the small stairs that were found there. Maybelle was at the kitchen table drinking tea. "Are you finally going to go apologize to her?" asked Maybelle, looking at Ansel. "Something like that," replied Ansel. He wondered how much Maybelle knew about their disagreement. "Good luck. If she asks me to throw you out of the house, I'll have no choice," said Maybelle, sipping her tea. Ansel turned and walked down the stairs and came to the cellar door. He knocked. "Who's there?" came Griffa's voice from behind the door. "It's me. Please open up the door." "Is something wrong? Do you need something?" asked Griffa. "I need to see and talk to you." "Open the door, Griff." "I come in peace," said Ansel. He laid his forehead on the door. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean those things. You know that." He heard the door handle rattle, and he stood up straight as the door opened. Griffa stood in the doorway looking at him. She was a mess. Her hair was bushy and wild from standing over the kettle and fire. Her face was smudged with dirt. Her eyes looked sad, and underneath them was blackish blue. Her fingertips were stained with the ingredients she had been using. Ansel's heart broke a little at the sight of her. "Have you slept since we came back?" Ansel asked with concern. "A little. I've had a lot to do." She moved out of the way so he could come into the room. The room was very hot and dark. There were 2 tables against each wall, both filled with different ingredients and books. On one end of the room was a fireplace with a large kettle hung on it. A fire burned under the kettle, making the liquid inside bubble. On the other end was a cot and a blanket. "Have you been sleeping in here?" asked Ansel. "What are you working on?" "I had a letter from when we were gone. My potion is working." Griffa gave a half smile. "The children in the East Village are getting better, but they need more. I am trying to produce all that I can and send it quickly by messengers. I've sent 2 batches, but I want to get 1 more out by tomorrow to be sure they are stocked up." Ansel was amazed by Griffa. He thought she had been sulking, but she had been working non-stop since they had gotten home. She might have been consciously avoiding him, but she was not wasting her time. He looked at her tenderly. This is what held back his true feelings for Griffa. She was too good. She was wonderful and kind. She deserved better than any life he could give her. She didn't deserve to come second to anyone or anything. His life of obligation to the king and the kingdom would not be fair to her. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" asked Ansel. "You could have taken a break from training Max." "I enjoy my mornings with Max. Besides, you have other work to do as well. I wanted to help you where I can. I don't want to cause you any more stress than I already have," said Griffa as she stirred her potion. "Griffa, I didn't mean any of that. I was angry and worried. You had tried to provoke the Viceroy of Ormust. I was also tired, and the room was unbearable warm. You know I'm not great at big gatherings. I said those things out of anger." "You may not have meant to say them, but that doesn't mean there aren't some truth in them. I have been bothering you with asking about your feelings for me and sulking around like a child. I'm ashamed of myself. There are so many more important things to worry about. You were right. We both need to be focusing on Max and helping him. I don't want to avoid you. It's just hard to face you right now. I hate it when you are disappointed in me." Ansel sat down on the cot. "Griffa, come here," he said, patting the cot next to him. He thought she would protest, but she walked over and sat next to him. He took her hands and looked at her. "You have nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the one who acted like a child, lashing out just because I was tired and angry. You don't need to keep avoiding me. I'd rather you not." Griffa smiled a little. "There are still things I need to work on, Ansel. I do need to grow up a little, learn some restraint. I never should have tried to aggravate the Viceroy. He just symbolizes everything wrong with the kingdom. I act out when I'm angry, too. You were right, I put Max in danger and everyone else at the party." "Don't be so hard on yourself." Ansel grinned at her. "Now, what do you have left to do for this potion?" "It just needs to be stirred every 3 hours until morning, then bottled and sent out." "I can stir it for you. You need to get some sleep," said Ansel, standing up and offering his hand to Griffa. She looked like she would argue. "You can trust me. Come on, go get cleaned up and get into bed. Let Maybelle fuss over you." He added with a smile. She took his hand, and he gently pulled her up. She stared up into his face with her tried eyes that were swimming with tears. She looked so sad and vulnerable. Ansel wanted to make her happy again and protect her. He wrapped her in his arms as she leaned into him. "I'm so sorry, Griffa," he murmured into her hair as she burst into tears. "Please say that you forgive me." "You don't need my forgiveness," she choked out into his shirt. "You've done nothing wrong. I never meant to complicate your life." "I do need your forgiveness. Just say it," he whispered. She pulled back a little and looked up at him, tears running down her face. "I forgive you, Ansel." He brought both of her dirty hands up to his lips and kissed them. "Thank you, Griffa," Ansel said quietly. "You don't complicate my life. You know that, right? I definitely don't want you running off to the forest or the valley." Griffa sighed and touched his cheek tenderly with her hand. He took her hand and kissed it again before leading her to the door. "Now come on, you are going to bed." Ansel took Griffa up the stairs and gave her over to Maybelle, who clucked and made a fuss over the state of her. Maybelle escorted Griffa upstairs as Ansel walked down to the cellar to see over the potion. Training went much better in the afternoons with Griffa there to help. Max was always in a better mood with her around. She was also clever and thought of new ways to help Max understand what he needed to do. He was doing much better moving water and wind. He had even learned to summon things from short distances. Today they were working on a few spells that would be helpful in a fight. "I hope you don't have to use these anytime soon, but it will be good if you knew some ways of magically defending yourself," said Ansel. He was standing next to Max about 10 feet away from Griffa, who was facing them. "The first one is a way to push your opponent out of the way. You should be able to control how hard you push them. Show him, Griffa." Griffa smiled and raised her right hand, pushing in front of herself. Ansel was pushed back a few feet and landed on his rear with his feet out in front of him. He stood up and dusted himself off. "You can also push someone to the side like so," he said. He waved his right hand to his right side, and Griffa was pushed to the ground on her side. She quickly hopped up. "It's just like before," said Griffa, coming over. "Imagine what you want to do, and then feel the magic in you. Ask it to do as you want. Come over here with me and try it on Ansel. Don't worry, he can take care of himself." Max walked away from Ansel with Griffa. She showed Max how to position his hands and had him close his eyes. Max tried for a while, and all Ansel felt was a small wind hit him from the front. Max was getting frustrated and turned away when Griffa whispered something into his ear. Max turned back towards Ansel, closed his eyes, and pushed his hand out again. Ansel felt himself fly backwards and hit the ground hard. He sat up as Max and Griffa walked towards him. "Are you all right, Ansel?" asked Griffa as Max offered him a hand. "Yes, I'm fine," said Ansel, taking Max's hand and getting up off the ground. "I think we will call it a day, though. Let's go get cleaned up for dinner." As they walked back to the house, Ansel hung back with Griffa. "What did you say to him to get him to do that?" Ansel asked her. "I reminded him of you interrupting his kiss with Issa," said Griffa with a smile. They were summoned to the Ring of Nine a week later. This summons included Griffa, and she dressed in her keen finery for the meeting. This time all three were invited to sit. Griffa sat next to Madame Sidora, and Max and Ansel sat between Hector and Helmer. "We have heard disturbing news from Oromist," announced Hector once they were all settled. "Our spies tell us something big is being planned." "Do we have any idea of what it could be?" asked Gorm. "Only that it will affect the whole kingdom. Soldiers will be sent out to all lands eventually, but right now they are focusing on the great surrounding." The room got loud as many folk started talking. "Do you think they are focusing on the surrounding because of us?" asked Helmer. "Could they know how to infiltrate Abscon?" "We have heard no indication of that, but we will need to remain vigilant," declared Hector. "Ansel, you will need to make sure you have guards on duty at the entrance to the village at all times. We also need patrols at every hour." Ansel nodded. "It will be done." "Griffon, we will also want to make sure some guards are posted around your house. We want our king protected. Max is not to go anywhere alone." "Very well," said Griffa. "If the ring thinks it is necessary, I will make sure the house is fortified with charms as well. No one will get in unless I want them to." Hector nodded at Griffa. "No one needs to be traveling in the forest unless it is absolutely necessary. Travel by magic will need to be used with caution by all in all areas of the kingdom, but especially in the great surrounding," continued Hector. "We must keep Abscon and our king safe until the time is right." "The fight will come to us eventually," said Madame Sidora in her quiet voice. She turned to Max. "Our king will have to make some very hard choices very soon." Everyone was quiet. Griffa finally spoke. "Is there anything else? I would like to go see to securing the manor." "How is the king's training coming?" asked Helmer. "Very well," answered Ansel. "He has moved beyond the basics and will be learning more advanced magic soon." "Not soon enough. In light of this new information, we really need to consider accelerating the king's progress," said Helmer loudly. "No," said Griffa emphatically. "You are talking about blood magic. It will not be done, not on Max." "Why don't we ask the king what he thinks?" asked Helmer. All eyes turned to Max. "No, Helmer, we've been through this. Griffon is right. This is not an option," said Hector, standing up. "We need to take action to protect Abscon and the king. Let's stop talking about things that aren't possible and do what we can." Cries of agreement went up around the table. Helmer sulked down, angrily staring at Griffa. Ansel felt his magic reach the surface of his skin. It felt angry and unsettled. The meeting was dismissed. Ansel sent Griffa and Max home while he went to speak with some of his guards to set up the schedule for guarding the gates, patrolling the village, and watching Keen Manor. On the way to see the guards, Desmona joined him, walking by his side. "Dreadful, all of this," said Desmona, falling into step beside him. "Is the young king well protected?" "Yes. I don't have time to chat right now, Desma. You need to go home." "I have news for you, though. Some are tiring of waiting for your king." Ansel rolled his eyes. "Everyone knows that. Helmer can fuss all he wants, but it won't change anything." "I'm not talking about Helmer. These folks seek power another way. Those who are in their way are not safe." "What do you know, Desma? If you don't have more information than that, leave me be," said Ansel impatiently. "I just want to make sure you are taking precautions for the king and yourself, Ansel." "I do care about you," said Desmona tenderly. "I appreciate it, but I know things will get more dangerous as we get further into this. Overthrowing a regime isn't something you can do safely. If you hear anything concrete, let me know. Otherwise, you can consider me permanently warned. Just watch yourself with the Ring of Nine. There are those you would least expect in the ring who are not for your king," said Desma. "I'll go home now. Good day, Ansel." Ansel's heart was beating fast, and he had a feeling of dread. He walked faster to get to his guard and do what he needed to do. He wouldn't feel better until he was home with Max and Griffa. Chapter 25. Golnar stirred his elixir in his kettle, making it glow gold. It was ready, he knew it. He was sure he had done everything right. If he hadn't, it would go very badly when he drank it. If he had one ingredient off, the elixir wouldn't work and would make him suffer a very painful death. He looked at his potion. It looked like it should, at least it looked like what the text he studied said it should look like. He was sure about Turin's blood. He had studied thoroughly how to identify one with magical blood. You had to listen for the very subtle hum, and look for the very faint glow they had. He had worked for years to be able to identify magical folk, and he was finally able to do it. He knew he had a little magical blood in him. Normally it would have laid dormant there his whole life, but he wanted magic, craved it. He was sure. If he was wrong, he was wrong. He had run out of time. He needed to do this now. It was time for the followers of the ancients to show their true selves. It was time for the magical folk to show themselves again as they were meant to be. Not as the peace-loving weaklings he had heard lived hidden throughout the kingdom, but the real magical folk who were ordained to rule over the kingdom and all weak non-magical people. He wanted the power of magic, and he wanted to rule. Golnar scooped some of the potion into a cup. It bubbled lightly as he moved his cup around. The risk was worth it, and he knew it was. So much would happen after this. He would take the place he was meant to, a place of power. He would need Kedden. Kedden would be a good figurehead as Lord of Kingdom. His non-magical blood wouldn't be an issue. Magical folk would accept him if he had a magic user as a wife who could make up for his deficiencies. He could also reach the non-gifted and help them feel like they were still being represented. He could smooth a way for the new order of things. Things would be different. Once Golnar knew this potion worked, he would have to make much more and get it out to the people who needed it. Everything was in place, and Golnar was ready. He took his elixir and sat down on his sofa, staring at the elixir. Why was he stalling? He wasn't scared, as there was no reason to be scared. This was the only option. He raised his glass high, toasting as if he were with a group of people. Then he put the cup to his lips and drank the entire contents. The liquid was warm going down. It filled his whole body with heat, starting from his stomach and flowing out to his limbs. Then the pain hit. It was agony. Golnar fell to the floor, his cup clattering away from him. His skin felt like it was going to separate from his bone. He laid in the fetal position, writhing on the floor. He wondered if he was dying. Perhaps he had done something wrong. He didn't know. All he knew was pain and burning. After a few minutes, the pain started to go away. The burning feeling faded. A few minutes later, it stopped altogether. Golnar slowly stood up off the floor. He took deep breaths. He felt different. He felt like something was within him, living inside him. He reached his hand out and thought of one of his books. It flew into his hand, and he smiled. He summoned many other things in his room, and then he raised his hand and broke the glass in his window. It had worked. Golnar picked up his cup and quickly filled it again. He would need to find Turin soon. He hoped her own blood would work on her. She already had magical blood. He believed this potion would help her body to remember, to be able to wield magic. First, he contacted Camellia Bells and had her sent to the palace. He had been meeting her in secret for some time. He would need her to support the marriage of Turin and Kedden. He knew her meeting with Turin had gone well. Camellia had sensed much magic in Turin. He would also need Camellia for the next phase of his plan. No one could gather all the people necessary as well as Camellia. Golnar found Turin in her suite a little later. She answered the door with a confused look on her face. "Turin, I'm about to give you everything you ever wanted," said Golnar with a smile. She let him in, holding the door for him. "If want you all your dreams to come true, if you want Kedden and the kingdom, drink this," said Golnar, holding out the cup of the elixir. "Drink it all. The effects will not be pleasant, but it will not last long." "What will it do to me?" Turin asked, taking the cup and looking in it. "It will give you power you can only dream of. Men will fall at your feet. You will be able to alter people's moods, persuade them to see things your way. You will learn to do even more than that. All you need to do is drink what is in that cup." "And you are sure it is safe?" asked Turin. "Yes, I drank it. If you need convincing, here," said Golnar as he raised his hand and a book on her table rose up. He jerked his hand, and it flew to him. Turin stared at him wide-eyed. "Is that magic?" she asked. "It actually exists?" "Yes, and you have so much in you. Drink this to remind your blood of the power it possesses." Turin paused for a moment, but then drained the cup in one gulp. Golnar watched as she dropped to the floor moaning and writhing. Before long she lay still before slowly getting up. "I feel different," Turin said, "like there is something new in me, something powerful." Golnar smiled. A knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" Turin asked, looking at the door. "Someone you definitely want to talk to," said Golnar, opening the door. Kedden's mother walked in the room. Camellia looked at Turin and then at Golnar. "Has her magic been unleashed?" asked Camellia. "Yes, just now," said Golnar. "And if they wed you can guarantee Kedden will be safe?" asked Camellia. "I guarantee with Turin by his side as his lady no harm will come to him," said Golnar. Camellia smiled and put her arms around Turin. "You do love him, don't you?" asked Camellia. "Yes," said Turin. "Then take good care of him," said Camellia with feeling. "Keep him happy and safe. That's all I ask. Do whatever you need to do." "Come along, Turin," said Golnar. "We are needed in the throne room." Kedden sat in the throne room, dressed in his full Lord of Kingdom attire. He raised up a little and adjusted his robe so it flowed around him and the throne. He adjusted his thin crown on his head. Till was expected soon with Bernat. He knew he would have to convince Bernat to show the power of the kingdom to Clarton. He would need to show that he was the Lord of Kingdom, and he would not be denied. The doors opened, and Till walked in, followed by Bernat. They both walked to the front of the throne and bowed before Kedden. Kedden nodded back. "Welcome back, Till," said Kedden. "I trust your journey was fruitful." "It was. I learned much," replied Till. "And you, Bernat, it is good to see you. Has Till talked to you about what must be done?" asked Kedden. "We have talked, my lord, but I'm still not sure. What good will it do to show force in Clarton? My people are not unruly. They do not wish to act against you or the kingdom. We are peaceful and prosperous. Why risk destruction on the whole village?" asked Bernat. "Till, is this what you saw in Clarton? Is everything as Bernat says?" asked Kedden, looking down at Till from his throne. "No, my lord. I did not find it so. The folk do not follow the way of the ancients. They barely acknowledge the ancients exist. Some even worship the so-called gods of old. The people of Clarton seem peaceful now, but there is an uprising bubbling underneath," said Till passionately. "Now see here, Till. That is not the case of all. You are making a wild leap. It would be a mistake to cause any unrest in Clarton," cried Bernat. "Are you sure you aren't showing your favoritism to your homeland? Are you blinded by your love of your village? You have lived there your whole life. You will have to put aside your feelings and see things as they are," demanded Kedden. "I'm saying this as a friend of the kingdom, Lord Keen. You do not want to provoke the great surrounding. The people there will be your friend and prosper for the kingdom if they are treated well. If you try to control them with fear and destruction, they will turn on you," said Bernat gravely. Keaton paused at this. Was this true? Bernat was making some sense. "Is that a threat?" asked Till loudly. "You say if we send a full battalion of Ormust soldiers to Clarton, then they will be attacked by your people?" No, that's not what I'm saying. I do not want any violence. I don't want trouble for my homeland or the kingdom. Lord Kedden, this is madness. You must see this." Kedden started to have second thoughts about these plans. He did not want to cause trouble in Regventus. He certainly didn't want the kingdom to suffer. The doors opened loudly, and Golnar and Turin walked into the room with purpose. Kedden watched their progress. There was something different about both of them. They seemed to almost glow in the dim light of the throne room. Golnar nodded to Kedden as he stood to Kedden's right. Turin winked at Kedden as she took her place to his left. Kedden wasn't sure what was happening. "Bernat has just called our plan for the kingdom madness, Golnar." "What do you say to that?" asked Till, looking at Golnar. "I say that Bernat will need to change his tune soon and show that he is truly for the whole kingdom, not just his land," answered Golnar, looking at Bernat. "I will not be cowered into cooperating with this. I have long served the kingdom by looking after the great surrounding during decades of prosperity. The kingdom cannot survive without the goods that come from our lands. If you destroy us, you destroy yourself," cried Bernat. "It's a pity, Bernat. I wish you would change your mind, but so be it," said Golnar. "I don't have to listen to this. I'm going back home to warn my people," said Bernat, turning and walking to the doors. He pulled on them, but they would not open. "What is the meaning of this?" yelled Bernat. "You cannot keep me here." "I'll think you will find we can," chuckled Golnar, with his hand held out in front of him. He curled his fingers inward and said, "Come here." Bernat's body suddenly shot forward, as though being dragged from some invisible force. He landed on his feet in front of Kedden. "Now bow before your lord," commanded Golnar. He pressed his hand down, and Bernat was thrown to the floor on his knees. Bernat looked shocked and scared. Kedden could feel the shock on his own face. He couldn't imagine what was going on. How was this happening? Was Golnar doing this? Kedden felt himself start to shake with fear. This is not what he wanted. "What will you do, Bernat? Will you do as your lord commands you?" asked Golnar, with his hand still pressing down. Bernat was hunched over on the ground. It looked like he was in pain, like something was pressing down on him. "No, I will not. This is wrong. You will destroy the kingdom," said Bernat, shaking. "Pity, you will not see how wrong you are," said Golnar. He pulled his hand up, and Bernat was lifted into the air. Golnar threw his hand hard to the side, and Bernat's body slammed hard into the wall with a crack. He slid down, broken, bleeding, and lifeless. Kedden felt his eyes go wide. He stood up. Till looked to be in shock, staring at Bernat's lifeless body. "Golnar, what is happening?" asked Kedden. "Everything that is supposed to happen. It is time for those who follow the ancients to take their rightful place. True magical folk will rise up, and we will rule." Kedden felt fear run through him as the blood in his veins went ice cold. Turin came up and put a hand on his arm. He immediately felt warmth flood his body. She looked directly in his eyes, and Kedden felt at peace. Everything was going to be all right. "Kedden, my love," said Turin, "everything is going to be fine. You and I will be wed, and we will rule together. The kingdom will be as it should." "We will wed?" asked Kedden. He sounded to himself as if his voice was muffled. "Oh, yes. I've already talked to your mother about it. She is quite excited about the wedding. It will be soon," said Turin, looking directly in his eyes. "She was so beautiful and wonderful. He couldn't wait to be her husband." "Yes, of course. I cannot wait," said Kedden. He felt a wide smile come over his face. "Now let's go and let someone clean all this up. Golnar and Till will see to what needs to be done. Isn't that right, Golnar?" "Yes, go spend time with your betrothed, my lord. You have much to do." "I will see to our plans being put into place in Clarton," said Golnar. Kedden felt like he was in a dream. "Good, good," said Kedden. Any concerns he had for Clarton or the kingdom had gone away. He let Turin direct him from the room. He felt happier than he ever had. Chapter 26. Max was enjoying his training more than anything he had ever done in his life. Using magic felt like nothing he had ever known. Growing up, he had always enjoyed being around horses. He enjoyed helping Dannon in the stables. He had thought he would like to work in the stables forever, but now Max saw just how much would have been missing from his life if he had never come to abscond. Magic was such a large part of him, now that he was afraid he would feel empty without it. He wasn't sure how he survived before without the feeling of magic. It was like a life inside of him, driving his own. His heart beat in time to it. His breath felt like it was dependent on it. As Ansel drilled him through all the things he had learned, he felt so alive. He felt so present in the moment. Everything around him was alive with magic. "Good, good, Max. Now take a break," said Ansel after Max had summoned several things from the house. Max let out a breath and noticed that his dark shirt was drenched in sweat even though the air was cool. He didn't realize how hard he had been working. Max nodded, but he didn't feel like he needed a break. He wasn't tired. It felt like the more he learned and the more he worked, the stronger he became. He was hungry to know more and to do more. He drilled himself during breaks in the day when Ansel and Griffa weren't around. He stayed up late reading and learning about all sorts of magic, especially blood magic. He knew he shouldn't be reading about blood magic. Griffa had warned him it was dangerous, but Max was fascinated by it. The books Helmer had sent were filled with ways to use blood magic in so many different ways. The magic was very old, and it had a mixed, dark history, but it could do amazing things. It could curse someone forever, but it could also cure a dying man. It could entrap someone in a love spell, but it could also free someone from pain. The more Max read, the more he was tempted to try blood magic to make some of the potions he read about in books, but something in him stopped him, for now. Griffa walked out on the back lawn as Max and Ansel were sitting down resting. She was wearing a simple red dress and a black cloak. She brought with her some drinks and sweets. Sitting them down on the ground, she joined them. Max picked up a drink and a sweet roll, thanking Griffa. Ansel took his hat off and thanked Griffa as he picked up a small biscuit. "You can thank Maybelle later," said Griffa. "She thought you deserved a treat because of your hard work." Max smiled and chewed on his roll. "Griffa, can we work on magical travel? I really want to learn how to do it so I can visit Clarton and see my friends," said Max with a mouth full sweet roll. "I'm sure you do." "Issa has been pestering me with questions on how you were doing with your magical travel in her letters since we got home," said Griffa, smiling at Max, and picking up a small piece of cake, popping it into her mouth. "So we can work on it today?" asked Max. "Yes, if Ansel has no objections. He is in charge of your training," answered Griffa, looking at Ansel. Max noticed that Griffa had been more complying to Ansel's schedule lately. Ansel smiled at Griffa. "You know you can work with him on whatever you want, Griff. You really don't need my permission. You are in charge of his training, but if it won't affect anything you had planned, I will be happy to work with Max on magical travel." Max smiled and jumped up. "I'm ready." Griffa finished her drink quickly and stood up. "Very well." She took Max's hand and said, "Let's go to that tree in the field. I will take us there, and you will bring us back here with your magic." Max nodded in response. Max closed his eyes and felt the familiar sensation of traveling. They were quickly at the tree. "Good. Now it's your turn, Max. I know you can do this," said Griffa, encouraging him. Max closed his eyes. He tried to envision the back lawn of Griffa's house, but all he could see was the outside of Dannon's stables in Clarton. It was hazy and dark. He could just make out the stables and the cottage. Max opened his eyes and shook his head, releasing Griffa's hand. "Is something wrong, Max?" asked Griffa, concerned. "No, I'm just having trouble concentrating," answered Max. He closed his eyes again and really concentrated on the back lawn. He grabbed for Griffa's hand and caught it in his own. Soon he felt the sensation of traveling. He opened his eyes and found himself on the back lawn again. "Very good, Max," said Griffa proudly. "You did it." Ansel, who still sat on the ground, nodded approvingly. "Now do it again," said Ansel, "this time on your own." Max closed his eyes to envision the tree in the field, but when he closed his eyes, he again saw Clarton. This time the vision was clearer. He realized his original vision wasn't hazy at all. Clarton was on fire. Max looked around. There were people running out of the second ring into the third scared. Some were burned and bloody. Max's head started to hurt. He grabbed it with his hands and fell to his knees. He tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. He kept seeing Clarton. He saw Issa. She was scared. Her leg had been burned, and she was limping towards the cottage. The stables were ablaze. "No," said Max on the ground, holding his head. "No, Issa, Nora Dannon," he muttered. Next thing he knew, Max felt a swooping in his stomach. He was traveling, and it was much further than the tree in the field. Max was on the ground, holding his head, moaning. "Max," said Griffa. She tried to reach out to him, but she was flung back hard by some force. "Griffa!" yelled Ansel, jumping up. "I'm fine. What is wrong with him, Ansel?" she cried as she stood up and walked back towards Max. "I don't know," Ansel said, getting as close to Max as he dared. "Max, can you hear me? Max." But Max was now crying. Ansel heard Max say Issa, Nora, and Danon's name, and suddenly Max was gone. "Max!" exclaimed Ansel. "Griffa, what happened?" "Hold on," she said before she disappeared. She reappeared a moment later. "Ansel, he's not at the tree," she said quickly. "Where is he? Where could he have gone?" asked Ansel, pacing. "I think I know, Ansel. I think he went to Clarton. Something is terribly wrong. We have to go after him." Before Ansel could say another word, she raised her hand. Her staff came flying out of a window at the top of the house. She caught it and disappeared. Ansel cursed under his breath. Couldn't she have waited for just one moment? He thought of what he should do. He could go get help. He could go tell someone what had happened, but he decided there was no time. He closed his eyes and traveled to Clarton. He slammed into the ground on the outskirts of the forest, catching himself by putting his hands on the ground. He stood up and ran towards the village. What he saw was utter chaos. The buildings were burning, and people were screaming. Ansel quickly scanned the area looking for Griffa and Max. It was smoky and hard to see. He ran towards Danon and Nora's cottage, hoping Max and Griffa would be there. He felt fear creep up inside of him, but he pushed it down. He willed himself to stay calm. As he ran towards the cottage, he saw Max on the ground with Issa. Ansel quickly ran to them. "Max, are you all right?" asked Ansel quickly. "Yes," said Max. "Issa's hurt. I don't think it's too bad, but she can't walk very well." Ansel bent down to look at Issa. Her face was twisted up in pain. He looked at Issa's leg and saw that it was burned. It was ugly, but could be cured quickly by Griffa. Ansel knew a few spells to help with the pain. He hovered his hand over the burn and muttered under this breath. Ansel saw her face relax. "I know it's not completely better, Issa, but it should help you to walk," said Ansel, trying to soothe the poor girl. He turned to Max. "Get her to the edge of the forest and hide with her there." Max nodded. He helped Issa up. "Have you seen Griffa?" asked Ansel. "Yes, she ran towards the stables to help Danon," said Issa. Ansel stood up. "You two get to safety. I'll be there soon. I'll try to grab Nora and Danon too. Where is your father, Issa?" "He's not here. He went back to the West Village," said Issa. "We will send him a letter later. Take care of yourselves. If I don't come back soon, try to get back to abscond Max," said Ansel. He knew it would be practically impossible for Max to magically travel with Issa anywhere, but Max would have to try if the worst happened. Ansel knew he should take Max now and get him to safety, but he couldn't just leave Griffa here. His duty was to Max, but everything in him revolted at the idea of not seeing Griffa to safety. He would have to trust Max could take care of himself. Ansel saw Issa and Max off to the forest, and then ran towards the stables. People were running towards the forest. He hoped Max knew where to hide well. As Ansel got closer to the stables, soldiers started coming into the third ring. There were many of them. They yelled for people to stop and come with them. Some did so immediately, letting themselves be led to a large group under guard. Others would run, and many of them were killed by spears and swords. Ansel had been in fights, but he had never seen anything like this. There was violence everywhere. The air smelled of smoke and fresh blood. Ansel reached the stable to find it was almost completely in flames. His heart beat faster. The fear he had pushed back was creeping up again. "Griffa," Ansel called. "Griffa." He tried to find a way into the stables. He looked for water somewhere he could magically pour over the fire. Suddenly horses raced out of the stables towards Ansel. He dodged them as they ran by. The horses were followed by Danon staggering out with Griffa by his side. She was leaning heavily on her staff, supporting Danon. Both were covered in ash, and Griffa was coughing deeply. Ansel ran forward to meet them. Danon stood up straighter, coughing. Ansel grabbed Griffa and rubbed her back as she coughed out smoke. "Are you both all right?" Ansel asked, still rubbing Griffa's back.
"Yes, Ansel, we are fine," said Griffa, breathless.
"We just breathed in some smoke." "Nora, Max," wheezed Danon. "Max is at the edge of the forest, hiding with Issa. We need to get to them and get out of here." "Where is Nora?" asked Ansel. "I told her to stay in the cottage," said Danon, still wheezing. "You two get to the forest and find Max and Issa," said Ansel. "I'll go get Nora and meet you there." Griffa pushed Ansel away. "Ansel, we can't just leave all these people. Look what's happening." Ansel grabbed Griffa by the arms. "Don't do this. Please get to the forest." She stared at him. "Please, Griffa, you can't help them all. Go." She nodded. but Ansel could see the pain in her eyes. He couldn't help but feel instant relief. Griffa and Dannon started off towards the forest as Ansel started towards the cottage to get Nora, when Griffa suddenly called out, "No, Max!" Ansel looked over and saw that Max had run back into the third ring. He was heading towards the cottage. A couple of soldiers had spotted him and were yelling at him to stop. Griffa took off towards the soldiers. Ansel stalled for a moment and then ran after her. He could hear Dannon coming behind him. Griffa got close to soldiers and jammed her staff into the ground. The soldiers were thrown off their feet, but other soldiers came over alerted by the commotion. The soldiers ran towards Griffa, their spears raised. Griffa turned and thrust out her hand, and the soldiers flew back. She doubled over, coughing. 3 more were coming up to her other side. Ansel yelled and threw his hand out. The soldiers went down hard on the ground. He finally reached Griffa. She was leaning on her staff, wheezing. "Max," she croaked out. Ansel looked over to the cottage and saw Max coming out with Nora in tow. He looked behind him and saw that Dannon was hobbling towards them. Ansel heard Griffa call out. He looked at her, and she had her staff raised. A group of soldiers who were running towards Max, and Nora flew through the air. Griffa collapsed into Ansel as Nora and Max made it to them. Ansel examined Griffa, who he held in his arms. Her breaths were fast and shallow. He was about to pick her up and run for the forest when he heard Nora scream. He looked up and saw a burning tree falling towards Dannon. He reached out his hand, but it was too late. The burning tree fell on Dannon, engulfing him in flames. "No!" screamed Nora. She started to run towards the tree, but Max grabbed her, holding on to her. "We have to get out of here, Max." "Where is Issa?" shouted Ansel. Max looked back at Dannon and the tree and then said, "Come on." He pulled Nora along with him as they ran for the forest. Ansel helped Griffa stand up straight. He put his arm around her as they walked quickly and awkwardly behind Max. Griffa coughed heavily as they progressed. They finally reached the forest, and Max took them to a thicket. Issa popped out when she saw who it was. She looked at the group and asked, "Where's Dannon?" Nora let out a fresh wail. "We have to get to Abscon now," wheezed Griffa. "We will never make it on foot." Ansel agreed. He left Griffa supporting herself on her staff and grabbed Nora from Max's arms. He looked at her. "We have to get out of here, Nora. I know it's hard, but I need you to focus. I need you to do this for Max." Nora blinked her eyes hard and nodded. "I want you to imagine a vast stone house. I want you to see it. It has many windows and a back lawn that goes on for half a mile. Now I want you to completely trust me. Take my hand and have complete trust in me, Nora." She nodded and said, "Max has described the house to us in letters many times. I can see it in my mind." "Do you trust me, Nora?" asked Ansel seriously. "Yes, I trust you." "Griffa, are you able to take Max and Issa?" asked Ansel, looking at Griffa. Griffa looked like she would collapse, but she stood up straighter and said, "Yes, Ansel." She turned towards Issa and asked, "Issa, has Max written to you about the manor?" Issa nodded. "You have to trust me and Max completely. I will get you there safely. Do you understand?" Issa nodded again. "We are ready, Ansel," said Griffa. Ansel knew this may not work. It was risky, but he looked around at an injured Issa, an inconsolable Nora, and Griffa, who was wheezing heavily, looking paler by the minute. He knew they didn't have any other way. Ansel nodded. He grabbed Nora's hand and concentrated hard. He felt the feeling of travel, hoping that Griffa and Max would follow with Issa. Ansel slammed into the ground. He grabbed Nora around the waist to steady her. He looked up and saw Keen Manor. The sun was setting, and everything was quiet. He took a deep breath and then looked around. A moment later Griffa, Max, and Issa appeared. Issa sank down to the grass holding her leg. Max sat down with her. Griffa leaned heavily, leaning on her staff. She looked at Ansel before fainting dead away. Mabel came running out the back door with Jonthon. "Gods, what happened? Where have you been? You were out here on the lawn, and then suddenly you were gone," cried Mabel. Her eyes went wide, looking at the ragged group in front of her. When she saw Griffa laying on the ground, she yelped. "My darling girl, what has happened?" She ran towards Griffa. Ansel caught her. He held her arms and said to her calmly, "Mabel, this is Nora and Issa. I need you to get them cleaned up and into rooms to rest. Nora has suffered a great loss. I will see to Griffa. She will be fine." Mabel cut her eyes to Griffa and then looked at Ansel and nodded. "Come on, dears," said Mabel. She led Nora towards the house as Max led Issa. Ansel picked up Griffa off the ground and cradled her in his arms. Jonthon, grab her staff and bring it inside. Jonthon nodded and grabbed the staff. Come on, Griff, whispered Ansel. Griffa stirred in his arms and opened her eyes. Ansel smiled sadly at her. Did we all make it back? She asked. Yes, now we need to get you inside to rest, said Ansel quietly. Griffa closed her eyes and burrowed his head into Ansel's chest. He carried her and followed the others inside. Chapter 27. Kedden was standing in front of a large mirror in his study preparing for his wedding day. As his servants poked and prodded him, making sure everything was absolutely perfect, Golnar and Till sat close by talking to him. Kedden looked at both of them in the mirror behind his own reflection. The events in Clarton could not have gone better, said Till. The village is under our soldiers' control until we can find a new viceroy. We have several groups of people coming to the city for re-education, and rebuilding the burned buildings has already started. Kedden furrowed his brow. Was much of the village destroyed? How many people were killed? Was this actually a good thing that happened? Much of the city is untouched. The complete first ring has no damage, and most of the principal shops in the second ring are minimally damaged. The third ring wasn't much to begin with, so not much harm done there. Most people cooperated or were captured peacefully, so deaths were kept at a minimum. But some did die, asked Kedden with concern. Did our soldiers use extreme force? Yes, some did die, but they were given every opportunity to cooperate or surrender. Sadly, it was necessary to lose some to ensure the kingdom continues to prosper. Why are you worried about this today? Asked Golnar. We shouldn't be talking of kingdom business. This is your wedding day. You should only be thinking of your bride and the festivities. Kedden thought of Turin. So much of his time with her was a blissful blur. She made him feel like the only thing that mattered in the world was him and her and their life together. She was truly the one meant for him. He felt at peace with her and so happy. He couldn't wait to take her as his wife. He knew they had been together many times, but he still looked forward to the night when they would truly become one, lady and lord. Yes, said Kedden happily. She is certainly an exquisite woman. She will be an excellent wife and lady of the kingdom. I can't believe I ever thought her unacceptable as a wife. You have chosen very well, my lord. The people approve of you choosing a wife who is different from the usual lady of the kingdom. Her being a little lower born than yourself has advantages. Lady Turin will be much loved by all in the kingdom, said Till. Kedden was thoughtful for a moment. You ever noticed how we are a kingdom with no king? I am lord of kingdom, but shouldn't I be a king? Our true leaders are the ancients. They are our king, said Golnar. You know our history. They watch over us all and give us wisdom. You rule as their leader here on earth. You are as good as a king. True, true, but to be king and not lord would be something, said Kedden. Turin mentioned it the other day. Did she? Asked Golnar. It is something we could look into. As we make the kingdom stronger, maybe we do need a king people can see and touch. What do you think, Till? It will be something to take up with the council when we are at full strength again. We will choose a new viceroy of the great surrounding soon. I have some ideas, but Lord Kedden, you are our leader. There is no doubt it is true. Very good. Now I think your bride and your people await my lord, said Golnar. You must not be late on your wedding day. Of course I'm ready. Let's go, said Kedden. Lord Kedden was united to Lady Turin on a cold, sunny day on the last day of autumn. Lord Kedden looked regal and happy. Lady Turin was breathtaking in her simple white dress, her light red hair loose and curled. They said their vows in the temple of the ancients in the center of the city. They promised to build a life together and to strengthen the kingdom. The sun shone through the upper window of the temple on the couple, giving them a surreal glow. The people present took it as a sign that the ancients blessed the union. The tale would be told to all in the kingdom. They were presented to the people of the city from the balcony off the ballroom. The crowd cheered and called for Lady Turin to grace them with her kaisers. She obliged, blowing kaisers to the crowd and waving. They called for Lord Kedden to rule long and well. He responded by waving his hand and giving a benevolent smile. Kedden was blissfully happy. He looked into Turin's eyes the entire ceremony. He was so filled with love and lust for her. As they were walking back into the ballroom, he heard Till ask Golnar, "When will we start the next part of our plan? When will we start releasing the magic users?" "What was that, Till?" asked Kedden confusedly. "What do you mean, magic users?" Kedden saw Golnar nod at Turin, and she took Kedden's hands. "Come now, Kedden, it is our wedding day, and we haven't even gotten to the best part," Turin said, trying to catch his eyes. "One moment, Turin. Till, what did you mean?" Turin reached up and grabbed Kedden's face, forcing him to look into her eyes. "Come, Kedden, let us go to the marriage bed. I want to officially make you my husband." Kedden felt her pull. A smile spread on his face. What was Till speaking of? Did it even matter? "Of course, my love. I can't wait." He let Turin escort him from the room. Ansel warmed himself by the fire. It was cold today. The last day of autumn was upon them. The house had been quiet the past few days. Griffa had been recuperating in her room. She had inhaled too much smoke, and her breathing had sounded off. Ansel visited her, but she mostly sat reading quietly or sleeping. He had been worried about her. He tired to send for a healer, but she assured him she would be well. Max took turns visiting with Issa and comforting Nora. Nora spent most of her time in her room, grieving. Ansel felt terrible for Nora. It was clear she had loved Dannon very much. To lose the love of your life must be an awful thing. It must be something you never really got over, something you just learned to live with. Ansel shuddered at the thought. He decided to go visit Griffa to see how she was. He made his way upstairs to her room and knocked. The door swung open on his knock, but the room was empty. It was dark, and the bed was made. He made his way downstairs and into the kitchen. Maybelle was there at the table drinking tea. He was surprised to see Nora sitting by Maybelle talking. "Hello, Ansel," said Maybelle. "Nora was telling me about her husband and all the wonderful years they had together. I was telling her about my own Albert that I lost." Nora smiled at Ansel. "It is good to talk about him, even though it's hard. He was such a good man." Ansel nodded and smiled sadly. After a moment he asked, "Have either of you seen Griffa?" "She is on the back lawn with the young king. I hope they come in soon. It is too cold to be spending time outdoors. At least they both took their cloaks," sighed Maybelle. Ansel thanked Maybelle and nodded a goodbye to Nora. He walked out the back door and onto the back lawn. He found Max and Griffa sitting close together, staring out into the distance. He sat down next to Griffa and squeezed her hand. She turned to him and gave him a smile. "I'm surprised to find you out here. Are you feeling better?" asked Ansel. "Yes, I'm still a little tired and breathless, but I needed to get out. I was finally able to work on Issa's leg. I was able to mostly heal it by magic. I put some poultice on it to take care of the rest. She is resting now, but by tonight she should be better. I feel bad it took so long." "I'm glad to hear she will be better. Don't feel bad, Griffa. You were injured yourself," said Ansel. "What are you two talking about out here?" "How my decisions almost ruined everything," said Max. "Max has this stupid idea that he is responsible for Dannon's death," said Griffa sadly. "I'm trying to convince him otherwise." "I should have stayed in the forest like you said, Ansel. I was so worried about Nora and Dannon, and you two as well. I just couldn't stay there and do nothing. If I hadn't distracted you, Dannon would still be alive. You and Griffa could have died as well." "No, Max, you don't know what might have happened. What if I wasn't able to get to Nora in time before soldiers came to the house? She would be captured or dead by now, and Dannon might have still died," said Ansel firmly. "You can't second-guess your decisions. You did what you thought best." "That's what I've been trying to tell him," stressed Griffa. Her eyes narrowed. "There are those who are responsible for Dannon's death and many others, as well as the destruction of Clarton. Viceroy Till being one of them. Those in power in Oromist must be stopped." "You're right, they must. I've made a decision, and I wanted to tell both of you together," said Max. Ansel and Griffa both looked at him. "I've decided to declare myself as king," said Max. "I'm ready to accept who I really am." Griffa looked shocked. "Max, do you think now is the best time for that? A lot has happened. Maybe you should wait a while when you can think more clearly. Don't let your grief and guilt make this decision for you."
"No," said Max. "I'm sure. I've been talking about it with Issa. I am meant to be king, and it feels right. I've been feeling something for a while. Being here and learning magic has changed me. It has shown me who I truly am. What happened in Clarton just made my feelings stronger. I will be king, and I will work to make the kingdom right so no one has to go through what Clarton did. No one should have to suffer like that. I want to be a part of something new. I want to build something better."
"Are you sure, Max?" asked Griffa. "You can still be a part of it without taking on the burden as king." Yes, said Max, standing up. I am sure I was meant to be the king of Regventus. I have the blood of Adalwen running through my veins. I am the rightful heir of the throne, saying it feels right and true. They were all quiet for a moment. Then Griffa got up off the ground and stood in front of Max. She took his hands and looked in his eyes. If this is truly what you want, then I declare you are my king. I will do everything in my power to help you. I will serve you however you want. She kneeled down at his feet. Ansel got up as well. I am your protector. Your safety will always come before my own. You are my king, and I promise to serve you well. He kneeled before Max as well. Max looked down at them and held out his hands, helping them both up. What I want is for both of you to still call me Max, he said, smiling. I will need both of you to help me and guide me. I still have a lot to learn. You are my friends, two of the best friends I have ever had. Promise to stay by my side. That is all I want. Griffa smiled at Max and hugged him hard. Tears were in her eyes. Ansel patted him on the shoulder. They all three stood there staring out into the distance. Something monumental had happened, and Ansel knew they all felt it. They were all three bonded together in some magical way. Their fates would be intertwined, and there was no escaping it now. Ansel glanced at Griffa to see her looking back at him. She grabbed his hand, and Ansel felt his magic swirl inside of him. She gave him a curious look before letting his hand go. After a few moments, Ansel broke the silence. Come on, let's get out of this cold. We should take time to rest. There is much healing that needs to happen for all of us, Ansel said. He took Griffa's arm and put it in his own. She grabbed Max's hand. They all three walked into the house together. The end